It's really just about bringing home the title.
It feels amazing.
Incredible.
Surreal.
It's indescribable.
Can't put it into words what it means. It's amazing. Brian Altman, Alex Foxen,
Jeff Hum,
Christopher Pitts.
I am a WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
I am a WPT champion.
This message is for the real stars of poker. I'm talking about you, my people, the players. Look, you play the game for the right reasons. Tension, the wins, the beats. But the things that we play for, they've been changing. The game we love is under threat. Most poker operators are only interested in one thing. These guys see the money, but they don't feel the game like we do. They don't care about you and the little guys. See, these punks are letting some bad things into poker. Like predators, right? Using unfair tech so they know your moves before you do, and they're all anonymous, and I say no more. Because poker should be played fair, with people who care about the game, not just their rate. And party poker are those people. We're putting players first because we are players first. Party poker gives over a third of their revenue back to players, and we're innovating. That's why players are joining us every day, like these guys, legends, fellow legends. If you love poker, like we love poker, it's time to join Party. Because this is poker. Oh, man. Okay. We're here. Yeah. It's a party, people.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Fresh off our main event last week, we are into the High Roller Week. Tonight, the High Roller Championship final table. This, of course, the $25,000 buy-in event. And of course, with that buy-in, you can expect a star-studded lineup on our final table. 199 entered. Once the dust will settle on this one. And Henry, these are the 7 we have been left with. And it's a little bit of a who's who when it comes to high rollers, is it not?
I mean, would you expect anything less from a 25k online buy-in, James, during a WPT festival? I'm not surprised to see some of the, biggest wizards in the game in the mix with us today. Yeah, pretty deep final table as well, James.
Exactly that. I mean, Jason, Makita, Alex, and Alexi all starting over 100 big blinds deep. And that's what the money looks like though, Henry. 155 locked up, but a cool milli plus up top.
Not bad. Not bad indeed. Another 7-figure payout during this WPT festival. Yeah. And James, man, let's talk about these chip stacks. I mean, we're going to have a lot of play on our hands. It's going to be fruity.
Yeah, and 40-minute levels as well, Henry, in this one. So I can't quite work out. Obviously, we didn't do any commentary on this up until now. I can't quite work out whether this went ludicrously fast yesterday, whether it's just that deep a structure and these guys are just playing so hard. A 7 max event, so obviously, you know, when they were down to the last 20 odd yesterday, you start playing a lot of short-handed poker, but it still surprises me it got this deep, Henry, with this much money at stake and the ICM considerations.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because from what we've seen up until now, you would assume that there would be shorter stacks than we actually have. But I don't know, maybe there are a couple of big flips. I saw in the Twitterverse that, you know, there are a couple of flips that happened that I saw our friend Ludo saying, you know, whoever won that flip was going to end up winning the whole tournament. So I'm assuming there was some big flips, including, you know, Makita, Jason, Alexandros, all sat with over 100 big blinds. And yeah, man, I mean, we're going to see some flops today. We're going to see some creative plays for sure.
And even here, straight off the bat, Henry, Alex opening under the gun, Queen Jack suited, well within his right, of course. Alexi decides to 3-bet from the big blind with Ace King off. I was actually wondering that. I was sitting there wondering, is he going to 3-bet Henry first hand out of the big blind against an undergun raise? Ace King obviously over 100 deep. He does. Annihilus a fold, but
Yeah, I mean, always 3-betting the church, right?
the church.
The church. Got a
Um,
lot of recognizable names in the chat. James, there's a story that we have in our WPT/Party Poker Bible that I want you to tell, because this is pretty ridiculous. The satellite qualifier
yeah,
on our
yeah.
table.
I'm just checking now, because obviously the second you put me on the spot, here we go. So it is Alexi, right? Alexi
It is.
in for 265, $265. I mean, we've looked, Henry, not a lot in live earnings. Of course, that doesn't tell the whole story. They were talking about online events, so there's plenty of players who don't play that much live. But yeah, obviously it goes without saying, his first WPT final table, having sat into this one for 265, and he's found himself like right in the mix of it here, Henry. Like we're saying, superstars around him, but with 126 big blinds, he'll do all right.
I mean, he's already locked up 6 figures from a 265 satellite. I mean, come on, man. This is an achievement in itself, and you know, I'm sure once you've kind of satellited in for this much, the euphoria and whatnot, he must be pretty ecstatic to be here anyway.
Yeah, and the rest of these guys, Henry, of course, direct buy-ins, which you'd expect in. Well, I say you expect. Oh no, pardon me. There is actually that's not true. I think there's someone else in for 2600. Yeah, Mark's
That's
gone in
right.
another satellite, but the rest of them, of course, as you would expect, perhaps in these 25Ks, a lot of direct buy-ins. Hard to satellite into these kind of buy-ins. Although Alexi in there for one of those 265 satellites. Henry, I remember advertising or talking about those satellites on here a few weeks ago. We have the 265 satellites for this and the 1K satellites for the 100K, and it's just like there's no second stage. It's like you can play a 265 and that's it. Like you can't just buy in at a higher stage like we see a lot with satellites. So I mean,
Yeah.
that is a lot of kudos that someone has got through, not just the satellites, of course, but to this stage.
Yeah, I also saw on old Twitter Party Poker put a post out about $11 phases into the 100K. Like,
Wow.
11s into 109s, 109s into the 1K, and yeah, the 1K being the final with like 5 seats up for grabs. I mean, come on, man, get to play a 100K tournament for an $11 spin up.
Hey, give it a go. All right, guys. It's in the chat here. Good evening, all of you. I like it, Mad Match. Super looking forward to this one. Yeah, you and me both. This is.
I wonder if Ali just rips here. Yeah, he does. 23 effective. I think this is just going in the bin for Mark. I think Ace 10 suited plus is probably pretty close, especially when obviously he knows, you know, that Ali's jamming or re-jamming range is going to be on point, and he's going to have some of Ali's re-jamming range dominated with Ace 10 suited, Ace 10-0 on the cusp.
I think you're spot on there, my man. Spot on. Anyway, how's your weekend been? I haven't seen you since last week. You up to any trouble again? Because last time you were kind of blaming me for turning you into an alcoholic just because we spoke about drinking, and I'm hoping you've calmed yourself down since then. Yeah,
we got tea, we've got filtered coffee, we got the coffee in tonight. Don't worry.
All right.
But maybe we'll crack open a bottle of vino later on towards the end of the night. Maybe when we get heads up.
There we go. Man, I mean, you could pick any heads up match on this table. It's going to be it'll be captivating. I think. I'll take any matchup.
We got Jason Kuhn over 30 million in total live earnings. Mikita Badziakowski coming in as chip leader, just shy of 30 million. But yeah, we just got Alexi, man, the dark horse, live earnings 2.1K, satted in for $265. Kolonias, obviously well known on the circuit, one of the top Greek regs, and Mark, decent amount of total live earnings and satted in as well for 2,600, man.
Right.
And obviously, Reze and Ali don't need an introduction either. Bunch of
No.
titles to their names.
Yeah, this is a tough table to find yourself on.
I'd pick you over any of these guys, mate, any day of the week.
I think even seeing the cards, Henry, I might not close this one out.
You just 4-bet, rip it in with 4s, and just pray to, keep winning
Yeah.
flips against ace queen, ace king.
Yeah, it's all good, isn't it?
Yeah. You're ahead, right? Getting it in good. We need to have a word with WPT and Party Poker about this this intro video at the start of the streams before we go live, where you have a selection of WPT champions saying, I'm a WPT champion, I'm a WPT champion. They should all get scrapped, and it should just be you sat next to the cup and just be like, my name's James Dempsey, I'm a WPT champion.
I like it. I'll have a word with them. We'll make it so. Hello. It's the bluffing with the better hand trick. Fuck off. Having a little stab, getting check raised. Yeah, well, I mean, bluffing with the best hand, Henry, but we still love it. A little bit of early check raise river bluffs. Get an idea of how this table's going to perhaps shape up. We saw Alex, I think, as well, getting a bluff through a minute ago. So this guy's going to fight hard tonight.
Old Danny boy.
All of you guys watching, you are in for a treat. I see some of the regs in there as well. Obviously, I mentioned Mad Majesty, Norge, Live for Poker, Gilliana and Super, of course. Good evening to you two, always with us. And yeah, Norge just wrote something I agree with completely. If I'm picking a matchup, Henry, at the end of this, I want to see Jason versus Makita. But in all honesty, I'll take it. I'll take any lineup.
The diamond against the diamond.
There we go.
Little Party Poker Pro versus Party Poker Pro.
Ali, taking a little 3-bet.
Yeah, interesting spot for Polonius. I mean, Ali, not someone you want to double up. It is cutoff versus button, though. Getting a pretty good price, but don't really want to play a hand like Ace-10-0 out position against the young wizard.
Young wizard. What event this was, Henry? 199 entries. Obviously, needed 200 to hit the guarantee, so there was a little bit of overlay.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to lose any sleep over one buy-in short.
I'm certainly not, Henry. I sleep just fine.
Because I missed it. I was busy.
Oh, is that what it was?
Did we find out if Kristen ended up jumping in this, or whether she's actually enjoying her holiday like she promised?
I reckon she's played it. Come on, she's got to.
We'll have to. I'll have to scroll through the lobby, have a look. Everyone guaranteed 155k. Next page up 43,000, or just shy of 43,000, I should say. I mean, the difference between 7th and 5th, James, is 104k. You imagine you're in Alexi's shoes, right? Like you sat like and you just ladder 2 spots, you lock yourself up an additional 100k.
100 beans, yeah. Top 3 going over $500,000, but of course, first prize comfortably over the $1 million mark.
Interesting to note here just how wide Makita is wanting to get involved against Alexei, just completing from the small with the 8-3-0. I think against a tougher opponent or pretty much anyone else at the table, Makita would be strictly folding.
Right.
The bottom 5% of his range. So it's something to definitely look out for. See who wants to get involved in 3-bet pots and blind versus blind. Button versus big blind when Alexei's on the button.
Right, and again, that's I'll translate what Henry might be saying here into. We're not saying Alexei's a weak player. It's just in the lineup where everyone is a confirmed regular high roller boss. Then of course you look at the person who's in for cheap and you're like, okay, maybe that's where I can make some money. That's, you know.
Well, I'll tell you this much, James. He's not been pushed around much so far.
No.
Well, fair
Not
enough.
getting
He had the ace king and the sixes, but he doesn't seem money shy, right? He's playing how he should be playing. Not someone that, you know, I don't know, if I was in his shoes, I've satellited in for $265. Yeah, maybe I'll take some lower variance lines with the sixes and the nines. But no, Alexi's like, right, let's play some poker, boys.
Yeah, and here he goes again, Henry. Jason opening a7 suited, Alexi 3-betting the same hand on the button.
I wonder when everyone's just like sat behind their computers scratching their heads. Like, who is this wizard? 2K
Henry,
total live addict.
In fairness, we know this about Alexi, but it's reasonable, I think, to assume that perhaps some of the players at the table they were just playing yesterday, they come across Alexi, they just form their own opinion of how he plays, and maybe they don't know that. You know, you just you get a feel of someone if someone can play at a table, don't you? They're probably thinking, okay, this guy's pretty good. Maybe he's very aggressive. Maybe he's this, but maybe they probably won't be too much into like running his hand up because they might just be up against some like boss they just don't know the name of, right?
Yeah, that's very true.
As Makita popped it up.
Obviously, quite a bit of ICM pressure for Daniel and Mark at the moment, being the two middling stacks, Jason, Makita, Alexei, and Colin Ice all over 100 bigs. And obviously they're sat there around the 60 big blind mark with Ali sat on sub 30. Don't think they'll be getting too out of line until either Ali, you know, finds a spot, doubles up, or, you know, hits the showers.
Right, but Henry, would you say, are we at a spot here where everything you've just said is obviously is bang on the money, but are we at a spot here where that ICM those ICM considerations are less obvious because Daniel and Mark being 60 bigs deep doesn't mean they have to shy away from doing certain stuff. As in, it's still quite hard to get 60 bigs in.
100%. Yeah, I mean they've still got a lot of maneuverability, right? Like it's gonna take quite a cooler, or you know, a perfect bluff combo followed by a really good bluff catcher for them to end up, you know, losing 50, 60 bigs in one hand. So yeah, I mean they've got plenty of room to move around and, you know, find some wiggle room. We saw Daniel check raise the 6-5 earlier on. Oh yeah,
right.
Okay, he had the best hand, but still not shying away from taking, you know, spots that they deem to be correct.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how this one plays out. So I mean, 40-minute levels, and I think we have just gone. So yeah, they finished the day towards the end of that 15:30. We're up to 17.5, 35, but obviously makes very little difference to these stacks. But they've got a lot of levels to play at small jumps, Henry. It's not. This one's going to be a war of attrition, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, what time do you reckon we're wrapping up tonight?
I don't even have to put a time on this one. It's going to be one of our longer final tables, that's for sure. Even though we're starting 7-handed, as Daniel check calls top pair here.
Just gonna quickly crunch some numbers. We got
I mean, I had an idea of when they were going to reach this final, Henry, and it was It wasn't as early as they did. I was in and out, just checking on it yesterday, just to get an idea of who was building stacks, who was going to be on our final table, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I didn't see them reaching the final table as early as they did. They only played for about 3 hours yesterday.
There's 557 big blinds in play, currently 7-handed. So
A lot of blinds.
yeah, I mean, average stack just shy of 80 bigs.
I mean, it's always the same thing, right, Henry? It's if someone can get out in front, they get to put loads of pressure on everyone else. Once we reach a sort of stack depth that makes that a bit more attractive, as it were. Like I say, right now, like players like Rizai, Demerjian can call, see flops, play streets without risking their tournament lives.
Curious to see what sizing Makita goes for. It goes half pot. He's got a club blocker in his hand. Nordjin Forcer making a great point, saying getting in from a cheap sat aside, you don't get to an FT of an event like this versus top opposition without being able to play a bit. 100%, my man.
I was about to read that out and say that Nord just put that in a better way than I was trying to put it earlier. Exactly that, man. The difference between the greatest and the good isn't as big as it used to be, and that's why you can see things like this happening. And Alexei not really being out of his depth, well, not from what we've seen so far, anyway. Like completely reasonable, sure. Might not be as good as Jason Kuhn, Nikita Kapazikowski, these kind of guys, but can still be very, very good.
Norge reckons we're going to be here tomorrow. Watch your mouth, Norge.
Yeah, I mean, if I was going to go out on a limb and make a prediction, what are we at?
I'd say 6 a.m.
No.
Yeah?
No.
I'd say 6 a.m.
No.
You want to have a
I'm going to give you
little
an
bet?
idea. Well, I'll take under 6 a.m. for all the money in China. Normally it's all the tea in China, but I'm taking all the money in China. That's the average handed is what, 6.6. 50 bigs at that point.
How long until we have 100 big blinds on a table?
Right, yeah. So that'll be the 6120, 7140 level, somewhere around there.
Which is how many levels away?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 to 8 levels.
45. Wow. So that's what, 6 hours alone until we get to
yeah, 40 minute levels, of course. But then, as you guys know, watching these streams now, we have obviously we bring you all these like snazzy little cutaways, the chip counts and leaderboards and whatnot, and that of course adds time to these events. So yeah, Henry, it's going to be a long one for a final table, that's for sure. But I'm still gonna take under 6 a.m. So that's a long time, my man. That's a long time, especially if you're talking 6 a.m. my time. Then yeah, even if it goes to 6 a.m., I'm seriously short on coffee. But that's what we got breaks for.
6 a.m. my time is only 7.5 hours away, so
yeah, I reckon it's 5 to 6 hours, man. These guys are going to battle hard.
All right.
They get so much
Jason
play.
Kuhn just chipping away at one of Ali's legs. 3-bet pot, small C-bet. The ace jack out. Ali forced to fold. Pocket
Henry, I'm
on the king 10 board.
I'm sad. This is our penultimate stream of the series, and it's been an insane series. 2 months long so far.
I know, man.
These last 2 to do.
I don't know. What is this? End of September. Maybe a little trip to Caribbean, you know? Who knows? I'm still optimistic about these live events returning soon.
Well, all I know is, Henry, I know the guys at Party, and I'm sure the guys at WPT won't be waiting long till they get something else on the mix for us content-wise, at least online. But yeah, I mean, You never know. Something live may come along in the not too distant future.
How long we been going now? July we started, right?
Yeah, I think it was 17th of July was the first WPT stream. I've got a feeling. That
Literally 2
invitational.
months in.
We did the charity game, right? The charity knockout.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Wow.
That's when Joachim was on our table, and I had like internet connections. You had to close it out on your own.
Right. I
Sad
remember.
times.
Yeah, back in the days when you used to cause all sorts of problems. Jason firing second bullet at a good turn card here. Putting a lot of pressure on Barkov.
Chips up to back over 100 bigs. So pretty interesting dynamic now, actually, with the blinds going up. Jason McKee, Alexei, Bias, again, still all over the 100 big blind mark. But Mark and Daniel gone from what 65 bigs each to sub 50. Doesn't seem like much, but it's pretty important, because now if Ali doubles through either Daniel or Mark, they kind of switch positions on the podium.
Yeah, Henry, this is sad times towards the end of this WPT series. It's been pretty insane. We've seen some stuff. Let's put it that way.
Are we gonna have to have, like, I don't know, we're gonna like FaceTime each other once a week?
Oh, I should think so. We'll have our little check-ins, make sure everything's okay. I gotta, you know, I've got to ridicule you for something. You've got to. It won't be the same without picking on you, Henry, every day. It just won't feel the same. I need to. Yeah.
It's all right, mate. You know what they say? Distance makes the heart grow fonder, or something like that.
I think absent. But...
Okay. All right. Ali's gonna defend here, I assume, and doesn't want to flop a piece. Get in trouble. And well, I mean, SPR less than 3, Jack 7 deuce, 2-tone. Mark going to be continuing small and wide on this board versus a big blind range, and versus half pot.
Yeah, slightly larger size than that, what you're saying, Harry, but maybe against this sort of stack size of Ali, you go a little bigger just because you put a lot of mediocre hands under pressure. I'm not sure. I'm trying to come up with reasons.
All right, well, 5 of clubs on the turn. Could save Ali some chips. It is a good barreling card for Mark. Going to have a lot of natural double barrels on this turn card. It's Ali in the danger zone, sub 15.
Yeah, but he is one of the guys. I think, Henry, his name is just synonymous with high rollers, right? After taking down the Poker Masters a couple of years ago and really bursting onto the scene in some of those Aria games, and then the Poker Masters perhaps coming to the people's attentions a little wider globally, as it were. And ever since then, it's just been a regular in these highest buying events around the world.
Yeah, I mean, you get a lot of the young people coming through the ranks. You know, they stand out at a couple of big events or one big event, and you know, the ears of the high rollers perk up, and you get a DM on Twitter. Hey, pal, want me to put you in some events, etc., etc. And yeah, a couple of years later, you know, you're known as one of the best in the business. I remember that breakout Poker Masters series for Ali, and seeing an interview of him afterwards where he's like, yeah, you know, 2 years ago I was grinding 2 cent, 5 cent. Look at me now.
Wow. That is quite the rise. Interesting. He goes for a min raise, Henry, off what, 12 blinds on the button?
Yeah, we're gonna have some raise folds.
I'm such a
not sure
punter.
how I feel.
I look at the queen 10. I got 12 blinds. I'm just ripping it on the button. Let's go. All right, well,
Oi, oi.
blinds have gone up, and that's what it's done to our stacks. You see Ali down to 14. They're just so deep. 4 of them over 100 blinds. And it is a strong 4. Obviously, Alexei Barkov, the unknown quantity. I think that's the best way to describe him. The other 3 just crushes at the highest stakes.
I mean, I'm just impressed that Jakun hasn't burnt out yet. I remember speaking to him back in April, so like 2 months into lockdown, and he was just like, "Yeah, man, I've just been grinding everything and anything, just like non-stop." And fast forward to almost the end of September, and it looks like he hasn't stopped. He's final table of one of the biggest WPT events of the year. Still got that 100k just round the corner. Battling for another 7-figure score to add to his already phenomenal poker resume, both online and live.
His is one of the better ones, guys. If you want to emulate someone, over 31 mil in cashes, and
Not
just
bad.
a ludicrous results, ludicrous resume in high rollers specifically.
Yeah, I mean that's not even including high stakes Triton cash games and whatnot that he's in the mix in the short deck cash games. I remember watching him take part in a €1 million hand, some short deck. I think actually I don't think it was short deck. I think it was just a regular NL. I say regular with a pinch of salt. No limit cash game with a bunch of wizards and businessmen.
Yeah, Ali again goes for the smaller size. And this one, my mind makes a little bit more sense, Henry. Obviously, I'm raising from what the hijack of 14. And does get it through. Life for poker. Was I impressed with DeChambeau winning the US Open? I was very impressed. I don't know how you could not be impressed with the fact that not just how he won it, but the manner in which he won it. It's pretty absurd. Poor Henry, his eyes are glazing over again. It's golf talk, Henry.
No. I was going to say, well, what happened? Why are we impressed with this gentleman? What did he do?
Just the fact that he won by so much, the fact he was the only player to go under par on the week, and the fact that he did it by... Okay, so you've got your golf tournaments, Henry. I mean, you don't have to know much about golf to know hitting it a long way is an advantage in a sport where you got to get it a long way. US Open is historically always set up in a way that you want to hit it long, but you need to hit it straight. As in, they make it very difficult for you as soon as you miss the fairway. They make the rough longer. They do all these things. He just went into strategy, and he basically said in his interview, he goes, "I'm just going to hit it as far as I can, and I'm just going to absolutely blast it." And that's what he did. And he missed all the fairways, and just people are like, you can't win playing the golf course the way he played it, but he did. And like the organizers of golf tournaments are like, how is that possible? The other top golfers in the world are all like, how did he do that? Like, how have you won playing that way in this tournament? It's just basically, imagine there was like some massive breakthrough in poker. It's kind of like that. Like everyone had it wrong. Like, everyone thought you had to play this way in this tournament. But he was like, no, actually, you've got to do this. It was quite frankly ridiculous.
So do you think at next year's US Open, you're going to see a few players try and implement the strategy that he discovered that a lot of people thought wasn't possible?
Yeah, people are going to play way more aggressively. They're going to play less scared. Then the tournament organizers are going to have to make a decision on whether they want to allow that to happen or try and work it so that they can't do that. It's very hard. But yeah, I think a lot of players will realize, oh, we've done this wrong for 2 years. We should just be playing more aggressive. I've always felt that with golf. Like, I think people play too nitty, basically, because it's like really high variance sport. So just go for broke, and if it's your week, and if you get lucky, you win, rather than just knitting it up and coming 12th. Doesn't seem like the play to me. And yeah, and also Henry as well. Someone Get Some said in the chat as well. People like to hate on him as well. He's one of these guys. He's almost become a villain in golf. Like, people dislike him a little bit, or like him because he does things all so differently. They call him the scientist because he has a different approach to golf. He has different clubs to everyone else. He has all this stuff, and people hate on him a little bit. So the fact that he's won as well, I like, because I think he's unduly hated on. I think there's not enough reason for the hate.
I think there's a lot of similarity with that in poker as well. You know, you see people trying new things and doing, you know, making unorthodox plays before solvers came about, and everyone's like, you know, we were talking about O'Dwyer, you know, last week that he was one of those guys, and you know, fast forward a few years, you like put it into a solver, like, oh wow, he was actually you know, doing things correctly years ahead of, you know, of anyone else. Interesting spot here, by the way, for Mark.
Yeah, and Barkov he's going for these guys, Henry. We came in, we set the narrative that, oh, we got Barkov is in here for 265. What an amazing! He's taken every spot so far. He's playing the most aggressive, and gets a flop here, Henry, that he can start to do some stuff on. It's a gut shot draw. Got the king of clubs.
Queen Jack of hearts.
Right.
He's got some equity with the king of clubs, and obviously gut shot that, as you know, does not want to turn. Mark obviously won't be going anywhere.
Disaster if that 10 rolled off. Does not.
Another.
And on the flip here, Henry, of course, Mark's hand looks pretty good. We've got 2 10s, only the 2 queens are overcards, but there's 2 clubs, 2 diamonds on the board. The kind of hands that Alexei may fire again. The kind of hands where you want them to have the 10 of clubs, 10 of diamonds, right? Hands like Jack 10 suited, King Jack, I mean, King 10, all these kind of hands. And blocking the ones with
very true.
Is not
a great point. Blocking some of Barkov's, you know, bluffing range.
Yeah, and
got to slow down on the turn.
Yeah, diamond on the end, not great for Barkov to stab again, is it? For those reasons we just stated, if you kind of expect him to sometimes barrel with diamonds on the turn, wouldn't always, of course. But plenty of hand to check. And now, Henry, will someone give me the bet check bet line as a bluff? Come on. No, they never do. They never do. When they do, it doesn't work anyway. It wouldn't have worked in this instance, I don't think so. Good no bet. Just want to see it.
Yeah, so Mark put a bit of distance between himself and Daniel.
Right. Significant.
Will defend here against Peter's EP Open with 10-7 of diamonds. Haven't had a cooler so far. I'm sure we'll have our fair share of sick hands, especially when we're this deep. We're going to see a lot of flops. Going to see a lot of flops in 3-bet pots as well. As soon as we move on to the next hand, I just keep scanning around the table, like, okay, we're going to see a car crash or not. Balls for 14, 50k ladder. Sorry, 43k ladder. Does go in. He's actually found a hand that Keita's probably going to fold. Obviously, Makita is incentivized to keep our lead short here as well. Means he can bully Daniel and Mark, gets to, you know, remain as table captain.
Henry, it goes without saying, of course, for those of you unaware, and it will be a little late for those of you in Europe, but later this evening, hopefully after we've finished with this final table, there will, of course, be the sort of Mike Sexton celebration, as it were, going on. It'll be a Zoom call, but it's going to be streamed on Twitch, I believe, on WPT Twitch, and some other places. sort of a celebration of life, Henry. People are going to be telling a lot of stories, and it'd be worth tuning in. I know for some of you it might be a little bit too late, but for those of you who are able to stay up through the evening and through the night, that starts 5 p.m. West Coast. So what's that? 1 a.m. here in the UK, 3 a.m. Central, 2 a.m. Central Europe, 3 a.m. Henry time.
Yeah,
but it's gonna be
definitely gonna
worth checking
have to
that
watch
out.
the VOD.
Yeah,
Have to watch the VOD if we haven't wrapped things up here. Beautiful, sentiment to Mike's career and life. See, it's gonna be his 73rd birthday today, I believe. I'm not mistaken.
it would have been,
Supposed to be.
yes.
Would have been. Yeah, look, I mean, come on, man. So some of the stories that you've told me alone, I mean, I can't wait to hear some some more fun stories from people that work closely with him.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing to hear. Some of the stories you're going to get in there. Some will be a little more PG than others. I'm looking forward to hearing some scary gambling stories that'll be in there. That much I can be sure of.
Oh, blind versus blind action. Bark completing from the small. I think we're going to play his check call. The king of diamonds in our hand in 2 overs.
Man, Colonial's such a beast as well. Henry, we've seen him a lot in these big blind events. Obviously, some of you online will know him as Mexican 222.
Yeah, another one of those guys that didn't, have many live results, but has always been respected on the online felt.
Right.
And obviously, had a pretty significant breakout score last year. And it's nice to see that he's invested the money wisely. Got a solid team around him. He's been in the lab grinding.
Yeah, I mean,
obviously
getting
there on the river.
So was his Europe main event? Yeah. I remember this sort of coming across my radar on some of the millions events we had. I think he got to, here we go, 4th millions North America. Then obviously a lot of cashes in, most of his events, yes, he came 4th, that was at 12th, and then 12th in Rio in the millions events. I remember being like, wow, okay, this guy's here. And I'm looking at some of his events, like 25k buy and 25k buy, 50k buy and 25k buy and 100k buy. And he's like you say, he's just in the mix in all the biggest events.
Yeah, I mean,
already
I played a bit of cash with him as well. He's in the mix,
chat.
man.
All right, chat. That let me tell you, when Henry drops the line that he's playing cash with these guys who are playing these 100k buy-ins all the time, that's like the Henry high stakes brag right there.
No, not at all. It wasn't even that big of a game, to be honest with you. It's just during WSOP Europe, he wasn't playing any tournaments. He was in the PLO streets.
No.
Hey, listen, man. If I was in the mix regularly with 25k high roller players in cash games, I probably wouldn't be here right now, James.
Wow.
Probably sat on an island sipping sangria out of a coconut or something. I don't know.
Wow. I thought you're just here for my love and adulation. Turns out you're just here for the readies.
For the readies?
Not good.
What on earth does that mean?
The Wonga, the money.
Ah. Wait, you get paid for this, Shapes?
Oh, I've heard about it. No.
Doing this out of the goodness of my own heart. Just because I love poker. And we got a bunch of wizards on the table. Just soaking in all this free information that these boys are giving us. Kind of an interesting board for Daniel to check raise on. He does go for the check raise.
All right. Razai, another one. I've seen quite a lot in the Party Poker live events. And here he is on our WPT final table right here on Party Poker. Whipping out the check raise against Makita. Makita's thinking about this. All right, Henry. All right.
Won't be going anywhere just yet versus a single check raise. Kind of sucks having a 10 blocking, 10-9, Jack 10. But obviously I'm blocking clubs, I'm blocking spades as well. Kind of important here. Also, decent amount of equity against the 8Xs of the world that are going to check raise at a certain frequency for some protection.
But bullet number 2 from Razai does elicit the fall from Patkowski. But yeah, been a fun one if Razai had checked up there and then see some weird things happen on rivers. Keita. Popping up King Queen this time from early. We'll be looking for the same flop you saw last time out. Anyway, I was just having a look through as well. Shout out to some of the players who made the penultimate day of this event. Didn't quite get through. We see Stevie Chibwick, Jans Aarons, Zach Clark, Nemeth, Malinowski. I mean, Ludo, you mentioned earlier, Shemian, Dvoris. Hey, top shout out to Simon Trumper, our boy in the mix. Kel Burns, Jake Schindler, Timothy Adams. All making the money in this one.
Yeah, Simon, by the way, in through a $265 satellite as well. He's always promoting the
$265 satellite, did he? Wow.
Yeah,
I heard he was in for a satellite.
Yeah, always promoting these satellites, and people like, shut up, Trumper. Always blabbing on about these satellites. All right, well, listen, I'm just gonna have to show you guys how it's done. 265 into nice little 66k score.
Yeah, wow. That's a nice little end to the series for Trumper. Nice little end to the summer. Just pick up 66. Got to get in the mix in these guys. You've got to get in the mix. Mark on the button, popping up. King, Queen, suited. Makita peels from the big with dominated Queen, Jack, and sees a rather unfortunate flop, Henry.
Yeah, I mean, 6 bigs, obviously. SPR 11, insanely deep. Here with the lead, 1/3.
Interesting line. I'm kind of surprised. I mean, I can see we want to lead some times with some weak hands, so we're going to lead some with some strong, and I guess the Jack of Spades is it helps us somewhat in the we want Mark to have hands like King Jack, Jack 10 maybe to have some of the sort of because he stabs and we do block some of those, so I guess that makes it a slightly better hand to lead with, or is it just a complete we just lead with some queens and randomize which ones?
Yeah, I don't think it's great having a Jack, but you're blocking some of the hands that obviously we want Mark to bluff with. But yeah, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head that we're meant to have some weaker leads, so it's just all about balancing our overall leading range, because otherwise we can just get pretty easily exploited. If we're only leading with some 5x, 7x open-enders, gut shots and whatnot, just get binned all the time, and goes for the block on the river. Rashidis does Mark raise, just plays that's cool, and really nice pickup there for Mark.
Yeah,
separating that gap even more. Well, separating it so much so that he's almost caught up with Barkov and Jason Kuhn.
right. Yeah, it's a case of
oh boy, Oh boy.
Mm.
Here we go, James. First flip of the day, boys and girls. See if
Good luck,
the
Ali.
wizard is going to run golden.
Good luck.
1 ace and 1 king dead. Hearts and clubs live.
Ali obviously haven't opened quite a few. He opened quite a few hands that he wouldn't have gone with. Now finds one that he's definitely going with and does get the action. But he'd be upset to see, as of course, Jack is up against. But it's far from over. Ace and king required.
He's not greedy. He doesn't always just want to run into the ace queen suited. You know, he'll take the flip.
I'm just greedy. I think that's what it is. I'm projecting. Safe flop for Daniel. Ali, though, with backdoor hearts. Now, just the ace or king. One to come. Not to be for Ali. Msurovic busting out in 7th place in this, the WPT 25k high roller. But Henry picks up enough cheddar to keep him going for a little while. 155k gets thrown on the pile. Everyone now guaranteed just under 200k.
Yeah, nice little 6-figure score there for the young wizard. Another one to his already insanely impressive resume. And I'm just looking at that ROI of our $265 satellite qualifier, James. I mean, 265 or in for $265 now, guaranteed 197,000 and change for his efforts so far. Alexei Barkov, I mean, these are the stories we've been talking about throughout the entire series when we kicked things off back in July. And with it being the penultimate stream, it just feels so fitting. So fitting.
And Henry, with Ali's departure, and more importantly, Ali's departure to Daniel, Daniel is now the shortest stack with 60 blinds.
Yeah.
That's right. You guys heard me. The shortest stack in the tournament, and comfortably so, has 60 blinds. That is the scenario here. Insane stuff.
Strap yourself, boys and girls. We got a long ride ahead. Alexei with the pretty cheeky pill. From the small.
Yeah, getting in the mix. Pops a piece.
Assuming this is going to be a card that Daniel slows down on the turn. Although, blocking king, queen of spades. Couple of combos of king, queen suited. Plus the king jacks of the world. That may decide to pill from the small, as well as obviously diamonds. Alexei has all of those as well. Lord will say GG's. GG's indeed.
Barkov with the same hand, 6-7 suited, this time on the button. He's going to go after Jason. He's been 3-betting quite relentlessly. He's just looking at Jason Kuhn going, yeah, that's a soft spot. I'm going to 3-bet that guy. He does.
Jason, you're my hero, but...
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving this. Barkov has gone little bananas against these guys so far, taken every single spot. Comes in again. It's Jason Kuhn. You know? Have some respect. Jason with the suited ace. Maybe getting a little fed up with these 3-bets. Does give it up.
Mark with the suited queen. So it wouldn't surprise me to see him 3x versus Daniel's complete.
Guys, settle in. We're playing super deep for the highest stakes imaginable. I say the highest stakes imaginable, Henry. I'm going to quadruple the stakes on Thursday, but, you know. That one, of course, starts tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
2-day event. Day one finishing when they reach the final table. Of course, guarantee a lot smaller in relation to number of players, as in 30-player guarantee for that one, 3 million. Again,
Daniel's slowing down on the turn after stabbing flop, a little one and done. Mark obviously picking up equity, and Queen High going to be good at time as well.
The old one and done, eh?
The old one and done.
Nikita, run of the gun, ace 8, raises up Mark. In the small finds 2-8, in good shape. Will, of course, be nothing more than a call.
Opens the door for Jason to come along for the ride and see a flop. First three-way affair I think we've had so far this evening.
Wow. Get some saying, how would Stu Unger have fared against this lineup? Well, that's just the hard thing. It's like these metrics are comparing people from different generations in any game or sport or whatever. It's impossible to compare because obviously we know these guys are far better than Stu Unger was, but Stu Unger was playing a generation where there weren't things like solvers and all this other stuff. So the question is, would Stu Unger have been able to rise to the top in today's generation? And that's not something anyone could, I don't think, really say for sure. We'd have our opinion, but I feel like he has the right mentality. And Stu Unger had the right mentality for the game, of course, and had that combined, controlled lunacy, I'd like to say, that you do have to make it in this game. So yeah, it's hard to say, but I would like to think so. If we look at the players who were top of the tree before the boom sort of happened, you're looking at the likes of Negreanu and Phil Ivey and Seidel, and well, they're all still here. They adapted, so it's possible. But of course, there are plenty who didn't. I would imagine that Unger would have been in the group that did adapt.
Very natural mind when it came to poker. Obviously, just light years ahead of his generation at the time.
All right, guys, and as if by magic, we've already reached our first break, it looks like, as we do go on break. Daniel Razai propping up the chip counts, bottom of the stack, but with 53 blinds. Plenty of play, of course. Mikita out in front.
Love poker? Well, Party Poker ain't messing around when they bring a tournament series, man. And there's more coming, trust me. You love poker? Join Party.
I'm Matt Savage, and you're watching The Savage Beat. This week on The Savage Beat, we feature the $10,000 World Poker Tour Party Poker main event. It had some truly incredible hands and one sick, vicious Savage Beat worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Before we get to the final table, let me take you to a hand at the start of the tournament that had to hurt Maria Hull. She figures she has Sam Greenwood and Alexander Heers in bad shape with aces, getting in 3 bets pre, only to be outflot by Alexander's set of 9s. When the money goes in on the river, Maria's fate is sealed, and she has to pack her bags and head back to the USA. Next up, with 23 remaining in the tournament, online legend Bert Stevens pulls off a great bluff with ace high on the river versus Ben Roll's Kings, and he gets it through. Well done, Bert. In the big blind special hand of the week on the final table bubble, our tournament Trojan decides to move all in with King 4 in the small blind, only to have his dreams crushed by Damian Salas, who has him dominated with kings. We're down to 5 at the final table when Victor Simeonato makes the wrong move at the right time, according to Ike Haxton. He bluffs with a queen high, but Blaze their jab, rivered a wheel, and left Victor super short. Still a great run for Victor, who turns a $22 satellite win into $391,000. In the savagest of all beats, Damian Salas was taken out with 3 players remaining in the championship with 2 big pair when Phil Mile hit his 2-out set of 3s on the river. I could hear the screams all the way from the streets of Argentina. Ay caramba! Once again, the last hand of the tournament and the main event championship came down as the cooler and the clincher of the week. And this one was a brutal one, as Toon Mulder looked down at aces, then saw an ace on the flop, but got blindsided on the turn by a gut shot straight. When the river fell a harmless deuce, we had a new main event champion, and his name is Philip Mile. Philip Mile now has over 1.5 million reasons to smile. Welcome to the Champions Club, the Baccarat Crystal Tournament of Champions, and of course, your name is forever engraved on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. Congratulations!
I can't quite believe it. 8 weeks later, and we are in the final week of our WPT World Online Championships. I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling a bit emotional about this, but it's fine. It's not over just yet. Yesterday we had our one-day Turbo Championship, which drew in a field size of 433, all hoping to win themselves a championship title. Lots of familiar faces took to the felts, including Faraz Jaka, Alexandra Riyad, Sylvain Loosely, and Viktor Ustamov. But none were a match for our newest winner, who turboed his way through the tables and won himself a solid $188,316, Dimitar Danchev. Tonight is day 2 of our $25,500 High Roller Championship. From $199 down to just $28. These high-stakes poker titans will be battling their way through to the final table tomorrow night. The tension certainly will be high as the likes of Makita Badzikowski, Stephen Chidwick, Rui Ferreira, and chip leader Pascal Hartman are all vying for that championship title. Don't miss the live stream of the final table, which will be on Party Poker TV Twitch from 8 p.m. BST tomorrow night. Now on Wednesday, 7 p.m. BST, the stakes are going even higher as we have our $102,000 super high roller. Now obviously, that kind of buy-in is not for everyone's bankroll, so as always, we are providing you with extremely generous satellite offerings, and you can find those over on the Party Poker lobby. Now, with just this week left, there isn't long before the winners of our leaderboards are confirmed. Currently, Scott Margierson is heading up the Player of the Championship, closely followed by the WPTWOC main event champion, Philip McGill, who will win the leaderboard race and win a mighty $50,000 for this accolade. And then over in the rising star, Luis Antonio Silva is in top place, but Party Poker's Patrick Leonard is biting at his heels. There is $25,000 guaranteed for the top 10 places, but $10,000 of that is guaranteed for first place. Now, as always, good luck all, play smart, enjoy the remaining events, and I shall see you Friday.
At Party Poker, we think poker should be fair as well as fun. Not like some of these guys letting predators get out of control. So unfair. You don't even stand a chance. It's like us getting in the ring with a boxing heavyweight. This is a David and Goliath situation. We're all Davids now. You know what that means. It's time for us to kick some Goliath butt. Yeah, you better stop it, all right? It's on. You love fair poker? Join Party.
All right, guys, welcome back. WPT High Roller Championship final table. Myself and my little brother over there, Henry Corbin, taking you through the action As these juggernauts do battle, and they do battle super deep. You're my little brother, Henry. That's what you are.
Juggernauts, what a
They are,
great,
though, aren't they?
great word. Great word. Use.
And when we come back, Makita has the hand Mark had. Just before we went on break, 2-8s in the big.
Yeah, one bust out so far. So Ali bow out in 7th.
Jason limping in. Makita's going to pop this one up, of course.
All right, got a couple of hands that collide here. Daniel may get in the mix. Does open the door for Makita to get frisky from the small with the king queen o. A little 3-bet squeeze if Daniel does flat. Does. I mean, you don't normally need to give Makita a second invitation to take a spot, right?
Especially when he's got the chip lead.
Come on, boys. In the bin you go. There we go.
Just over 10 blinds, the bet.
See you later, Ace Jacko and King Jack suited.
Yeah, just perhaps a little bit too much for Daniel off this stack size. Henry, 100 bigs deep. Maybe get involved, but
Yeah, I'm a bit dead money in position. We're the short stack. Does get out of the way.
ladder ups worth
God.
so much money, guys. Situation here. What everyone guaranteed 197. Next jump 259 and 380. Of course, top 3 getting over $500,000. Yikes. All right, Alexei Barkov with yet another 3-bet, this time more than legitimate with 2 jacks in the small blind. Is Makita going to play back, perhaps, Henry? Seen a lot of 3-betting.
God damn it, Makita. Thought we were going to see a flop there between Daniel and Colonias. And yeah, nice little.
Yeah, I thought he might crack.
Say, a little 4-bet spot for Makita.
I think we've just seen Barkov 3-bet so many times. Baskakowski's like, look, can't keep doing this, lad. We got to see what you're about. And he's chosen the wrong time to fight back. Does come out with a 4-bet. Barkov, though, of course, Henry, 100 deep. We're only ever flatting here.
This is such a, like, you can study all you want. You're in Barkov's shoes, you're up against the Belarusian Badziakowski. And he's clicked the 4-bet button versus small blind. Let's see you at the river, pal. Strap yourselves in. Interesting board, actually, for Makita. Yeah, not surprised to see him check behind. Interesting turn card. I mean, deuce of diamonds roll off. We've got the ace of diamonds in our hand, blocking ace x of diamonds. Start setting something up here. 41 bigs in the middle. I mean, we don't just want to give it to Barkov on a plate. Maybe somewhat concerned that Barkov has some traps. Shouldn't really have much of a 5-bet jamming range. from the small. That's bet half pot. All it took, James, was a little deuce of diamonds to roll off
Here we go.
for this to start making sense. Jack of diamonds would be fireworks. Oh,
Wow. And this
Well,
is
I
huge.
mean,
81 big in the middle. Just the casual full
What a
bet pot with
life.
the ace four offsuit, spike a boot on the end, and well, come the big chip leader now. Checks it back, scoops it up. 182 big blinds, Henry, and unlucky Barkov. Been faultless so far, but Makita just Makita. It's what happens. Sometimes they get you.
Oh, fuming. Gonna be fuming. Down to 60 bigs. Obviously, still plenty of room, but can't be as comfortable with the three betting as he was
No.
before.
And I reckon, Henry, you had a few guys there going, watching the hand play out, saw the three bet from Alexi and thought, you know what, Makita's going to four bet this pretty wide. See the four bet, see this whole pot play out. And then the giggles there would have been when he checked back and tabled the ace four. And the other guys at the were like, wow. But on the flip side, great for Barkov, right? They finally saw one of his hands and it was legitimate.
Yeah, interesting to see how he takes that. Hopefully, just takes it on the chin. Shrugs it off.
Borneos.
End of the day,
The Butchers.
FT. The Butchers, the Djangos, the
got him.
Cowboys.
He's got him on the button. Pops it up to 245. Makita. Yeah. Medium suited connectors.
Yeah, I mean, Makita not slowing down now, is he? Kind of in the cruise control, especially with the blinds going up 20k, 40k. 155 bigs. Everyone's sub 100 now, which I know is feels kind of weird saying that, right? Oh, everyone's finally sub 100, but
Yeah, it's crapshoot, guys. It's crapshoot. Go home. This one's done.
yeah, get some saying Barry in the house.
I don't know. I reckon it's time to
Play some modern things. Yes, great idea, James.
I was thinking it's time to retire the old, ace on the river, the Barry Green. I don't know. It just feels like that one's run its course. Controversial, maybe, but
Wow, Barry. I hope when I apologize on both myself and James's behalf that you accept my sincere apology.
Well,
The absolute filth coming out of Mr. Dempsey's mouth.
it was funny at the time, but now I don't know. I've heard it enough.
Go on, James. Coin your own term. That's a frustrating turn card for Barkov.
That's what we call the Batskakowski, the ace on the turn. See? Better. No? All right. But this is what he's done.
That's a mouthful.
It is.
I think you're just jealous, Dempsey. That Barry Greenside's got an entire river card scenario named after him for the rest of poker history.
Yeah. Especially, I think it conjures up bad thoughts because we've all been absolutely ruined by an ace on the river at some point as well. It's just how many times has it just ruined you? You're like, oh, there it is.
How many times has Greenstein just been absolutely cursed for no reason?
Right.
You know, no fault of his own. God damn you, Barry. This would be gangster Barkov. Come on. That's gangster as well. Getting away from it, I just hoping he'd click it to like 7:30. Have some of that.
I mean, Blind Savage gone up again, 20k, 40k. Small jump, but they're up nonetheless.
They are indeed.
These guys feel a little pinch, but don't make too much difference to the situation. Makita just cruising now. Alex, Jason, Mark, kind of the medium stacks if you want, but with a lot of chips. Alexi and Daniel the shortest, but over 40 bigs. The situation hasn't really changed. These guys are still going to play their hands for the most part as they would. Maybe taking the more passive lines down the flops, but certainly plenty of hands can still be played out to the river as Makita opens from the small a6, flops the open ender, but Barkov 2 overs in the spade draw, Henry. We've got a little fight here.
We do indeed. Blind versus blind. Jason probably played the most against Makita. Don't know who he's got around his house at the moment. He's probably just like, yeah, Makita's just doing what Makita does at the moment. His housemates or friends or family. Like, how's it going, Jason? How's the 25k going? No, Makita's got direct position on me. He's just doing what Makita does best. Four or nine of spades would be a spicy card. Barakov going for small bet on the turn. Being checked to it. It's a board that I assume favors his range. And well,
it's the Makita hour, guys.
It is indeed. Not been the finest orbit or so for Alexei. Gone from 100 bigs, using that huge 4-bet pot. Button versus small blind. Then now bricking his 2 overs and second nut flush draw. Small blind versus big blind. Not even an orbit later, James.
Yeah. Been a little cruel. But hey, like you say, $265. He's in the mix here, a couple hundred K in the bin. 38 bigs going forward, and we see that 38 bigs means he is now the shortest stack. Barkov just behind Daniel Razai. What Mark, Alex, Jason, all pretty snug in the middle, but Makita is the one to stretch those little legs of his out in front by quite a margin now. Double the chips of Jason, as we do play 20k, 40k here. WPT high roller final table.
And finally got less than 500 bigs in play. James Makita with a third of the chips in play with 6 left. Get sub saying, is Kings called Butchers? Never heard of it. I like it.
Yeah.
And the Django's. Yeah, a lot of different names for different hands coined up over the years. I think it's all nonsense.
Hey.
And pocket kings are pocket kings.
What's your old school? Just the Cowboys, aren't they? The Cowboys. the Bullets, the Cowboys, the Ladies, the Hooks. Now everything has 1,000,001 names.
Now Mark just letting go of the threes from under the gun there. Very aware that there's not much chance he's going to be allowed to get one through.
No, you look at that lineup behind you. Should I open these threes? I got Jason, Makita, Alexi. No, you know what? I'll leave it be. And that's before we get around to Alex and Daniel in the blinds. I'd be folding them as well, Mark. Get them in the bin.
That's what you call being in an ICM cage. 2 sub 40 stacks. 20% pop from Makita. Wouldn't be surprised to see Makita size up a bit here on the turn if check 2 and then reevaluate river. Needs protection. Five bigs into 8. Be a pretty spicy hand, James, to check raising turn. That's cool.
There we go. Ooh. Anticlimactic river.
Yeah, it kind of picks up too much showdown value to really justify turning his hand into a bluff. That beats Queen 10, King 10, 9s, 8s, 7x's of the world. It's all about Makita Badziakowski. Almost half the chips in play. Oh no, sorry, 40% of the chips in play. On an absolute clinic this last half hour or so. World Poker Tour rating with a party of 99 viewers.
All right.
Appreciate the raid. Welcome, welcome. As you're just joining us, unfortunately, we saw Ali Sirovic bow out in 7th earlier on, 155k going in his back pocket. Everyone guaranteed just shy of 200k as it stands.
I don't think that's right, Henry. I don't think it went in his back pocket. Because you think like 150k, like you put it in your back pocket, it would make life quite difficult. I think you've got to move it like usually different pockets. I think 155 there, it's going to make things a little logistically awkward. No? Is it too early for that, Henry? Have I broken you already?
I forgot we got the cameras turned on. Just doing my my Vicky Pollard face bothered impersonation.
Razai wasn't bothered by that flop. He flopped trips, but got no love. Barkov jumping back on the horse. He's been a little unlucky. The man, the neutral's favourite, Barkov, to be honest. We'll have an underdog. Coming in here off a $265 satellite. What was chip leader? Not so long ago, but Makita Badziakowski has been a little unkind. And Jason Kuhn, the latest to a stroke of luck against Barkov, flopping on the bottom straight on this 7-8-9 3-club ball. But Henry, I'm about to say, Barkov, not really a flop you can stab at against the big blind, is it?
Yeah, I mean, it's not your day. It's not your day. We're here. $265. Locked up just shy of 200k. So I don't feel too sorry for Barkov over the last, half hour or so. But yeah, extremely unfortunate where getting out flopped, out turned 4-bet pots, opponent spiking 3 hours on us and whatnot. In huge pots as well. Tournament poker in a nutshell, boys and girls. Someone mentioned in the chat earlier on, it's a good time to start running well, especially on a 25k FT.
Yeah, variance just goes through the roof, doesn't it?
Cut off versus button. Bottom pair, top kicker. Daniel.
Hey,
High diamond for Mark.
Yeah, so that's the hand you're looking at here. You're loving life. King high diamonds. Let's go. Let's start building this one up. Let's start winning some monies.
So you like drawing hands, James? Yeah.
I'm a punter. What can I say? I make no qualms about it. Just give me a hand that can. Give me a hand that's like effortless once I get there. That's what I want. Like a high diamond draw. Not straight draw. I don't have to do any thinking. I just if a blue card comes out, I win the pot. Ooh.
All right. Good luck. Good luck. I'll take the ace of clubs. I'll take the made hand.
Yeah, this is a little different now.
Curious to see if Mark continues to fire here. Kind of a disaster at this SPR to kind of bet and not get to realize against the check rip. Blocking some of the hands that potentially fold out as well. Pocket nines. King queen, king 10.
Oh, Mark, I feel your pain. Makita in the small. Deuce. Get a 3 exit. Barkov sticking around the course with king 10 suited. That's what he should. And Makita once more outdoing Barkov. This time pairing the deuce on this 6-8 deuce. And I have a weird spot from having open here. Barkov's going to have more of that board feeding from the big blind. We try and figure out what's up with Henry. Makita does bet small, gets called by Barkov. 7 on the turn. Aha, Henry, you're back.
Hey.
There we go. Just
It's
saying, Henry. Makita is ruining Barkov again, but perhaps Barkov will be able to win this one. Now it's come a 7 on the turn. Makita does slow it up. I mean, Alexi may decide just to check this back and try and get the king high to showdown, but I think if we do call this flop, one of the better cards to bluff at, but he does check it back. And all right, surely we're going to bluff now.
I don't know, man. No diamond in our hand. King highs. Got some fake showdown. Did you miss me, chat? By the way, that's what I want to know.
Oh, it was good, wasn't it, guys? We had a good 45 seconds of peace. Come on, Barkov, pull the trigger.
I don't think we're allowed to. I mean, obviously we're allowed to do whatever we want, but it does really tough spot for all of Makita's one pair hands. Whether it's bottom or top pair. We have a diamond in our hand. Let's let it go.
I see Norge saying expect to see one or two of these players in the 100k event tomorrow. Yes, you're not wrong there. I mean, you can be short Jason and Makita. I'd imagine Alex will be in the mix as well, and I don't know about the other three. Daniel perhaps, but I bet a lot of money on Jason and Makita being in that event.
Oh, it's like saying the sun's gonna rise, you know, tomorrow.
Right. They don't miss these things, do they?
No. I mean, how often do you get online 100Ks rolling around? Mate, what is going on with Makita? It's just like, when he's not being gangster, he's picking up hands. We get at least one street of value, potentially two, depending on turn. Alex may decide to check raise his combo, ace of hearts, and turn up the heat on certain turns. There it is. James, why am I not in these 25Ks?
Because you need 25k to enter.
Ah, okay, right, yeah, cool. You got. Check. Someone start a crowdfund. 100% of proceeds go to Twitch chat.
There's the old
the
Baskikowski,
old
ace on the
Makita.
turn.
Yeah.
Didn't take
Oh,
long.
God. Chat, do not make it a thing. I don't want to see any of you, in group chats or streaming. Out there saying, "Oh, I did a Baziakowski." Don't make it a thing. You could do a Dempsey, which is 4-bet rip pocket fours. We could try and make that a thing.
Look, kid, it's how we used to do it back in the day.
Not according to Tony Dunst. Yeah. No heart in our hand. Unblocking 5-6, 5-7, 7-6. Kind of got a pill too. 27 bigs in the middle. Check mark next to the Greek's name. Finally, one going against Makita, although the hand's not over yet. I mean, although I don't ever see Makita turning this hand into a bluff, unless he's just trying to get, King X's of the world to fold. Versus this block sizing, 1/3 on the river. I think we'd want to have at least a pair blocker blocking, some of the 2-pair calling range of Polonius. Let's put on the cape, James.
Makita's fallible. That's what I've learned from that hand. Sometimes he can lose. First significant pot that's gone against him so far, but you see, still has an overwhelming lead. Mark, all right, King 9 suited under the gun. I'm gonna try and pop it up and get one through, and exactly what he's gonna do. Anyway, looking at the hands behind.
Yes, back up to over 100 bigs, James.
Makita with the jacks once again popping up. Barkov. Hey, he gets involved with these suit connectors, Henry, but not this time with 40 bigs. And being this far out of position.
He's trying to do a Makita.
Okay. There we go.
In before 700k. Oh.
No, Makita 100 bigs deep. Electing. Be able to see some flops. I think Jack's Henry, one of those sort of perfect hands to do this with, right? It's just absolute strength is really good, but it's going to do very badly in, well, especially 5-bet pots if we were to get there. But playing it as a sort of trappy stroke pot control works nicely, and on a 10-4 6 board is going to work very nice.
Alex going to continue for 1/3. Hold out, suited broadways, although a lot of them do have backdoors as well as 2 overs, so. Wow. It's pretty gangster poker being played right here, James. I mean, 2 of the chip leaders going out, everyone else sat on the rail just licking their lips.
I like this. I think Alex is going to check back a lot on the turn, and Alex also isn't really going to 3-bet this flop, right? So we don't.
This is insane.
We kind of build a pot, deny some equity, don't ever really get put in a tougher spot, I don't think, on that flop. And then cards like this, Henry, just aren't so scary anymore, right? If this was just a check call and the king came, then Alex has a lot more of that, but he's doesn't get to continue with as many of the sort of the king jack, the king queens when he gets check raised on that flop. As many, Henry. I'm not ruling them out.
No, not at all. I think the king's a pretty scary card. I don't think Makita is going to win this hand. King of Hearts especially. We've got a big pot of brewing. Daniel Reze, Barkov all just sitting.
Right.
Looking at that lobby, that 50k ladder. I mean, SPR going to be less than 1 going to the river. And, if the heart rolls off, I don't see Makita winning this hand.
Yeah, the heart would be a scary situation. The 6, not quite so much.
This just be so gangster if Alexandros just punts it in here. Absolute showers for Makita if he does. Such a tough spot. We block some of the double barrels, some of the floats, ace jack of diamonds, the queen jacks of the world, although only blocking, one of the combos with the backdoors. He does give up on the river.
Makita. Makita. Further out in front, 194 blinds. Yes, he's the man to beat, Henry. That stack. Alex gave it a go there. And I'm with you. It'd been interesting to see what would happen if he had managed to rock out the river bet, but
that's definitely one for the highlights. Lord Foster saying, "Look, kid, James not doing himself any favors with the whole age thing." I remember last stream. Sorry, it's taken him a while. It's taken him 2 months, Norwegian Forcer, but he's, it's a tough pill to swallow. He's finally taken his medicine and just accepted it. Another 3-way affair. Oh, sauce.
Unlucky Mark. Gonna lose some chips in this one. Jason just spiking a beautiful looking deuce.
7 bigs in the middle, kind of nice. Gonna play his check at a pretty high frequency here. 3-way. I would say 100% frequency, but I don't like using big words like that.
What, 100 or percent?
Yeah.
Wow, this is just just the spot, isn't it, Henry Jace? It's just praying. Mark has got an 8. Went out firing from the small, but not super likely. Can of course have some NX, can have some strong draws. But a lead from the small here does imply quite a lot of strength, doesn't it, Henry?
Yeah, I'm
Hence
surprised
Jason.
CGQ use. Yeah, this larger sizing.
I like it, man. The small just has a lot of hands. Aren't going to fold.
Wonder if we're ever allowed to just overbet jam here. 33 in the middle, Mark with 50 back. Super polar. 8-7, 8-9 suited of the world type hands.
I don't know. I don't think we need to. Yeah, goes pot. Don't need to get any bigger. Just because we have too many of those strongest hands right from the big blind. I say, also we have deuces. We have 8-10. We have queen 8. Actually, I don't know. Maybe we don't. Maybe it'd be fun, Henry, just to smash the lot in there. But Mark gets away from it for the pot bet. Jason limping small. Makita checking the option in the big 6 deuce. The 2 largest stacks here. Jack 6 5 flop. And believe it or not, that is a little bit of an action flop. Makita's second pair. Jason bottom pair with the club draw. Let's see some chips work their way into the middle here. Makita bets 1 blind when checked to. Jason, of course, will be continuing with a pair and flush draw. Queen on the turn. Jason checks. Makita, I expect Henry just checks this again. I've checked this again, checks this on the turn. I guess he could bet very small in just checking back rivers and protect a little bit, try and buy a showdown, but yeah, check is the more likely play. And it's Jason's turn. 5 on the end. Have some of that. Let's go, Kowski.
Yeah, gonna lose a couple of bigs, I assume.
Right, Jason has a lot of missed draws on this board.
A lot of which we unblock and chopping with other 6Xs of the world now.
Right.
Oh, wow.
Whoa. Just Henry try and knock off some chops. Maybe a jack? I don't know. Either way, it didn't work. But I'm trying to work out what hands we're trying to make fold there.
It's all right, James. I'm as listen. It's the Belarusian beast. one of the best in the world for a reason. It's because no one knows what goes on in that mind most of the time. Didn't work out this time for him. Jason snapping at his heels, 120 bigs. Done a pretty good job of separating themselves from the rest of the table. We went from having, what, 400 plus big blind stacks to Jason and Makita running away with it. Everyone else in a bit of a cage. I like this lead from Alexei. Never really going to get raised on this board. Want a bit of protection.
Yeah, Mark just gives it up.
Overcards. Obviously have enough equity against overpairs as well. A raise and take for Jakun.
It's cool on Colonias. Everyone folds around him in the small. But queens. And certainly spot he's going to have some raises and some limps. Henry into that 37 big blind step behind. And well, if he goes with the raise, it'll be the end of the hand. And he does. It will be. Table this aggressive, Henry. You look at 2 queens, you think, all right, guys, here we go. It's going to be exciting. Oh, no, everyone's folded. Oh, I've raised.
Come on, Makita.
Yeah. Right, where's the Makita open and the Alexei 3-bet, huh? Where was it? Alex, this time, Queen Jack on the button. And pop it up and reside with the choice of how to play this A7 suited in the small.
Yeah, I don't think we really get to flat in the small. Sub 40, 3-bet or fold. In my opinion. Daniel does concur. Man, what a story. Alexei Barkov. 200 bags locked up.
Beautiful.
1.1 mil for first. $265. In for $265, I should say. Queen Jacko, the new ace 4, ace 5 suited. Click it back. Interesting one for Alex versus a UTG Open. ICM, the 3 shorter stacks were comfortably in third.
Yeah.
But I guess by flatting, it does open the door, you know, for this hand to go multi-way and be in a bit of a sandwich.
I know that. I mean, do we hate that with ace 10 suited?
Probably don't hate it as much as, you know, other hands.
But no, yeah, but I take your point. We kind of do and avoid playing multi pots at this stage, don't we? Especially if we've got the guy in the middle. And this goes for the 3-bet, gets it done. And that's just a spot where I'm just looking at it and going, yeah, cool. Let's go, flop. Alex 3 bets, wins it. Mark can open on the button, King Jack suited.
Keita about to click the bin button. No, decides he's gonna see a flop against Mark. And well, Mark just flops the joint. With the backdoor joint. Just in case he needed it.
Come on, Mark. Let's start shoveling some chips in there.
Interesting one for Makira again, I mean. Having some spicy turn cards today. Wow.
Yikes. All right, Makita. I get it, but Mark's played you like a little fiddle here. Check him out the flop. Let's turn. Gets the check raise. Tanks a little while, Henry. Scratches the chin, scratches the top of the head, huffs and puffs. Says cool. And well, the river pretty good. The 9. Not really going to change this one.
In before Makita rips it in.
He does, he's getting snapped.
Swallow see blood, James.
He doesn't. Mark. Well, he won more than he was supposed to with this hand by checking it back. Makita couldn't help himself on the turn. Mark's weakness, a perceived weakness, was pounced upon. No weird spot for Makita in the way this one's played out, right? Because what hand does Mark do this with? Check flop, bet turn, call, check raise, and now bet this river. I mean, you don't really expect him to have a 9. Expect most hands to fast play this kind of flop, but
Little gift wrap 400k.
yeah,
We'll take it.
Pop it in and slide on over.
No, I meant to remain impartial, but want to see Alexei ladder up a few spots.
Right, and we're approaching the first 2 hours in this event, Henry, and we've obviously lost Ali, but other than that, we haven't really come close to losing anyone else. We have seen Alexei rise to the top, drop now down to the bottom, and we're starting to see some pretty significant pots play out. Obviously, we saw that one between Alexei and Makita. We see that one there, Makita versus Mark, and we saw Makita versus Alex. So there's a common theme in the middle here, Henry. Makita is the one kind of driving the action on this table, as you probably would expect coming in with such a big stack.
Oh, wow. Wow, just the case 4 on the turn for Barkov. I mean, it's just...
Yeah, Barkov has run horrendous on this one so
honestly,
far.
disgustingly.
Been the most aggressive player, I'd say. Certainly pre-flop. And obviously can't go anywhere for this raise. Really hard to put Mark on a hand here, right? We just saw him check back flop in a hand, bet call turn, and then bet river when check 2. Now taking another kind of funky line. Checking back flop, raising turn.
Yeah, we unblock clubs as well. Unblock ace 3, ace deuce. Wow,
Wow.
nice lay down, Barkov. Fair play,
Wow.
my man.
That is an insane fold, guys. That is an insanely good fold. Just said, you know what? I think you've just got it when you take this line. Just a kind of funky line the last hand.
It's a bit of a weird one because
Right.
we have more 2 pairs and 6-8s and 6-3 suited on that board than Mark does, but yeah, anyways, I want him to go from having what can he get for $265? I don't know, a couple of theatre tickets, front row seats to be able to buy the theatre. If he comes 5th, 4th, 3rd, spin time. Obviously, still plenty of breathing room with 37 bigs.
Jason popping it up. Gonna get some bad news from Makita.
Jason just gonna give this one up. Doesn't even
That's
think about it.
Right, that's why it's hard for Jason to open in these spots. Obviously, Jason opening pretty tight there. He's 10, but and Makita obviously finding it, but you're just it's gonna be really hard to proceed when you get 3-bet, and Makita is gonna 3-bet quite a lot.
I don't think Makita is gonna be super out of line against us. Like, we're insanely deep. So yeah, there is the fact that obviously we do have Makita on our left and can put a ton of pressure on us, but at the same time, Makita's not just going to go, batshit crazy against us. Nor saying Henry jinx him. Jinx who? I'm not going to jinx anyone. Oh, you mean jinx Barkov? Because I've been saying I'd like to see him spin it. Apologies, Barkov. Just message me if you don't want me to root for you.
Hey, we're all rooting for Barkov. Okay, you're not. All right, guys. So I just mentioned we've been playing for about 2 hours, and that's exactly what we've been playing for, because we're going to our second break of the evening. As we go there, it is Alexi and Daniel, the 2 shorts. It's Makita. Well, he's striding off into the lead.
Love poker? Well, Party Poker ain't messing around when they bring a tournament series, man. And there's more coming, trust me. You love poker? Join Party.
I'm Matt Savage, and you're watching The Savage Beat. This week on The Savage Beat, we feature the $10,000 World Poker Tour Party Poker main event. It had some truly incredible hands and one sick, vicious Savage Beat worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Before we get to the final table, let me take you to a hand at the start of the tournament that had to hurt Maria Ho. She figures she has Sam Greenwood and Alexander Heers in bad shape with aces, getting in 3 bets pre, only to be outflot by Alexander's set of 9s. When the money goes in on the river, Maria's fate is sealed, and she has to pack her bags and head back to the USA. Next up, with 23 remaining in the tournament, online legend Bert Stevens pulls off a great bluff with ace high on the river versus Ben Roll's Kings, and he gets it through. Well done, Bert. In the big blind special hand of the week on the final table bubble, Artur Mitrosian decides to move all in with King 4 in the small blind, only to have his dreams crushed by Damian Salas, who has him dominated with kings. We're down to 5 at the final table when Victor Simeonato makes the wrong move at the right time, according to Ike Haxton. He bluffs with a queen high, but Blaze Zerjav rivered a wheel and left Victor super short. Still a great run for Victor, who turns a $22 satellite win into $391,000. In the savagest of all beats, Damian Salas was taken out with 3 players remaining in the championship with 2 big pair when Phil Mile hit his 2-out set of 3s on the river. I could hear the screams all the way from the streets of Argentina. Ay caramba! Once again, the last hand of the tournament and the main event championship came down as the cooler and the clincher of the week. And this one was a brutal one, as Toon Mulder looked down at aces, then saw an ace on the flop, but got blindsided on the turn by a gut shot straight. When the river fell a harmless deuce, we had a new main event champion, and his name is Philip Mile. Philip Mile now has over 1.5 million reasons to smile. Welcome to the Champions Club, the Baccarat Crystal Tournament of Champions, and of course, your name is forever engraved on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. Congratulations!
I can't quite believe it. 8 weeks later, and we are in the final week of our WPT World Online Championships. I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling a bit emotional about this, but it's fine. It's not over just yet. Yesterday we had our one-day Turbo Championship, which drew in a field size of 433, all hoping to win themselves a championship title. Lots of familiar faces took to the felts, including Faraz Jaka, Alexandra Riyad, Sylvain Loosely, and Viktor Ustamov. But none were a match for our newest winner, who turboed his way through the tables and won himself a solid $188,316, Dimitar Danchev. Tonight is day 2 of our $25,500 High Roller Championship. From $199 down to just $28. These high-stakes poker titans will be battling their way through to the final table tomorrow night. The tension certainly will be high as the likes of Makita Badzikowski, Stephen Chidwick, Rui Ferreira, and chip leader Pascal Hartman are all vying for that championship title. Don't miss the live stream of the final table, which will be on Party Poker TV Twitch from 8 p.m. BST tomorrow night. Now on Wednesday, 7 p.m. BST, the stakes are going even higher as we have our $102,000 super high roller. Now obviously, that kind of buy-in is not for everyone's bankroll, so as always, we are providing you with extremely generous satellite offerings, and you can find those over on the Party Poker lobby. Now, with just this week left, there isn't long before the winners of our leaderboards are confirmed. Currently, Scott Margierson is heading up the Player of the Championship, closely followed by the WPTWOC main event champion, Philip McGill, who will win the leaderboard race and win a mighty $50,000 for this accolade. And then over in the rising star, Luis Antonio Silva is in top place, but Party Poker's Patrick Leonard is biting at his heels. There is $25,000 guaranteed for the top 10 places, but $10,000 of that is guaranteed for first place. Now, as always, good luck all, play smart, enjoy the remaining events, and I shall see you Friday.
At Party Poker, we think poker should be fair as well as fun. Not like some of these guys letting predators get out of control. So unfair. You don't even stand a chance. It's like us getting in the ring with a boxing heavyweight. This is a David and Goliath situation. We're all Davids now. You know what that means. It's time for us to kick some Goliath butt. Yeah, you better stop it, all right? It's on. You love fair poker? Join Party.
All right, guys, welcome back. WPT High Roller Championship final table. We're still 6 remaining. And, well, we're only 1 commentator remaining. It appears. No, we're 2 commentators and 6 players now. The numbers keep changing.
Oh,
of course,
God.
still 20k, 40k. And, hey, Alex with his favorite hand, ace 4. Big money on the line. 200k locked up, just under 197. But we'll top it up with some of Henry's earnings. Round it up to 200k.
Let's catching up the chat. So said, why did you read my chats, Henry? Henry, come back. I'm sorry, my man. I was just shoveling down some chicken and rice.
Athlete. An athlete.
Oh, what do you reckon, James? This level bust out? I'd say so.
I mean, yeah, we can't continue forever 6-handed. 20k, 40k. Presume next level 2550. Remember, guys, we are 40-minute levels.
Don't see Jason being done with his hand just yet. 2 overs, I guess no diamond in our hand. But King High going to be good as well. A lot of the time versus the larger bet from Mark. That's just decided to give this one up. What could have been? Oh, nice. 10-9 suited opening into Bandziakowski's big, though. Always intimidating.
Yeah. That's a scary one.
How's the coffee pot looking, James?
I faded coffee on that break, but I'll see how we're looking by the next break, Henry, to decide on what coffee intake might be needed.
Oh, okay. All right, dealer. Like, right, we're back from break. Everyone's chirped up a little bit.
Buckle
Top
in.
pair versus an open ender.
Buckle in.
What do we want on the Turnus?
Well, we're looking
yeah,
pure action. We want like the six of
six of
clubs.
clubs. Yeah, good man. James wants blood. We all do.
I'll take a 3 though, because I reckon Makita calls here and just goes bananas if it comes a 3 or a deuce. All right, does go for the check raise. I get bored that Alex doesn't get to hit much. 9 deuce tray. Obviously, can have some like ace 4, ace 5 suited, but not a whole load of 9x. Some, of course, like this one. And of course, pocket pairs, but goes for that check raise. Alex does, of course, make the call with top pair backdoor clubs. And how about the offsuit 6 on the turn? Because my name's Mikita Bandziakowski, and I think we should just call it hitting the turn Bandziakowski rather than specifically any card.
Nice PR. Shy of 4. So I mean, it's tough. It's pretty tough to be beat on this board, you know. Not many 2-pair combos.
Right.
Other than, I mean, I guess we're defending deuce 3 suited, but
That's about it, right?
yeah. Still ahead against some of the bluffs. You know, 6-4, 6-5. It's not going anywhere. 28 bigs in the middle. And well, some of those bluffs getting their ace 4, ace 5 that we mentioned earlier on. Now being as Makita probably, well, I was going to say, hitting this river does polarize the pot. Be a huge dent to Alexandros' stack.
Right.
Down
And
to 1.1 million.
I mean, what? Because Makita can have deuces, you can have 3s, you can have 4, 5, you can have. I mean, could have had different sizings like ace 4, ace 5, perhaps at the size of check raise flop, although it's unlikely. But Alex does fold. There aren't that many obvious bluffs, I don't think, by this stage. Except for, as you say, that the sort of 4, 6, 5, 6 that continues to keep it as a bluff rather than trying to get the showdown upon hitting a 6. So I like the fold from Alex. And I'd actually, personally, I'd rather see a smaller size than Makita. And I know this sounds, I'm like criticizing Makita Bandziakowski here because, hey, he knows better than me. But this is perhaps why I'd be wrong. I'd go a smaller size in there just because I don't think we have that many bluffs. But Alex pops it up. Jason flats the button. Barkov slipping below 30 bigs, courtesy of hosting blinds.
Yeah, blinds have gone up now, James.
Ah. So they have 25.50.
Live for poker. So did I miss anything the last 30 minutes? Yeah, I was late. Late back from break. Gonna get a warning
you've met-
email.
Yeah, you've missed Badzikowski winning some pots. That is about it. Nothing, critical. Everyone's still in this. Barkov and Daniel around 30 bigs. But very much in the game.
4 aces 40 saying how many binds? 199, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Not
199.
bad. For a
Hey, 4 aces
25k
as well.
September.
Not seen 4 races for a little bit, but welcome back. Or have we? Have I just missed you, aces?
Another unfortunate run out for Alex. Probably going to cost him a few chips. Assume this goes check. But he may bet small, but I don't think we ever really have any real reason to bet. I'd see Jason bet quite big here, 5 bigs. Wow, overbet from Jakku, 9 bigs into 7. Showing how aware he is of
Right.
what Alex's range looks like. Kind of, yeah, I mean, we got hearts right, so all of the suited broadways, spades, diamonds, gonna put in some chips at some point.
Yeah.
And let's go. Mad Mash said, do you know if any of the players who watched this day after they played to see if they got bluffed? Yeah, me and Makita do some hand history reviews after. I just kind of, go through all the hands that he played and give him some tips and pointers and some spots. And in return, he's teaching me Belarusian. And also how to be stoic at the on the live felt.
Makita 3-betting over Jason's open. Once again, Jason opening ace 10. Once again, running into the 2 queens of Makita.
Yeah, same hand.
Yeah.
Ace 10-0. Pretty nice 4-bet bluff candidate. May decide to go for it now. May decide to just, bow out, let Makita do what he's got to do for a couple more levels before he starts making a stand. Takes the latter. I mean, I didn't expect it to. Obviously, we've got Makita sat on 150 bigs, but other than that, Alexei sub 30, Daniel 30, Ananias on 40 is actually a pretty sick ICM spot for everyone bar Jason and Makita at the moment.
Right. And well, I wonder if there's anyone who can play with any freedom, but you're right. Because there's the 4 of them sort of between 30 and 50 years. It's tough. Mark probably in the hardest spot, I guess. Obviously being out of position to the 2 chip leaders and having a few more chips than the others as well. But he does win this pot.
Yeah, it's interesting to see at this stack depth as well. Daniel not even floating with the ace of clubs there. Backdoor will draw. Does lead you to ask, 60, 70 bigs. Do we pill 1, see a turn in that spot? I mean, look at this from Makita. It's in cruise control for the next couple of hours or so. James, maybe even all the way down to the podium.
Right. And yeah, even for like Makita, yeah. I mean, obviously we talk about ICM pressure. It's just even Makita's looking at this thinking, right, well, this stack size, I mean, he's not thinking about this, but it's just obviously he has to play kind of a little bit careful because they're so deep. It's disastrous to play a huge pot with, say, Jason, even though he does cover him by 60 blinds. Just because, hey, he can ride this 153 big, as you say, Henry, exert pressure, just avoid the big spots and get himself down to the last 2 or 3 with an even bigger lead. Okay, Henry, there's a good question for you from Norwich. If you have an answer, I don't even know.
Go on.
Well, he says, who is the go-to person for all the top players for hand reviews? Who do the top guys go to? I imagine it's within their own little cliques, but
I'm reading that Norge wrote Henry is the go-to person for all the top players to go to for hand reviews. I think
you're quite right.
You're reading.
You're quite
reading that
right.
wrong.
I think you're quite right, and then maybe there was your answer in the question. Then in my question, maybe that's where everyone goes to. Everyone just goes to the big HK, the big man up top. He knows.
I wish. Imagine being that guy, man.
It's a nice turn card for Makita. Gives them a double gutter. Go with the spade draw, of course. One side of that straight draw not too attractive. The other very.
Yeah, don't hate leading here. Does. Wow,
It goes
leads
big.
pot as well.
I like that, man. It's just Daniel's gonna have lots of gut shots, lots of mediocre strength. Let's just blast them off. Okay.
Wow.
Unlucky. Well, I say unlucky, Makita. He's run pretty good up to now, but unlucky with that particular river because it's the one card that Daniel can never fold. Wow, how good is this guy, Henry? How good?
Yeah, I really like this sizing from Daniel.
One third.
Yeah. James.
Yes, sir.
It's been a while. Played some Lodden Thinks.
All right.
And how you feeling? You down for a couple of questions?
I'm ready.
Rounds.
I'm ready. I'm with you. I like it.
Yeah, I mean you are the man with the questions. Do you want to go first? Get the chat involved.
All right.
All right, I'll give you a couple of minutes to come up with a question. You haven't disappointed up until now.
Yeah, I know that's a lot of pressure you're putting on me now.
This is true. I take that back. You've been really trash when it's come to
There we go.
Lodden Thinks questions up until now.
That's more
But
like
chat,
it.
for those of you that aren't regulars of the stream, me and James like to get involved with you guys and gals back home in the chat. Play a bit of Lodden Thinks. But basically, what's going to happen is James is going to ask me a question. I'm going to privately message him what I think the answer is to his question. And then you guys in the chat have to try and guess what you think my answer is. And I don't know, we'll give away what, a $33 satellite ticket?
Seems reasonable.
Give away a $33 satellite ticket.
It's Barkov. Goes for Makita again. This time is surely going to result in a victory. Makita with the 9-6 offsuit. I love this Alexei Barkov, man. I really like him. Shows a lot of heart, Henry.
Does indeed.
Right, I've got to think of a question. I've got to think of something themed. I like to keep it. I don't even know how to start today.
It's right, mate. We got a long stream ahead of us.
This is true. I'm going to try and think of if chat have any ideas for a theme. I'm going to try and work on something.
Seen Daniel playing quite passively blind versus blind. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see him complete here. I like this. He's been doing a lot of completing from the small with the weaker part of his range. It's incredible how these guys just remain so balanced.
Now, it's to play a swirled pot of King Queen versus 4-5 Henry. Seems like a pretty good spot to be in. And not disastrous flop for Daniel, but almost he does miss.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Mark continue here. Has quite a few turn cards actually, even on this board, that he can kind of continue on. 6 and 8, a deuce, a 3. 5 and a 4 picks up showdown value. Wow, that is probably the nut low turn card for Mark to continue on. Although it does have 3 chop outs. This lead from Daniel. I mean, just so aware of what his range looks like. Some just really impressive poker being played by Daniel here. These blind versus blind confrontations. It's ridiculous if Mark floats. I mean, it's like some Bring Kenny street poker if he just like floats in position with the 5 high and he's like, right, come on, pal.
The FU float. The FU float. Speaking of 4-5, that's what Alexei looks at with his 29 bigs, but it's Colonius with 8-9 suited. We better get them this one going. Man, this is getting scarier for these guys. All of them below 50 bigs. Every pot's so important. So much money on the line. You can just fold and make money in poker. It's a weird game. Henry tournaments. You just press the fold button and something happens and you make 100k. Like, all right, Henry, I think I've got a good question for you.
Go on.
Now, you were briefing chat, so they know how this works, right? They're gonna throw in their guesses, and whoever gets closer to your answer is gonna walk away with the Wonga. And you got to have a few minutes to think about
the Wonga.
You get a few minutes to think about your answer, and then you got to give me one, and you can just text it over to me or whatever.
Right.
I want to know how many episodes of the World Poker Tour you think Mike Sexton has done commentary on. Not how many particular events. Some events are spread over multiple episodes. And I don't even know if you know the structure of those, how many are, how many aren't, but how many episodes? And actually, let's forget that. That's going to be too hard. How many tournaments? Because you won't know, like some are multiple days. How many tournaments on the World Poker Tour has Mike Sexton done commentary for? For the TV show, that is.
All right. Well, I'll just watch this ad quickly, and then I've got a question to ask because I'm sorry, it's late. All right, it sounds over and done with.
It is.
Okay, so do you mean stream or tournaments? Because I'm assuming some of the tournaments, like the 5 diamonds, like 3, 4, 5 day tournaments.
No, yeah. So I mean, how many WPT events, for the sake of it, final tables, televised WPT final tables, did Mike Sexton do commentary for?
Cool.
We'll think.
All right.
And then chat, your goal is to guess what you think Henry thinks the answer is. Henry, a young'un, you know, he was probably still in his nappies when Mike was bursting out WPT commentary, so maybe not. All right, maybe not nappies, but it was before he started playing poker, that's for sure.
He started in like I've sent him my answer, by the way, chat. Started in like 2003, right? 2003, 2004. If I'm not mistaken. The legendary Mike Saxon.
All right, yeah, so Henry has put in his answer. You guys to start guessing away at what you think Henry thinks the answer is. Closest to gets a $33 ticket. As Barkov, well, it's his turn to finally outflop Makita.
Yeah, not slowing down. And I mean, this is a tough one for Alexei, right? It's like, yeah, sure, cool turn, and then
Cool turn.
what are we doing on the river?
On a lot of rivers. That one of the rivers, Henry, that it's not easy for Makita to bluff, but at the same time, you know, it's Makita.
Would be a bit of a punt. Might be able to get a cheeky one through. Wow.
Makita Bazgiakowski drops the hammer on Barkov. I mean, Henry, he's either outdrawn Barkov or outplayed him in this instance. Just poor Barkov being bashed around by Makita. Say poor Barkov, 200k in the bin, locked up the $265 satellite entry, but I think deserves more than 6th place on this farm table. Not saying he's going to get 6th, so there were 20 bigs, but obviously in the hot seat, as it were, as the shortest, and really just not getting any cooperation from the deck.
Yeah, it gets upset how many pints before Henry blacks out.
Like that sulky emoji saying, loving the commentary. James drinks invisible water, and I love it. And get some saying, don't think that's water. It is water at the moment. But yeah, thanks, Sulky. Henry is the best, I agree. He's the best left-hand side of the screen commentator in the world. Makita popping it up. King, Queen of Hearts. Alex flats in the small. The guesses are tumbling in, Henry. Guesses are tumbling in. One guess each, guys. To make that clear.
Yes, each. We must be on are we on like a bit of a delay then with chat?
We are. We're on
Okay.
like a 5-minute-ish delay.
And Norgif was saying time limit for answers. I don't know, we'll give it to like 35 past.
So that's 35 minutes. So we're going to give you another 8 minutes in our time. So yeah, I think you guys are about 5 minutes behind us. So
Wow, look at that corner saying, do we know who Barkov is? He's chip leading the Sati into the 100k at the same time.
boss. What a boss. Alexei Boss Barkov. That's what I call him. Very nice looking turd for Alex picking up spades.
It was just pot control on the turn.
Yeah, Makita's just got enough of this, isn't he? To not do more chips in there. Alex, I guess, right in the middle of. There's any point in betting here, right? I'm guessing we check, but
I feel like if
okay,
we bet, we just get binned.
right. I mean, yeah. Just, I don't know, Henry. I don't know. This feels like a check call spot, but
Alexei just sat there on 19 and bigs. It just opens the door for Makita to move on. It does just make the laydown. Right, can you imagine if Barkov sat he's into the 100k as well?
I can imagine it because I'm watching him play this, and I think it's very possible. Have a look. Now I've got to do the skillful thing of opening up party without seeing this tournament lobby and seeing the satellite lobby. Right. Operation complete. Wasn't that hard. I made that sound a lot harder than it was.
Jason finally getting one through without Makita putting him in the bin.
Yeah.
Although
Barkov.
actually, every time Makita's 3-bet Jason, he's actually had a legit hand. So sure, Jason's got an eye on the stream.
Anyway, let me tell you, not only is he chip
Go
leading
on.
it, I mean, he has such a short price to get a seat. There are 9 left with 5 seats. The average is under 600k. He has 1.7 million. So he's got 3 times the average. He's got average for the last 3 with 5 seats. I mean, what a set like this.
What's the average chip stack at the moment?
So 600k. So he's got, well, just under 600k. So he's got about 3 times average with 9 left, and there are 5 seats. So I mean, again, you know, I'm being on the jinx up, but you're in that spot. You're probably making a seat. You got some bosses, of course, in the field there. Wow. All right, Jason Kuhn with the 8 deuce. Flops a few 8s, more than 2.
King High gonna be good here. Time as well, by the way.
Right, and picking up spades.
In with close to a pot size bet. Couple more minutes on that giveaway chat.
Giveaway, if you're just tuning in, doing a little odd and thinks, well, I've asked Henry how many WPT final tables did Mike Sexton do commentary for? And his illustrious.
What do you think of my guess, by the way, James?
Well, I don't want to give anything away, you know, but I think...
You're not going to give anything away. You think that's a reasonable guess? Am I going to look stupid?
No, okay. I think that's a reasonable guess. I mean, I don't really know the answer, but I'd be a little lower than that, but not a whole lot. But yeah, you guys got a few more minutes. 2 more minutes. I'll say, well, I say 2 more minutes. By the time you hear me saying there's 2 more minutes, I've just realised, of course, one of the lady you're dead, didn't you? That's unfortunate.
Oh yeah.
So if you have
having this play.
If you have just joined us and then you've missed the giveaway, unlucky.
GG's chat. So wait, should we be announcing the winner now, or I'm confused. I'm not good at math.
Well, I mean, we can announce the winner because no, I'm confused as well. No, we said they got. We'll give them 2 more minutes to enter. But the chat's real time, so they got 2 more minutes to enter. There'll be some people there who are biding their time, trying to work out, trying to think what would Henry do with it. What it's all confusing.
If someone wants to slide into my DMs on Instagram, I'll sell you the ticket for $20.
Yikes, guys, he's gone corrupt. We always knew the day would come. Didn't think it was going to happen this fast. Barkov, well, he's behind in this pot, but as we've been informed, he's probably going to win a 100k seat to go with the 6 figures he's getting paid out. At least 6 figures he's getting paid out today. He might still get that 7 figures. That'd be quite good. What'd you do this week? Not a lot. Made the final of the 25k. Gave the 100k a spin. All right, yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
Just played 125k's worth of tournaments for $500, and FT to 25k, and we're about to find out what happens in the 100k. Shatik say, well, that's good. He's a lock at that. Or Slowdoke can sell him a book. It seems like he may have read that book back to front. This is an interesting spot. Blind versus blind, 16 bigs. I'm not surprised to see it go in, James.
Yeah. Rips it in. Bologna's going to press the cool button. And, well, he starts to fade a little bit here. Come on, Barkov. Backdoor draws. Of course, still a king live. All right.
Ooh.
Found a 5, but that's all too little. Yikes.
GG's.
Henry. Our man Barkov. We're rooting for him. We're talking about him a lot. Incredible spin up. $265. That's what he got in for in that satellite. Was actually chip leading for a little bit with 7 left, but it was pretty tight, and a few very unfortunate pots. See him bow out, picking up a little over 197k. Everyone now guaranteed just under 260. And as I say, Barkov is currently chip leading that satellite and looks certain to get out of the seat. So maybe, just maybe, we'll see him back here 2 nights' time on the 100k final table. We are a step closer, though, to working out who's going to walk away with the $1 million+ on offer here today.
I mean, listen, you're in for 265. You're in the 100k pretty much. You bagged yourself 200k. What a amazing result! And I mean, looking back at those hands from earlier on, James, sometimes you make mistakes on an FT and you can kind of blame yourself for busting out hands that you played it correctly. But to be honest with you, just a pretty cold deck for Barkov in some crucial spots.
Yeah.
And James, giveaway's over.
It is.
And it is. This is pretty grim for not today, thanks, because he was 2 away. I messaged James and I said I reckon the answer is 150 tournaments. And Gutty Love just comes in with the 151.
Yeah, not today, thanks. I thought it was certain to win with the 148, but Gutty Love snipes it off with the 151, Henry. Yikes.
And listen, I'm not saying that Gutty Love sent me $20 for me to tell him the answer. I'm also not denying that may have been the case. But anyway, my man, GG's. Just drop me a DM at you.
Yeah, congrats. That's a good guess. And yeah, I don't think I would have gone like, I just remember the first few years, Henry, of the WPT. You were looking at only like 7 or 8 events, maybe, and then obviously Mike did what 13 seasons. I don't know, actually, maybe your guess is pretty good. It's hard. I'd love to. I mean, they'll know. Someone out there will know the actual answer. Look at that. Henry giving giving spoilers in the chat without realizing it. Again, this delay is confusing you, isn't it? Asking the winner to DM you before they found out they've won.
Oh, really? Oh, man. God. Sorry, chat. I'm sorry.
It's all good. Hey, you're giving stuff away, Henry. They can't complain.
That's a rookie mistake.
Peter needs to slow down because Mark is going nowhere. At least not on this turn card. And Barkov, what a legend.
So then there were 5. Everyone guaranteed a cool quarter of a milski.
Quarter
Mark
of a
giving
mil.
Makita the rope. There it is.
Yeah, I love a little spot. Check. Cool.
Thank you very much, sir. Up to 55 bigs. So, I mean, Colonias, Mark, Daniel, not much difference between the 3 stacks.
I'm happy though, Henry. I think I just saw a bet check bet line from Makita, did I not? It's all I asked for in life.
You did. You
It's
did.
all I asked for. It never works though. Even though I also see them all the time, it never works. But
It's
hey.
insane, right? Because it's like, it's such a rare bluff line. But it does feel like every time we see it as a bluff line, it gets
doesn't
picked
work.
up.
Yeah.
Of course, then Henry guessed 150, stick to PLO. Oh boy. All right. Well done, dealer. Couple of hands out there for the boys.
Yeah, I mean, see, Razai pops this up, and ends up folding, and we're going to see a heads up 3-bet pop between Alex and Daniel. I mean, can it go any other way? I don't think so. It can go another way. Daniel decides just to flat. All right, now it gets to be more interesting, Henry. We're going to go 3-way.
Fair, potentially. Okay.
Yeah, and nothing board.
Say nothing. Couple of overs, backdoor spades. Go straight draw for Mark. Pair for Daniel. Ego said, I love it when people get bigger about giveaways. Classy AF. What? Oh, bitter. Ego broke, man. You had me confused for a second. I was like, what's this guy talking about? What people getting there? Oh, okay. I see what you're talking about. Yeah, it wasn't rigged, chat. Someone maybe taking my $20 bribe seriously.
I actually think you would have been closer to the actual answer than me. I'm just going through the history of the WPT now, looking and thinking all these ones that were televised. I'm actually thinking there were more televised back in the
another
day.
one of the Gilbert.
I think it is, mate. I think you'd have been closer than me. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. I'm not gonna set someone on it. Jason, ace 9 pops it up. Makita flats the small 2 5s. Alex in the big queen 10 says, you guys can play this one out. There's no interest in getting involved.
Yeah, it's
It's a tight one.
it is, but it's also actually a
Yeah.
like GTO wise, it is actually a fold where the Makita calls there out of the small is
Right.
going to have our hand dominated a lot of the time. Jakun with the
Right,
pot control, checking
7
behind.
left. 7 left in that satellite now, Henry, and I tell you, Alexi has over 2.1 million. So let's just give him a seat now.
Not today, thanks. So what's with the round numbers, Henry? I don't know, man. You know what? I'm sorry for giving away free money. I apologize. It won't happen again, chat. Don't worry. Unless I don't know. Maybe we will. I do like doing giveaways.
You go asking, was that not an entirely Googleable question? Well, yeah, but that's not the point of the game. It's the you can't Google Henry's brain. That'd be pretty scary, wouldn't it? Just Google into Henry's brain. Jason throwing in 5 blinds on the end into 7.
Should think so. Interesting. Do the FTs he's played on count?
Yeah. Yeah, but no, they don't count. Those are the ones he played on. The boss.
Boss. Still haven't had like a big car crash hand.
No.
We haven't had like boat against boat, flush against flush, straight against high straight, aces against kings, kings against queens, something like that. Got queen 7 against ace jack O though. It's like, sorry, Mark. There's this thing called ICM. Have you heard of it? The power of ICM and position. You boys and girls.
Makita. 10 out of diamonds, raising it up.
So I was saying, keep digging that hole, Henry. It's we're almost through to Australia. It's getting deep.
Speaking of Australia, where's MJ? He's our man from down under.
Was in earlier on, I believe. Right at the start of the stream, I'm really looking forward to this. Probably lurking.
Oh, that's Mad Madge, I think that was.
Oh no, MJ's in it. MJ is in it.
No.
Yeah, I just did the @ sign on Twitch. Typed in MJ. He's lurking in the chat.
Is that how you do it? Is it? I need to learn all this stuff. Yeah.
Oh man, I got a screenshot that. That's
Was what me looking surprised?
No, Norjan Force saying I googled GTO and Henry Kilbane's name came up top of the page. Oh man. Thank you, sir. That's made my day. It's gonna be my new Twitter. Twitter, what's it called? Bio handle thingy.
Right. Ace 7 gets the raise from the cutoff. We'll get it done unless Makita decides to do something silly with the Queen 4 off. But
Man, I suck at Twitch. I'm trying to clip some.
Zai likes the look of this flop. Top. Against Alex's top pair. Alex does, of course, check call. That top pair picks up a gut shot draw on the turn. We'll check it again, and Razia surely will bet and bet bigger this time. Pot right around 10 bigs.
Right. Oh boy. It's UTG versus Big Blind. Hello, cooler.
Yeah, and does go, what, 75% on a turn.
Alex with the decision. That's just cool.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you're loving the first barrel, not quite loving the second barrel as much. And we'll be hating it if there is a third one, but that jack kind of should limit the action now. It'd be thin if Razai went for it. And unsurprisingly, on a final table, let's just check it back. Alex in the small ace jack club. Now the narrow called this stack. He, Mark, and Daniel drift from Jason and Makita.
These guys are just so balanced. It's ridiculous. How do you just keep it up? I've seen a lot of these small confrontations, battles, if you will. A lot of completing from the small. Even Makita, I mean, like as wide as 8-3 offsuit. It's been not been a lot of walks, let's put it that way, so far tonight.
Henry, that satellite is completed. Let me tell you, Dimitar Danshev was the unfortunate bubble, but did pick up 24K. Did pick up 24K for but 6th. Players to win a seat. Charlie Goodwin. Nice to go, Charlie. I'm glad to see she's going to be in the mix tomorrow in that 100k. So congrats to her. Chris Frank, Michelle Tatani, Scott Margerson as well, another boss in there, and of course Alexei Barkov, who was on this very final table from a $265 satellite, is going to be in the mix once again. Unreal stuff.
Didn't Charlotte Goodwin satellite into the 25k as well?
Did she really?
Yeah, I'm almost certain I saw
Nice.
a name in there. Almost certain.
Mark Pills from the big. King 9. Makita. You got this many chips, and you got some of these medium stacks. Just go after them. Hello for Jason. Hello. And well, Makita's got a pair. Till this plays out, Henry. You never know. You never know what...
blinds going up. We're still pretty deep. Well, yeah, especially against Jason. Call a 3-bet, flop a set, send him to the showers, and then just run over the rest of the table because of ice. Yeah.
Jason does make it huge with that in mind. I like it.
Good old-fashioned 6x. What you did in Makita's shoes here, James, with you this deep?
I mean, I'm against Jason Kuhn, and in a way I'm beating Jason Kuhn, and if I'm in that seat, it's luck, so I'm calling and just trying to spike a 5. And like you said, send him to the showers. Well, it's not shower time yet, but it is break time. Alex Polonius now the one on the bottom. He, Mark, and Daniel, all pretty similar. Jason happily in second, but it is still Makita Batia-Kausing leading the way here. High roller, final table.
Love poker? Well, Party Poker ain't messing around when they bring a tournament series, man. And there's more coming, trust me. You love poker? Join Party.
I'm Matt Savage, and you're watching The Savage Beat. This week on The Savage Beat, we feature the $10,000 World Poker Tour Party Poker main event. It had some truly incredible hands and one sick, vicious Savage Beat worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Before we get to the final table, let me take you to a hand at the start of the tournament that had to hurt Maria Hull. She figures she has Sam Greenwood and Alexander Heers in bad shape with aces, getting in 3 bets pre, only to be outflot by Alexander's set of 9s. When the money goes in on the river, Maria's fate is sealed, and she has to pack her bags and head back to the USA. Next up, with 23 remaining in the tournament, online legend Bert Stevens pulls off a great bluff with ace high on the river versus Ben Roll's Kings, and he gets it through. Well done, Bert. In the big blind special hand of the week on the final table bubble, Artur Mitrosian decides to move all in with King 4 in the small blind, only to have his dreams crushed by Damian Salas, who has him dominated with kings. We're down to 5 at the final table when Victor Simeonato makes the wrong move at the right time, according to Ike Haxton. He bluffs with a queen high, but Blaze Zerjav rivered a wheel and left Victor super short. Still a great run for Victor, who turns a $22 satellite win into $391,000. In the savagest of all beats, Damian Salas was taken out with 3 players remaining in the championship with 2 big pair when Phil Mile hit his 2-out set of 3s on the river. I could hear the screams all the way from the streets of Argentina. Ay caramba! Once again, the last hand of the tournament and the main event championship came down as the cooler and the clincher of the week. And this one was a brutal one, as Toon Mulder looked down at aces, then saw an ace on the flop, but got blindsided on the turn by a gut shot straight. When the river fell a harmless deuce, we had a new main event champion, and his name is Philip Mile. Philip Mile now has over 1.5 million reasons to smile. Welcome to the Champions Club, the Baccarat Crystal Tournament of Champions, and of course, your name is forever engraved on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. Congratulations!
I can't quite believe it. 8 weeks later, and we are in the final week of our WPT World Online Championships. I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling a bit emotional about this, but it's fine. It's not over just yet. Yesterday we had our one-day Turbo Championship, which drew in a field size of 433, all hoping to win themselves a championship title. Lots of familiar faces took to the felts, including Faraz Jaka, Alexandra Riyad, Sylvain Loosely, and Viktor Ustamov. But none were a match for our newest winner, who turboed his way through the tables and won himself a solid $188,316, Dimitar Danchev. Tonight is day 2 of our $25,500 High Roller Championship, from $199 down to just $28. These high-stakes poker titans will be battling their way through to the final table tomorrow night. The tension certainly will be high as the likes of Makita Badzikowski, Stephen Chidwick, Rui Ferreira, and chip leader Pascal Hartman are all vying for that championship title. Don't miss the live stream of the final table, which will be on Party Poker TV Twitch from 8 p.m. BST tomorrow night. Now on Wednesday, 7 p.m. BST, the stakes are going even higher as we have our $102,000 super high roller. Now obviously, that kind of buy-in is not for everyone's bankroll, so as always, we are providing you with extremely generous satellite offerings, and you can find those over on the Party Poker lobby. Now, with just this week left, there isn't long before the winners of our leaderboards are confirmed. Currently, Scott Mudgeson is heading up the Player of the Championship, closely followed by the WPTWOC main event champion, Philip McGill, who will win the leaderboard race and win a mighty $50,000 for this accolade. And then over in the rising star, Luis Antonio Silva is in top place, but Party Poker's Patrick Leonard is biting at his heels. There is $25,000 guaranteed for the top 10 places, but $10,000 of that is guaranteed for first place. Now, as always, good luck all, play smart, enjoy the remaining events, and I shall see you Friday.
At Party Poker, we think poker should be fair as well as fun. Not like some of these guys letting predators get out of control. So unfair. You don't even stand a chance. It's like us getting in the ring with a boxing heavyweight. This is a David and Goliath situation. We're all Davids now. You know what that means. It's time for us to kick some Goliath butt. Yeah, you better stop it, all right? It's on. You love fair poker? Join Party.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, dudes and dudettes, we are back from break.
All right, it was my turn, Henry.
James,
it was my turn to be late.
It was. I was about to say, I was like, oh, do I just sit here and wait for him to return? We're back, James. 5 left, blinds 30k, 60k, 1.1 mil up top. Let's go.
Also, Henry, I came back and I was all ready to go. Then I realized I forgot to get water, and I was like, "Oh, do I have time?" Not. I went to get it, and turns out I had no time.
That old chestnut, that old excuse. All right.
Yeah. It's a good flop for both players, really. So he's going to fire a C-bet of 1 blind.
I like Rezai's hand,
I like it now.
especially when the turn's the 8 of diamonds.
And you're right. One of those medium stacks. But hey, it's going to stretch a little further away from the other two after this hand, you would imagine.
$288K half pot. 53 bigs. I mean, it's still
Right.
so deep. It's going to take a bit of a cooler still to lose someone. Now, unless someone ends up doing a bark off and just losing every pot that they get involved in for a few orbits.
Jason, couple of 7s, raises it up. Makita in the small calls. Alex, slightly different situation to the Queen 10 we saw earlier offsuit. The 8-6 suited in the big blind. Far less likely to be dominated, and of course the suited combo always more attractive.
Always going to defend three-way affair.
All right, well, not a lot going on there. Alex has found a pair. Makita picks up a gut shot. Jason sees 3 overs to his 7s. Not the board he was looking for.
Talking about James Scott. Backdoor quad draw. It's all over.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. I forgot about the backdoor quad draw. He's right. He's right. We're all over this board.
Welcome back, boys and girls in the chat. Live for Poker saying, who is Charlie Goodwin?
Charlie is a UK poker player, basically. She's a regular at a lot of the party poker stops.
As if Makita's going to find a way to like just win this hand worst. This does make the call. It does mean Jason's most likely going to get out of there. Does. Feels like a bad run out.
Right.
Continue on. Do have showdown value with the trip aces, king, queen, high. This picks up a small but important one.
Small but important one. Kita. And get dealt a queen on the button. These guys are behind. Stop bullying. Henry, we're going to call this one the never-ending tournament.
I told you we're going to be here till 6 a.m., mate.
I'm confident we won't be here that long. But I'm often wrong, Henry. Often wrong.
And start, I don't know, playing chess on the side.
All right. I was thinking about that earlier. I was like, I was watching some chess thing. I don't know. And I was thinking, let's have a go at that game. But then I thought that's a rabbit hole you could spend a lot of years going down. trying to get good at chess. Sheesh.
That's easy, mate. It's solved.
It's yeah, it is that.
I don't know. Maybe start playing rock paper scissors on the side in between hands. £10 a round.
High stakes
Modern day.
Rochambeau.
Oh, no, I haven't. Let's go. On for the good guys.
You've lost me, sir.
I have lost you, or I haven't?
You have. You've lost me. What's one for the good guys?
Oh, okay. I disconnected for like 10 seconds, and I was like, "Oh no, my internet connection's gone." And then I was like, "Oh no, it hasn't." One for the good guys.
Ah. This one's a pop for the Razai guy. Prevailing. Polonius with a pretty good looking hand there. The Butchers.
Am I right in saying that Razai was like chip leader at the last Party Poker Millions before Corona happened? I'll tell you now which one it is. I know I keep putting you on the spot.
Yeah, because no, the reason you're saying that, yeah, he came third in the Millions South America.
Yeah,
but it was the one that was the only one I didn't do. Hence me not being sure straight away. So I didn't get to see all of it. But yes. We came deep in, we said a few deep runs of them, deep in one at Kings, deep in the one in Vegas. He came 9th the previous year in South America, which is one I did do. So he made the final twice for the South American one. So I'm trying to think. I think I first saw him playing. I think in Kings, but I'm trying to think which event.
Yeah, definitely seen him at Kings on a few occasions.
Now looking at his results, it must have been that one in Rio, but sort of placed him at Kings for some reason. It must be then when he went deep in Kings. In the Millions there that I've got him in my head. But yeah, 3rd place in Millions South America. Wow, yeah, I almost want to say last year because it feels like so long ago, but it was only earlier this year. This year has just it's had a weird effect on our notion of time.
It was what, January, that event?
February.
February. Wow. No more chips going in. Too deep. LA's here. What's up, my boys? How's it going, my man?
All right. There's another one. Into deep. Well, you're watching a deep final table because everyone is deep here. Mark shortest with 37 bigs.
Okay, talking about what this year's been like. It was January, February, quarantine, and then December. We don't even know if we're going to make it to December yet.
Yeah, for me it's January, February, March, then nothing else. But Henry,
March didn't even happen. March didn't even happen.
See, I did all sorts of stuff in March. I was all over the place. I was happy with March.
So was I, but I mean, things were still closed down. I remember walking through Miami, and it was like, I don't know, after a post-apocalypse.
All good, man. I'm going for my first like trip away. I'm traveling all the way to Kent on Friday.
Oh,
Yeah.
look at you.
Exciting. And then in a couple of weeks, I'm going down to Cornwall. I'm just edging further and further away. You know.
You absolute rebel, spreading the virus, mate.
Crazy times, man. Well, yeah, I'm going away for the weekend with a few friends for this golf trip, and my friend was like, "Oh, you know, we've got to get up really early this Saturday to go down there. Do you fancy going down on the Friday evening, and we'll get an Airbnb, and we'll go check out Canterbury. We'll go out for a few drinks in Canterbury, see what it's like." And then I was like, "Yep, all good." We put that off on Sunday, and then I don't know if you're aware, but some new restrictions came into force that are starting on Thursday, I think. But basically, all restaurants and pubs, everything have to be closed by 10 p.m. So it's going to be a fun night out in Canterbury.
Wow. Just have to start day drinking. When, by the way?
On the weekend. This weekend we're going.
No, when did I ask? Okay.
Sorry?
Oh, sorry, man. You just kind of just like set that one up for me, but no, it's all right. You have the time of your life, mate. Hope you have a good time. I reckon 2021 should be renamed 2020 2.0. We didn't really get to actually have this year.
I'm in for that.
Continue to say, where are you staying now, Henry? A few more days by the Black Sea on the east coast of Bulgaria. I'm going to be heading back to the capital for a few months. Although, James, I found out today that they've opened a few islands in the Caribbean.
Oh, yeah?
And a PLO friend of mine messaged me. He's like, "Yo, I know we're meant to go to Asia this year, but I just found out that obviously Asia's obviously closed." He's like, "Have you heard of Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao?" I was like, "No, I haven't." He said, "Well, return flights, €500 from Amsterdam, and obviously all of the Airbnbs are just very heavily discounted at the moment. So there may still be hope to avoid winter in Europe."
All right. There we go. Yeah, I'm waiting for a bit of guaranteed slowdown in this commentating, but got a couple of friends who've moved to Barbados during all this, and so I'm going to get out there as soon as I can. So that's a pretty good place to be during the winter. Yes. Alex picks up some clubs. All right, got it. I can imagine another barrel is coming here, Henry.
Yeah, this is the sick thing about poker, right? You know, 7 of spades rolls off and Mark wins the hand. 7 of clubs rolls off and Alex just gets to continue barreling, and it's
so
hand
true.
over.
So true, Henry. Little bits of fortune that they go unseen. Everyone's like, "Oh, just bet twice and won the pot." It's so true.
How many blinds have we got in play now? Now sub 300. Well, 330.
Yeah, a little bit over, right? Got 19 odd million. 20 million in their play.
Still 60 picks. 65, 66.
Yeah. Supernova says that she thought of me as Darren had just had a golfing holiday with the lads in Kent, played 3 courses, really enjoyed it. I'm pretty sure I'll be playing one of those courses myself. Alex, flopping best from the big, pairing the king. Mark, though, Henry. Here we go. This is a potential spicy one. The nut no pair, got a gut shot, got the ace of spades. Get a Could go empty in the clip here.
What are you saying? 9 of spades on the turn.
I don't think it has to be
Slice
that,
it
does
up.
it? I mean, that would ensure some carnage, but
Oh,
hello,
okay.
unorthodox line, Henry. Well, at least it's a fold.
Tulip says, stay at the Hard Rock Casino. I'm down with Punta Cana. I don't know if I can get there, to be honest.
Not with that attitude,
Also,
Henry.
Isn't Punta Cana like really expensive as well? Trying to like go somewhere where, you know, I'm not gonna break the bank and can grind online and whatnot.
Right. You're trying not to be a muggy tourist. You're trying to be just laying low and chilling and enjoying good.
Oh yeah, 100%. Just
Good
get
weather.
a, you know, yeah, get a villa with a pool. Don't leave the house unless it's, you know, go scuba diving or something.
There we go. You been doing much diving again lately?
No, unfortunately, it's not. It's not the Bulgaria's not got the greatest scene. Well, it's kind of a non-existent scene. There are some dive spots, but it's basically just tourist traps. It's just like for recreational divers. Ones that you don't even like need any certificate or anything for.
Right,
Mark's in the reshoving zone.
Yeah, I mean that in itself is noteworthy, right? We haven't seen anyone get that short yet on this table. Bar Ali, of course, was down to shove stack at one point, but
Gets through back up to 29 bigs. Bit of breathing room, but I mean 5-handed. That big blind coming round a lot quicker now.
Bright asking, are they 25-minute levels? They're not. They are 40-minute levels. Hence, we have this super deep final table. And as I was saying at the start of the stream, I was kind of keeping an eye on this event last night, guys, and it just got down to the final table very quickly. So as much as it'd be deep with 40-minute levels, the final table actually started deeper than even you would expect. And well, it's kind of stayed that way. And the danger, Henry, of Makita getting that big stack was, maybe it'll force these guys down. But he's taken a couple of steps backwards, and well, Mark now the shortest. But again, 30 bigs, no rush, loads of play. What we want to see.
Yeah, we haven't really had, I mentioned earlier on, any real coolers or anything other than that 4-bet pot. Nikita spiked the 3-outer against Alexei, and it just kind of all went downhill from there for Barkov.
Yeah. I mean, that was actually, at that point in the final, we were seeing quite a few things going on. Barkov was playing super aggressive, and I thought, well, hang on, we might see something a little different in this final. But Barkov then ran really bad and ended up busting out, quite surprisingly, in my opinion, because I thought he was playing great. First, we saw Razai and Ali get it in a flip. Ace King to Jacks. That's about it.
Yeah, I guess I'm saying, isn't the whole point of vacation leaving the house? It's not.
It's not a vacation.
Really a vacation, though. Yeah, it's just
weather hunting.
Relocation.
Just wants to be warm.
Weather hunting.
Cobain. The thing is, he doesn't own anything other than shorts and t-shirts, so he needs to be somewhere warm. That's what it is.
Yeah, you joke about that. Like, it was 25 degrees today. It was actually cold.
Well, Henry, it was like 25 degrees here today, but I think this was like the last day of summer. The forecast is going to start raining tomorrow, and that's it, I think, until about April time.
till June next year in the UK. GG's.
Yeah. Well, you never know. Might get a warm October. Happens sometimes. All right, here we go. Razai. Clicking it with the ace-4 of diamonds. Alex with a very interesting hand to have. Button versus small blind. Whoa.
Yeah, it's quite a big 3-bet, and don't really get to flat King Queen-O there ever. Especially with Mark, King Queen suited, sure. King Queen-O more like 4-bet, rip it in Rezai's face, or click the fold button.
Yeah, you're right. The 3-bet was what, 8.5 bigs, wasn't it? Yeah. Jason fluffing best from the big, top pair, spades.
God, strap yourselves in, boys and girls.
And stab. I suppose we're stabbing range on King Queen 10. It's a big blind peel, but
Oh, we're blasting.
yeah.
we're not just stabbing. I think we're blasting.
All right. Well, we unblock
Got
the straight
the
draws,
hand for
unblock
it.
the spades. Nah, maybe not now, Henry.
Mhm.
Are you still with
well,
it?
now
You
we-
still think we're going?
Yeah, Queen not the greatest turn card in the world for Makita, but I do think we're blasting, James.
All right. See it. Makita does a cool
Or
stack.
we could just
cool
find
combos.
the 6 of spades. Jason with the block. Still no car crashes.
Yeah, and not really Henry either. Any sort of major missteps by anyone either. I can't really think of any sort of self-inflicted things caused. I mean, Makita was perhaps on the way there when he thought about the ace-4 offsuit, but the deck helped him out of trouble.
Seen Makita flat a lot of hands like this from the small. Does elect to 3-bet this combo. Similar sizing to Daniel's 3-bet.
Right.
Less than an orbit ago. Button versus small blind. And I really need to invest in a standing desk.
Here we go, Jason.
Oh boy, this is what I wanted Colonias to do earlier on with the King Queen-O. What a gangster.
Yeah, the 4-bet candidate, the best one.
This would be so sick.
Wow.
Like, okay.
Wow.
All right, Makita.
Vazkowski just sticks it on
Insane
Kuhn.
spot.
Have some of that. Sit back down, Jason. And now Jason is, well, I said no one's really misstep or sort of cause any of their own demise. But now Jason is getting much closer to those medium stacks. In fact, is a medium stack at this point with Mark on 26 bigs. Wow, that is class, guys.
Peter Badziakowski, ladies and gentlemen. One of the best in the business.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, more than 2-1 chip lead on Jason, who's second in chips, and this is going to be an interesting hour and a half, 2 hours, because he really just gets to be relentless on the gas from pretty much any position, well, every position, and yeah, I mean, he's going to start leaning on the legs of everyone, especially Jason, Daniel, and Colonias, because obviously we've got Mark that sat there on 26 bigs.
Rizai with the flush draw. Makes the call, turns his clubs. No improvement though for Makita and Henry. I mean, Makita obviously gets to play super aggressive, but it's hard to think of many hands Rizai called the flop with that now want to fold this turn, right? Well, there are some, but are there enough that we're going to barrel Jack 9 of hearts?
Don't often see Makita with the 0 equity barrels on board textures like this. Motion for sec, love to see it. I assume Daniel's going to go pretty big. About to say unblocking all the pairs, obviously he's river pair of threes. Alright, it's really small. Trying to induce.
Right. And hey, why not? Just saw Makita crack out the 5-bet. Seen him run a number of bluffs already as well.
Oh wow, James.
Ooh.
Oh my god. I mean, Mark's just loving life here.
Yeah.
Because it's
This only goes
I feel
one
like
way,
this is going to
right?
be a leveling. This is going to just be a leveling war for Daniel, because he knows that Colonias knows that Makita's opening super wide. Therefore, Colonias is going to have wider 3-bets. Therefore, we get to 4-bet ace queen. Right? This I don't know. I feel like this might go in the middle.
Might he just rip it to remove the Colonias, jam with something we don't really get it in against? Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, I wouldn't.
could it just be a
it feels
flat?
like an ICM punt.
Right. But nothing feels good though, does it? It just feels like we got down to a tough spot here.
Yeah, it feels like an ICM punt if we rip, and obviously then get called. It's a disaster. It feels like a disaster 4-bet fold. There it is, James.
Yeah,
Mark is just sat there loving life.
Well, Colonias is loving life the most. He's going to get to press the call button with the Butchers up against Rizai's ace queen. 6 million chips lay in the middle. One spade on the flop for Rizai. He does have a backdoor draw. Now he does not. Just an ace on the end, Henry.
2 outs once.
Oh,
No dice.
Too little, too late.
Wow.
Rizai. Wow. Well, it looks like he's left with, 7 blinds. So he's going to have a chance to spin it up, Henry.
He is. Yeah, I thought it was a lot less than that, but 7.5 bigs, it's doable. Although we are obviously 5-handed, that big blind coming around a lot faster. But yeah, I mean, Mark's just sat there. He's like, what's the difference between 5th and 4th? 120k? Okay.
And And yeah,
Hello.
with that in mind, now of course, everyone has to play very snug as Makita get to run the show a little bit more than before. But hey, he finds a king on the button. That's enough.
Yeah, and it goes. We're up to 9.5 bigs. I mean, this show ain't over.
Wow. Well, we might not have seen many bust outs lately, but we've seen plenty of action. Alex is going to pop up under the gun with Jack 10. I suppose with 100 bigs, Henry, he does get to open a lot.
We're all right. 100 bigs. We still get to open in position against Makita. See Jason and Mark kind of just handcuffed. And you know, when Makita does call with a better hand from the big blind, we can just outflop him.
Make it sound so easy.
Just give this one up. Well, that makes things really interesting.
Guys, we have a sort of chain. Oh wow, there's lots of cards down here. I don't know where to look first. Rezai's sixes are clearly going in. Is Mark?
Mark has to reach.
Right, he has to. Right, well,
he's actually no. Sorry, he doesn't.
Yeah.
He flats and folds to a rejam behind.
Do you think, or is he better off? Wow. Okay, just folds. I think I just jam because, I mean, hey, if someone wakes up with something behind and knocks both of us out, that's not disastrous.
Yeah, but then there's always the problem that we rejam, get called, Daniel wins, and then we're out in fifth, and it's just an absolute punt. So I think calling and then folding to a rejam is probably the play. Alex lets it go.
Jason, though, calls with a king, queen, plots some additional counterfeit possibility, and there it is. Wow. There is the counterfeit. King high for Jason will win this bar. Ace or six on the end.
Ace for a chop.
Or a jack or an eight for a chop, I suppose, but wasn't to be. Daniel Rezai. Well, the damage was done before Henry lost that 100 big blind pot ace queen into the kings. The shrapnel went in. Jason Kuhn finished him off. And Daniel walking away with 260k. Everyone now guaranteed 380. We get ever closer to crowning our champion in this WPT High Roller Championship.
Yeah, Daniel, another great score, my man. I mean, just keeps making it so deep in these big events. Just can't quite get his name on that right. Champion position. But listen, it's definitely one to look out for over the next few years. He's just been really impressive over the last couple of years. Been lovely to watch him play both online and live. Wow, Mark probably fist bumping at home.
Yeah. Creamy stuff for him. Everyone loves a ladder. No money in the middle so far for this one. Colonius' gut shot beating Mark's gut shot. And Makita just whipping out the 5-bet rip, holding ace-3 suited a few orbits to go on Jason Kuhn's 4-bet. Have some of that.
That one's going to make the highlights.
Yeah. It's old school poker, Henry. Well, I say old school. It's like what I still think of as new school poker because it's what we used to do. Us crazy kids.
Yeah, actually, I remember, yeah, watching a lot of.
Watching what a lot, sir. Oh, we've lost Henry for a second.
Yeah.
Oh, Henry's back. Henry's back. We got you.
Yeah. GG's. Well, James, I am going to jump out the booth for 10 minutes, grab some food, get some energy. So, got to get faded out. I'll see you guys in 10 minutes or so.
All right, mate. Alex popping it up. Jack, 7 of clubs. It's over 100 bigs. Jason with 2 4s in the small. Jason won't give Alex a spin. Makita, though, does from the big blind. And flops a gut shot straight draw on this Queen 9-5 rainbow. And no change on the turn other than, of course, Colonius not picking up any equity, having barreled this Queen 9-5 flop. There were a lot of cards that would allow him to fire again, you would feel. That one not really a card you can bluff. Yeah, maybe there is a card you can bluff. Will Makita allow it? Does Makita feel compelled to stab first? Go for a small sizing. Try and like rep Queen. Stabs. Of course, can have some ace-x himself. No, does check. He just has too many bluffs here as well, guys. All those missed straight draws. Deciding can't bluff all those combos. Let's check it. Alex. Well, he may feel compelled to bluff on this card. Obviously has a fair amount of ace-x, raising pre, betting flop, checking turn. He does bet rather large. Just trying to squeeze a 9 or a 5. Action to Makita, limping at 10-4 off in the small into the other big stack. Makita leading on that 7-8-9 flop with the open ender. Alex sticking around with the spade and the jack. Got shot and backdoor flush draw, of course. Deuce. And Makita could fire again. But it's obviously hoping to see a fold in the flop. Okay, here we go. Does fire, and not really surprising from what we've seen so far from Makita that he would fire again with this draw. And it's going to force Alex to fold that gut shot on jack high. Raise for Alex. Gets it done, guys, with the 8-9. All right, Mad Madge, good night. Yeah, please do pop back tomorrow and check it out. I know, obviously, some of you guys, it's getting late. It's getting late for me. If you can't stay with us to completion, you can always check in back with us tomorrow right here on Twitch. And of course, we do have Thursday's 100K final table as well, being streamed right here. They start tomorrow evening for day one, and we stream once they reach the final table. Jason raising the button, Makita squeezing it up from the small. King, Queen of Hearts, dominating Jason's King Jack. Well, last time Jason saw this action from the small, he full bit with King, Queen offsuit, and then got jammed on. What would he do this time? Slightly different situation, of course, with Mark so short and the other three pretty deep. He elects to call. And wow, Makita flops the nuts. What's worse for Jason is he's picked up the Jack of Hearts. It's a gut shot draw and the number 3 flush draw. The world getting a bit of trouble here. This is like the kind of hand that's going to continue. Makita goes for a very small sizing on a polarized sort of board, I guess. I mean, I guess you're saying Jason doesn't have too many offsuit combos that peel from here. So, you know, if he's got a hand like King Jack of Diamonds, for example, he's just going to fold. Queen Jack clubs, he's just going to fold. And of course, Makita blocking all the suited, all the heart combos, I should say, with King Queen of Hearts. And goes 1/3 on the turn. And just giving Jason enough room to hang around. And Jason putting in more chips in this one whilst drawing dead. Needs to fade a heart, and that's what he does. Yes, 750 on the end. Wow, this is like a red rag to Jason. I mean, he has a reasonable bluff hand with the Jack of Hearts. He does, though, let it go. Makita up to just under 10 million in chips. 20 million in play, guys. Closing in on the halfway mark, as it were. Okay, Alex limps the small mark. Coming in for a raise from the big bar in 9-3 offsuit. I love this. This makes Alex fold so many hands. And of course, Mark just done with the hand if any more chips go in. There's the shorter stack, the least to lose. Harder for those guys to put too much pressure on him because he doesn't fold into close spots. Jason now limping in from the small meets the same 3x with ace-7 though. He does continue. Checks it over to Makita. Who has the flimsiest of barrel hands, 10 of diamonds. And this queen 8-3, 10. Pardon me, queen 8-3, 2 diamond board. But he does. Jason sticks around. Makita now turns the lead, pairing that deuce. Checks through. Makita with the check mark. Should it get to the showdown, which I imagine it will. Jason's got just enough to not bluff, I'd say. Bluff with some of those weaker hands like 9, 10, 10, jack. Hey, just sometimes it's your day. And little bits like this, catching that deuce on the turn, winning that pot. They all add up. Jason, 2 queens, raising it up. Just Alex in the big. Can't imagine him defending. Yeah, he's going to. Well, there we go. He's going to defend aggressively with this queen 3 from the big blind. Now, Jason, does he try and get it in pre-flop or does he slow play? I'd imagine with Mark on 18 bigs, the players just pile it in here. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Alex will, of course, be folding.
Yeah. How are you doing, James?
Here we go. He's back.
Yeah, here we
Man,
go. Just want
man
to
is
say,
back.
what a clinic Makita Badziakowski has put on this FT. I mean, you wouldn't expect anything less from him, but
You would not.
been an absolute pleasure to call the action. What did I miss? I mean, Jason Kuhn in third, 43 bigs.
Yeah, there's been some stuff thrown around here as the blinds, yeah, as you note, 43 bigs. Blinds just do creep up, 35 at 70.
Jason not interested in letting Mark see a flop, but Mark says, to the streets we shall go.
And not a bad flop, Henry, for Mark. Open ender, 1 over. Jason, the bottom gutter, but I feel like he can't really put any chips in here, can he?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. SPR2, I think we want to realize, I mean, we assume that, drawing to a 7 is live. And
Right. And Mark does get to just check jam quite a lot of hands, right? So
exactly, yeah. Hence us wanting to realize a lot more. And we're going to have, opportunities to take it away on later streets, whether it's turn, river. And I don't think we'll see Jason showdown 5 high. Well,
yeah.
Mark most likely going to probe.
Ooh. Throws out little invitation, Jason. And Henry, I mean, this is the kind of board Jason's raised pre. Let's check 3. Kind of got a stab, no? He does.
Yeah, and he goes big. 5 into 7.
Mark loving it. Just gets to rip it in.
That's what I was talking about. Jason is going to try and take it away on future streets rather than giving Mark the opportunity to check jam on the 10-8-6. And just unfortunately for him, Mark's rivered the second nuts. And that really does make things tight for both Mark and Jason now. I mean, pay jump between 4th and 3rd. Just a casual 170,000 USD. Unlocked up 380k. Next pay jump, $550,000.
It's chunky. We're playing with the big boys today.
Oh,
25K.
indeed.
And these 25Ks. This 25K is just the warm up, Henry, on High Roller Week. The 100K kicking off tomorrow night. And of course,
Yeah, I mean,
our man Alexei Barkov is going to be in that 100K. Won the 265 satellite into this one. Ended up coming, 6th place. And then, whilst doing so, wins a seat for tomorrow's 100K. So, a couple of days, Barkov. Can he continue the run tomorrow? Nikita, look at this. Does a bad to Gakowski. Finds the ace on the turn. Takes the lead.
box. Blind versus blind.
Jason counterfeited with jacks. Not often you get counterfeited with jacks, Henry.
Pretty tough. Wonder if he ever check calls with Jack high here, unblocking spades. Although I think one would assume that Nikita may start setting something up on the flop with a flush draw, and his 6Xs of the world gonna want some protection against Jason's limping range.
For that sizing.
Does get paid.
Yeah, I mean, 1.5 blinds. I don't think it's that surprising, is it?
Georgia Force is saying early breakfast, Henry. Yeah, the little 2 a.m. coffee and chicken and rice. October, just around the corner. Bulking season has officially begun.
Bulking season is upon us.
Yes, indeed.
All right, Keats popping up. Mark, Jack 10 in the big.
Wow.
Yikes.
What
Good game, Mark.
Flop.
Good game. Top pair, open ender.
I don't know if it's good game at SPR 5. It's definitely going to cost us chips.
And Henry,
obviously,
we're against Makita. You know it's going to run out blanks. And it's Makita. You can never fold to Makita.
Depends where it runs out, though. Like, no. I don't.
It's going to run out like deuce. Come on. Whoa.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a good game now. Whoa, I say it's a good game. We got chances. Queen or a
twice.
7. Now just the once. Not to be. Keita holds.
Jeez.
Eliminates Mark. Climbs to 12 million chips. Hey, Jason now on 30 bigs. The happiest to have laddered up. As you see Mark leaving with 380k. The 3 remaining players locking up just under $550,000. Looking good, Henry. Looking very good for these last 3.
Indeed, Jason. Almost dropping down to same stack as Mark, but you know, a little 170k ladder, take the pressure off. Another huge score locked up for these 3 titans of the game.
Yeah,
and I don't know, James. I feel like we've been spoiled for big scores. Back in July when we started with these WPTs, you know, we were saying, oh, it's not often you get online 400, 500k scores. Then it transferred to 700-800k scores, and now it's just like, oh well, you know, it's just another day in the office for these
Yeah.
boys.
And Henry, I asked earlier for I think my dream lineup was a Jason Makita heads up, and hey, we may just get it. Having said that, though, I nodded to all the players in this final, but hey, these three in Ali arguably would be the biggest names at the start of the final. So very happy to see like these three superstars battle it out in a three-handed spot where Makita holds a big advantage chip-wise, and therefore it's the bully the other two. But hey, Jason, it's hard to bully the short stack, Henry, at this stage. You know, he's 30 bigs to Alex is 80. He's just going to kind of play his hands to value and try and look to get a double up.
Yeah, listen, I know you called the Jakun versus the Belarusian wizard Badziakowski heads up, but hey, listen, Kolonai sat there 80 bigs. If
yeah,
he's gonna have anything to say about it, he's gonna be looking at, you know, getting in the mix in that heads up battle as well. Like this from Makita, by the way. Some protection on a board that Jason's going to continue with almost range, and now we're getting into some intricate parts of the game tree. Small blind versus big blind 3-bet pot on the ace-5 tray rainbow board. What, sub 30 bigs, sub 40 bigs effective starting stack? SPR less than 1. Bradley saying strong chance of a deal here. Heads up. I mean, with Makita having the stack that he does, if he goes into heads up with a 2-1 lead, I kind of doubt it. But it is going to be obviously a very deep heads up.
All right, Henry, we may see the case of, you know, assuming it's Makita against one of these two, we may see a case of, maybe there's not a deal straight away, and then maybe the other person claws back into it, and then they go, you know what, we're close enough, we'll do a deal. Who knows? But the three involved, yeah, I'm with you, Henry. It makes it unlikely as Jason rips in his ace for his remaining 900k.
Yeah, I mean, getting what, 4-1 on a call. Need to be good 20% of the time. That's it, go. Thereabouts. So don't judge me on the maths chat. It's 2 a.m. All right.
All right, Henry. Well, we've chalked up another hour, and we've lost a couple more players. Jason Kuhn, the shortest, with 50 bigs. Alex with 80. But it is Makita still out in front with 154 blinds here at Roller Championship.
Love poker? Well, Party Poker ain't messing around when they bring a tournament series, man. And there's more coming, trust me. You love poker? Join Party.
I'm Matt Savage, and you're watching The Savage Beat. This week on The Savage Beat, we feature the $10,000 World Poker Tour Party Poker main event. It had some truly incredible hands and one sick, vicious Savage Beat worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Before we get to the final table, let me take you to a hand at the start of the tournament that had to hurt Maria Ho. She figures she has Sam Greenwood and Alexander Heers in bad shape with aces, getting in 3 bets pre, only to be outflot by Alexander's set of 9s. When the money goes in on the river, Maria's fate is sealed, and she has to pack her bags and head back to the USA. Next up, with 23 remaining in the tournament, online legend Bert Stevens pulls off a great bluff with ace high on the river versus Ben Roll's Kings, and he gets it through. Well done, Bert. In the big blind special hand of the week on the final table bubble, Artur Trojan decides to move all in with King 4 in the small blind, only to have his dreams crushed by Damian Salas, who has him dominated with kings. We're down to 5 at the final table when Victor Simeonato makes the wrong move at the right time, according to Ike Haxton. He bluffs with a queen high, but Blaze Zerjav rivered a wheel and left Victor super short. Still a great run for Victor, who turns a $22 satellite win into $391,000. In the savagest of all beats, Damian Salas was taken out with 3 players remaining in the championship with 2 big pair when Phil Mile hit his 2-out set of 3s on the river. I could hear the screams all the way from the streets of Argentina. Ay caramba! Once again, the last hand of the tournament and the main event championship came down as the cooler and the clincher of the week. And this one was a brutal one, as Toon Mulder looked down at aces, then saw an ace on the flop, but got blindsided on the turn by a gut shot straight. When the river fell a harmless deuce, we had a new main event champion, and his name is Philip Mile. Philip Mile now has over 1.5 million reasons to smile. Welcome to the Champions Club, the Baccarat Crystal Tournament of Champions, and of course, your name is forever engraved on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. Congratulations!
I can't quite believe it. 8 weeks later, and we are in the final week of our WPT World Online Championships. I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling a bit emotional about this, but it's fine. It's not over just yet. Yesterday we had our one-day Turbo Championship, which drew in a field size of 433, all hoping to win themselves a championship title. Lots of familiar faces took to the felts, including Faraz Jaka, Alexandra Riyad, Sylvain Loosely, and Viktor Ustamov. But none were a match for our newest winner, who turboed his way through the tables and won himself a solid $188,316, Dimitar Danchev. Tonight is day 2 of our $25,500 High Roller Championship. From $199 down to just $28. These high-stakes poker titans will be battling their way through to the final table tomorrow night. The tension certainly will be high as the likes of Makita Badzikowski, Stephen Chidwick, Rui Ferreira, and chip leader Pascal Hartman are all vying for that championship title. Don't miss the live stream of the final table, which will be on Party Poker TV Twitch from 8 p.m. BST tomorrow night. Now on Wednesday, 7 p.m. BST, the stakes are going even higher as we have our $102,000 super high roller. Now obviously, that kind of buy-in is not for everyone's bankroll, so as always, we are providing you with extremely generous satellite offerings, and you can find those over on the Party Poker lobby. Now, with just this week left, there isn't long before the winners of our leaderboards are confirmed. Currently, Scott Margison is heading up the player of the championship, closely followed by the WPTWOC main event champion, Philip McGill, who will win the leaderboard race and win a mighty $50,000 for this accolade. And then over in the rising star, Luis Antonio Silva is in top place, but Party Poker's Patrick Leonard is biting at his heels. There is $25,000 guaranteed for the top 10 places, but $10,000 of that is guaranteed for first place. Now, as always, good luck all, play smart, enjoy the remaining events, and I shall see you Friday.
At Party Poker, we think poker should be fair as well as fun. Not like some of these guys letting predators get out of control. So unfair. You don't even stand a chance. It's like us getting in the ring with a boxing heavyweight. This is a David and Goliath situation. We're all Davids now. You know what that means. It's time for us to kick some Goliath butt. Yeah, you better stop it, all right? It's on. You love fair poker? Join Party.
All right, guys, welcome back. WPT High Roller Championship. And we are down, of course, to the final three. Badzikowski leading the way, and Henry think that was favorite hand. The ace 4 offsuit.
Yeah, really interesting hand just before the break, shifting the entire dynamic of this three-handed play. Jason up to 50 bigs, and yeah, I mean we've got a battle on our hands, to be honest with you. I mean, what do you say? 40-minute levels.
Yeah.
Average stack. I mean, there's 280 bigs in play, three-handed. It's 90
Insane,
big
isn't it?
blind average.
Yeah, I expect this could well go a while. Henry three-handed. Although, hey, poker tournament. Just takes a couple of setups. Could be over in one hand.
Yeah, you know, a couple of sets versus sets, flush versus flushes, you know, all that jazz. But you know, I mean, James, you love spending time with me. I mean, I could go on for another 12 hours. I'm not in a rush.
12 hours with Henry. Not sure I deserve that.
What do you mean you're not sure you deserve that? I know people that would love to spend 12 hours with me.
No one deserves that. Come on. I'm joking, Henry. I'm joking. Guys, what do we say? Another 12 hours? What's the chat saying?
James, you got to grow the beard out again.
I don't think so. I've been keeping it trim this time. Keeping it under wraps. But hey, it's winter. Nearly. Coming soon. Maybe I need it.
Winter is just around the corner. Good time to
Winter
grow a
means
beard, keep yourself warm, mate.
Right, winter pretty means I'll play a lot more poker. Or play some poker, I suppose I should say. But
You haven't played a hand since March, mate. I mean, is winter really
Yeah.
going to change things?
yeah, it's you know, and I'm back in it. You watch and see.
Back in the mix.
Yeah, I nearly fired up a little session yesterday, believe it or not. Only because I'd confessed to not playing for so long. I thought, wow, you know, I've got to fix that.
I did as well, by the way. It wasn't a session. It was 4 a.m. I couldn't sleep. And me and my flatmate were grinding slots online like absolute degens.
Wow.
I was like, oh, there's a. I know. Listen, it's not my proudest moment. Let's put it that way. I hope my mum's long gone to sleep, not watching the stream. But and my mate was like, oh, let's have a look, see what's going on. On party, found a little $33 hyper. You know, one of those late night ones, 50 runners. We're like, yeah, Carl, let's flick it in, max bullets, let's go. And yeah, I mean, that's the story. We didn't we didn't get anywhere, but it was more entertaining than the slots. And what a punter!
Slots is where it's
Grinding
at.
slots
Come on,
at 4 a.m.
Get some saying. I wonder how much he gets these adverts. Is it 50% rate back? I assume he's talking about Kevin Hart, and yeah, I think it's probably about that. 50% rate back's probably about right. Maybe 60%. I don't know.
Nah, probably like 75, 80. Surely, guy puts in a ton of volume. It's a grinder.
I'd say it's pretty cool to have an ambassador like that associated with the brand now.
Yeah,
See,
yeah, it's. I mean, Kevin go way back. Practically got him most of his Hollywood movie roles.
Yeah. Alex with the raise and take.
Nordra Forsell, I'm 1 KO away from my Jason versus Makita heads up. I wanted. Yeah, I mean, with Jason winning that pot just before the break, I mean, it looked like it could potentially be Jason bowing out in third. But, I mean, look, I mean, doubles through Makita and he's chip leader. Makita moves down into second, so a lot to play for. $550,000 to play for, to be precise.
It's a lot. too much, Henry. It's too much. They need to give us some of it.
Yeah, you're the one with the contacts, my man. You know, put a word in.
All right. I'm on it.
I wonder if Makita will like ever retire. I wonder if he'll just like get bored of winning.
There aren't many games people get bored of winning at. Like, people just like winning.
I don't know, man. I've been retired most of this year. I don't know if like the pandemic had anything to do with it, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, kind of like you, just had like a really lazy year when it came to grinding. But I guess we are wrapping things up. Penultimate stream for WPT Online Festival. Been a ride. One big blind C bet. James, what are you thinking, mate? I mean, penultimate stream. I'm up 50 quid against you in prop bets.
Oh yeah. So look, we're gonna have to dig out. Oh, no, I'm saving it for the final stream. We're gonna dig out a bet before the final stream, and that's what I'm gonna get even. I'm gonna get behind on the first stream and get even on the last stream. That's my goal.
You absolute chancer.
Yeah. So you
I'll
can't
be-
get,
I'll
so
be
you can't get me back in the
I'd-
hole again,
yeah.
basically.
I'd be pretty tilted if you if you won the final bet on the last stream and I just like couldn't go back.
Yeah. Had that £50 on my person, rent free, interest free for 2 months. So
Yeah,
we can
actually, that's a
stay.
good point. What kind of money what kind of vig would I be making on 50
Oh.
quid over 2 months? That's like
Loads.
1/6 of a year, mate.
Loads.
Surely that 50 quid's now worth like £52. No,
No,
Norwegian
you're not.
Forces, Henry and Kevin brothers from different mothers. We go way back, chat, way back.
Get some. So apparently, Doug Polk got bored of winning. Eh,
Yeah. I
What
know.
about
I
that?
just feel like, you know, the competitiveness of it and the accolades and the achievements that, you know, you can achieve when you're at the top of the food chain like these guys. I'm sure they go through periods where they're just like, what next? I'm like really fortunate that I just sand ran the start of the year and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna take the rest of the year off.
All right. Jason's going to fight his way back into this. What's going to happen here, Henry? We're going to have a long battle. Hector asking, is Makita running good? Well, yes, would be a simple answer. Hard to have the chip leader in this event with this stellar lineup without running good. Simply put.
I mean, his timing has been impeccable. It's just put on an absolute clinic when it's come to bluffs. I mean, that ace-3 of spades, 5-bet jam, small blind versus button thing streams are made of. I mean, 5-handed really separated himself from the rest of the pack and just, you know, got to lean on the middling stacks with the ICM handcuffs that everyone's got on.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that he's run above EV or anything. I mean, the ace-4 against the jacks.
No, I think yeah, I mean, that one certainly, obviously, you want to be pop, but it's more, just sort of hand distribution and board textures and everything just kind of gone his way. Hasn't been. I think there was one bluff I'm trying to think there in there that you kind of misstepped, as it were. I can't remember what the hand was or who to, but bar that, like you say, it's been pretty clinical. Just chilled and worked his way up to the chip lead.
Or saying Party Millions Online will be the next big one. Pretty good shout. Story checks out. Could be the case.
Is it?
Got a feeling that we're probably going to find out in the next couple of weeks.
I think. Yeah, has anything been announced for it date-wise yet?
No.
Okay.
Don't believe so. Yeah, obviously anything that I say, chat, complete, disclaimer. Don't hold me to it. I'm just, assuming that will be something on the schedule.
Yeah, I mean, it says here on the Party Poker Club website, there's a holding page for it, stating the date January 2021. So I'd imagine there'd be something before then.
Oh, okay. Right.
But I mean, that's just a holding page on the website. Who knows?
Powerfest it is then.
Yeah, we're gonna have some stuff before then, that's for sure.
Yeah, obviously January, a long time away. Definitely gonna have probably, I would say, a couple of festivals before then.
Yeah.
Especially winter in Europe. People are gonna be stuck at home. Gonna see a lot of this for the next, couple of levels. Blind versus blind, a lot of completing from the small. With range, from what we've seen, it's been the overall approach from most players at this final table. Always going to start setting something up with a gut shot. Jason not going anywhere. Well. Jason deciding to raise bottom pair. Backdoor diamonds.
Yeah, I'm a little not surprised Henry necessarily are raising with a 6, but a 6 of backdoor diamonds. I think it's, I guess, a 6 with an under. Wow, 6 with an under is kind of a good candidate to raise with. Maybe the diamonds not great, but Jason deciding to raise with this particular combo and kind of a gin turn card, right? Because we're not supposed to have too much 6x when we raise the flop here.
Yeah, and interestingly, Alex blocking some of the raises that Jason, like the 7-8s, the 7-9s, the Queen 9s of the world. Actually, I think Queen 9 raises probably just plays as cool. Yeah, Jason taking it down on the turn, getting closer to Colonius.
Yeah,
oh, great set. Look at that name. Alexandros Colonius. Sounds like a Roman emperor.
No, is it? I always thought it was Colonius. Let me check there. Colonius.
James, I'm 10% Greek, all right? Come on.
It's only because I have a very good friend. Oh, by the way, on that note, in case he's watching, happy birthday, Babis. A Greek friend who's obviously the Greek poker community is not the largest. So whenever there's a Greek player in the mix in these tournaments live, I always text him. I'm like, right, how do I say this guy's name? And then he sends me a little voice note with the pronunciations. You gotta have these guys on the go, Henry, because the Greek names, some of them are quite hard. Like, they're actually quite easy to say, but they're quite hard to get it right, if that makes sense.
Weird flex that you've got friends, James. I mean, Come on.
Just snuck that one in there.
Just put it out there on stream.
Yeah, the big Babis Bear from Brighton. His birthday today.
You know what? I am gonna miss these streams, but I am looking forward to just chilling out for a bit.
Yeah. I'm sure, no doubt, there'll be like chat. Don't worry, there'll be stuff. I know there's stuff. I don't know what yet, but there will be stuff. We're not going to give up on the covering of poker here on Party. Don't know what yet. This guy's going to take a couple of weeks to decompress, work it out, but we'll get right back with some more content as sort of make up for the obvious lack of live poker content for obvious reasons. Wow, Alex check fully turd with King High.
And the Greek bracelet winner. King High gonna be good. Decent amount of time. Also, you know, that potential river bluff if a club rolls off. That queen of clubs in his hand. It's like a bit of a tight fold. Was that a 4x from Jason? We're gonna get the 4x from Makita, 3.5x. Now we could potentially see Jason go for the limp re-raise here. Does the play just as cool. Well, how did that saying go, James? Every time you got kings, there's an ace on the board. Well, fortunately for Makita, he's got the king of hearts.
Yeah,
Ace,
Makita
queen,
was
nine, 3 hearts.
Makita was a different way. You know, he always finds the way out of trouble.
You're not going anywhere just yet. Top pair, weak kicker. And well, certainly won't be going anywhere on this turn. See you at the river. To May. No, I'll take that back. I was about to say May check back. He does. Wants to realize. Yeah, and I mean, Jason's going to win this hand, James, up to at least 67 big blinds. 68. Just like that.
They're even.
Level
For all
yeah.
Makita, of course, would double their stack. You hold a quarter of the chips each. Makita the other half. Like that. Into deep. Henrios Kilobanopoulos. That'd be your Greek name.
Sandra's just with the call. And, well, a 7-5 rainbow. Bottom pair. Backdoor clubs. Nikita. Alexandros with the disguised hooks. Won't be going anywhere just yet.
Wow. We go.
Slaps him with the half pot. That feels exploitable. Where that under-repped pre to just give up the jacks to a double. But solid laydown.
Yeah, Makita will probably feel a little disappointed when he sees that one.
Roll on 6 a.m.
Yeah, I'm not doubting you anymore. I mean, I know obviously with our graphics setup and whatnot, we go a little later than usual, as it were. These guys. I mean, I think you called it about the. You know, you called a level. I agree with you. I think you were like 61-20. I mean, I guess three-handed, we can get there a lot faster, but it can take us a long time to get there with 40-minute levels plus our little delays. So, yeah, guys, stay tuned. We've got a lot of poker coming up. I'm still taking under 6, Henry.
All right. Yeah, 6-6 is a bit of a stretch, but it's got to be 6 a.m. somewhere in the world, though.
That is true. It does have to be somewhere, right? Somewhere. It does have to be 6 a.m. somewhere in the world. You're right.
Paolo official just storming through the door in the Twitch chat. Yo, Henry. What's up, my man?
Okay.
Time
Any
no see.
I'm going to welcome any new viewers. Obviously, got our regs in here. Pretty full house. Reg front. I know a lot of people have since disappeared to bed, but loads of you are with us to watch these three. What did I call them earlier? Juggernauts. Battling
It's
it
a
out.
great word. It's a great word.
For this title, Henry. It's a prestigious one. WPT 25K high roller. 199 entries. We're down to the final 3. They are 3 of the biggest names in the high roller circuit. Some of you are joining us for the first time, so welcome. Good news is, you may have found us a little late, but you found us with events still to go. This 25K final, and of course, Thursday evening, kick off our 100k buy-in final table, 3 mil guaranteed. I'd imagine we'll see these three in there, Henry.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. See all three of these Titans in the mix. Jason bricking. It's open ender. So Queen would have been no good.
Of course, we're definitely seeing Barkov again.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. Back-to-back Satis. That's very impressive. With 5 seats guaranteed in both. Had about, I believe we had, I want to say 500 entries in total, more than 500 entries. If Dimitar Danchev cashed for 24k across all of the flights. So
yeah, you're right. So hit the guarantee.
Yeah, that's very impressive.
Again, my bias, I gotta pass on any good wishes. Good luck, Charlie Goodwin. Giving that a bash tomorrow. Getting in that satellite. You say you think you saw Charlie in this one as well via a satellite, so
yeah, 100%. Yeah, definitely saw her in the mix. I'm gonna have a quick look, see how she actually ended up getting on. I know she made day. I want to say. So is this day 3?
This is indeed day 3.
Yeah. Okay. So she didn't make the money, unfortunately.
Man, Lucian says it's only 7:30 in the evening. Well, that's all good for you. Norge, 11:30 in the morning here, of course. Norge, another one of those weirdos who lives in that southern hemisphere, Henry, way down there.
Way
down there. Jason limping in 6s. Makita checking the option with 3-4 and flops 2 pair for the ace. And over to Jason's pair.
It's 11:30 a.m. here. I could go all day. One day ahead of everyone else, though. Yeah, I always get tilted when I've got friends in Australia for New Year's Eve, because Aussie Millions is normally right after New Year's Eve, and you're just like on social media and they're posting pictures of fireworks displays and they're texting everyone how much they love them and all that nonsense, and you're like, it's like 5 p.m. Calm down.
Yeah, they've already, Henry, they've already woken up the next day and are tackling that hangover before we get to celebrate.
I don't know.
What's that about? Has to be said, Henry, I cheated 2 hangovers this weekend. I feel well, that's not good news. I must be due a bad one. Like, you just
like Jason's about to get really gangster here.
It's the combo to do it with. 6s with the heart.
11 bigs in the middle. I mean, Makita's always going to go for value here, in my opinion. Versus this sizing as well, like we don't really get to attack this sizing that much, which just makes it all the more interesting. 75%.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think this feels like a must bluff spot, Henry.
Let's let it go. See, James, that's why we're sat here.
I don't know, man. That one works.
You reckon that one gets through against
Yeah.
Belarusian whiz kid. Call him a whiz kid. I'm sure McGee is like 5 years old.
Everyone's 5 years older than you. At least. I wish I was 5 years older than you.
Oh no, he's not. He's only 2 years older than me.
That's him as well. North says it's called New Zealand, not way down there. Nah, it's called way down there. Like, I mean, there's a ways down there, Henry, isn't it?
New Zealand very high up on my list of places that I want to spend at least 3 months just traveling around. Some people just run too good in life.
Well, right now, it's Makita running hot on this table.
Got me daydreaming Norgin Forcer
New
on New Zealand tourism
Zealand.
website. Wow. Closing it down. Closing it down.
Oh, we're deep into it, were we? Getting.
I don't know. I was looking at some lakes and hiking routes and all that jazz. I had to stop myself. Somehow there's 10 bigs in the middle. 5 high.
Well, the 5 high is firing again, and Jason put on the cape.
5, 6. Try to give Jason like reasons to justify him calling. Just let it go. For those of you just joining us, started the day 7-handed. Ron was guaranteed 155k. Ali Sirovic bowed out in 7th, followed by Alexei Barkov, who satellited his way in for $265, going home with 198k. Daniel Rezite bowing out in 5th, 260k, and Mark Demirijan out in 4th for 308k. Everyone else guaranteed a casual $550,000 for their efforts so far.
The old half a bar, Henry. Locking up
Old half a bar.
Just cash.
Well, I'm saying on a lot of things, I guess, Figaro. Was I correct? You were not. Nice. Turning it against Jason. Comes out with the lead. And well. Outturn. Outrivered.
The old 2-pair versus 2-pair on the weird looking board that
Yeah, Jason now tied with the Greek. Blinds going up 40,000, 80,000.
Here we go.
250 bigs in play. Brain of some said, damn, I went hours ago, still on the final table. Shout out to the commentators for sticking through it early, nearly 2 a.m. Thank you, my man.
Yeah, we're getting late, but it's getting shallower. Although it's still not shallow, as we see Alex and Jason still with 50 bigs. Despite the lines going up, but we do see Makita has started just edging a bit further ahead chip-wise.
I was saying I would certainly recommend a visit here, Henry, once the world gets back to some normality. Are there any ever, like, trying to think of poker festivals in New Zealand? I don't think I've ever heard of one, James.
Oh yeah, there are, yeah, but yeah, there've been some events down there. I remember.
Sorry, just gonna watch Makita win this pot with 8 high. That's where he's picked up a gut shot on the turn.
That's what he does. Yeah, there was the ANZPT, Australian New Zealand Poker Tour, for a little while. Is that still going? Probably not. No.
I'd be surprised to see this go check check on the flop. Xandros. We're going to come along for the ride. Jason bets one big after being checked to.
Yeah, most backdoor diamonds certainly enough.
Anyone happen to know any masseuses in Varna in Bulgaria will happily pay a premium price. The premium price is Xandros somehow backing into it. Mind you, he didn't really have to pay a premium
No.
price to get there. Just the one big blind on the flop.
All right, that's bad for me not knowing that. Norwegian Force still letting us know that the World Poker Tour made its way down to New Zealand. And
I knew that. I was just testing the chat. Come on. Of course I knew that.
Ken Chan winning the WPT New Zealand. 153k.
Yeah, that was in 2019. Could even tell you the dates, May 24th till June 3rd, 2019. I was almost there. That's definitely a good shout. It's a great excuse to just disappear for a month and a half. Go to like a week-long poker festival, then suddenly extend your stay by 6 weeks.
Have the other half lived, guys. Henry Cobain.
It's a tough life.
Jet
It is a
setting
tough
around
life.
the world.
Doesn't really seem like Alexandros has managed to really get anything going three-handed. Be getting pushed around a little bit. Jason and Makita both taking turns to jab away.
Oh, sorry, Henry. I thought I was going to die on you there.
It's all right.
Reminder, guys, of course, later this evening, later this morning, later this afternoon, wherever you may be, we do, of course, have the Mike Sexton celebration of life. So there's, I'm not sure exactly what the structure is, but I've just been passed on the information that from 6:30 PST. So what's that? 4:30 here in the UK. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw Lynn put some stuff out.
There'll be the those stories from Mike. So we say moments with Mike. So yeah, guys, if you are able to watch that later or listen in, it'll be pretty good.
Yeah, definitely gonna enjoy watching that tomorrow at some point. Got the day off.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alex getting spanked around a little bit. Keita playing quite aggressively, blind versus blind. Just another 3 bigs he's going to have to concede. It's 3-handed, 1.1 mil up top. You got 160 bigs. I mean, talk about loving life. 60% of the chips in play.
Ooh, bad flop for Jason. Top pair on 10-3-3. Gonna lose some chips in this one, Henry. You know, it is just Makita edging slowly ahead, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, 3-handed, flop top pair button versus big blind. A great spot for Makita to win like another 10 bigs or so off Jason. That's over half pot. I think Jason will be going anywhere. Could potentially go check river.
Nah.
Jason versus the triple barrel.
Yeah, it's a really just grim spot. I just don't think you can call. I mean, I think you can fold, sorry.
Does make the call. And Makita Badziakowski up to 70% of the chips in play.
Wow.
25k WPT high roller.
All right, guys. Yet another break. As Henry said, Makita has all of the tokens. Colonios with 40 bigs. Kuhn with 37. We'll be back in a few minutes for more of this high roller action.
Love poker? Well, Party Poker ain't messing around when they bring a tournament series, man. And there's more coming, trust me. You love poker? Join Party.
I'm Matt Savage, and you're watching The Savage Beat. This week on The Savage Beat, we feature the $10,000 World Poker Tour Party Poker main event. It had some truly incredible hands and one sick, vicious Savage Beat worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Before we get to the final table, let me take you to a hand at the start of the tournament that had to hurt Maria Ho. She figures she has Sam Greenwood and Alexander Heers in bad shape with aces, getting in 3 bets pre, only to be outfloped by Alexander's set of 9s. When the money goes in on the river, Maria's fate is sealed, and she has to pack her bags and head back to the USA. Next up, with 23 remaining in the tournament, online legend Bert Stevens pulls off a great bluff with ace high on the river versus Ben Roll's Kings, and he gets it through. Well done, Bert. In the big blind special hand of the week on the final table bubble, Artur Mitrosian decides to move all in with King 4 in the small blind, only to have his dreams crushed by Damian Salas, who has him dominated with kings. We're down to 5 at the final table when Victor Simeonato makes the wrong move at the right time, according to Ike Haxton. He bluffs with a queen high, but Blaze their jab, river to wheel, and left Victor super short. Still a great run for Victor, who turns a $22 satellite win into $391,000. In the savagest of all beats, Damian Salas was taken out with 3 players remaining in the championship with 2 big pair when Phil Mile hit his 2-out set of 3s on the river. I could hear the screams all the way from the streets of Argentina. Ay caramba! Once again, the last hand of the tournament and the main event championship. came down as the cooler and the clincher of the week. And this one was a brutal one, as Toon Mulder looked down at aces, then saw an ace on the flop, but got blindsided on the turn by a gut shot straight. When the river fell a harmless deuce, we had a new main event champion, and his name is Philip Mile. Philip Mile now has over 1.5 million reasons to smile. Welcome to the Champions Club, the Baccarat Crystal Tournament of Champions, and of course, your name is forever engraved on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. Congratulations!
I can't quite believe it. 8 weeks later, and we are in the final week of our WPT World Online Championships. I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling a bit emotional about this, but it's fine. It's not over just yet. Yesterday we had our one-day Turbo Championship, which drew in a field size of 433, all hoping to win themselves a championship title. Lots of familiar faces took to the felts, including Faraz Jaka, Alexandra Riyad, Sylvain Loosely, and Viktor Ustamov. But none were a match for our newest winner, who turboed his way through the tables and won himself a solid $188,316, Dimitar Danchev. Tonight is day 2 of our $25,500 High Roller Championship. From $199 down to just $28. These high-stakes poker titans will be battling their way through to the final table tomorrow night. The tension certainly will be high as the likes of Makita Badzikowski, Stephen Chidwick, Rui Ferreira, and chip leader Pascal Hartman are all vying for that championship title. Don't miss the live stream of the final table, which will be on Party Poker TV Twitch from 8 p.m. BST tomorrow night. Now on Wednesday, 7 p.m. BST, the stakes are going even higher as we have our $102,000 super high roller. Now obviously, that kind of buy-in is not for everyone's bankroll, so as always, we are providing you with extremely generous satellite offerings, and you can find those over on the Party Poker lobby. Now, with just this week left, there isn't long before the winners of our leaderboards are confirmed. Currently, Scott Margierson is heading up the Player of the Championship, closely followed by the WPTWOC main event champion, Philip McGill, who will win the leaderboard race and win a mighty $50,000 for this accolade. And then over in the rising star, Luis Antonio Silva is in top place, but Party Poker's Patrick Leonard is biting at his heels. There is $25,000 guaranteed for the top 10 places, but $10,000 of that is guaranteed for first place. Now, as always, good luck all, play smart, enjoy the remaining events, and I shall see you Friday.
At Party Poker, we think poker should be fair as well as fun. Not like some of these guys letting predators get out of control. So unfair. You don't even stand a chance. It's like us getting in the ring with a boxing heavyweight. This is a David and Goliath situation. We're all Davids now. You know what that means. It's time for us to kick some Goliath butt. Yeah, you better stop it, all right? It's on. You love fair poker? Join Party.
All right, guys, welcome back. WPT High Roller Final Table. We still remain at 3. Henry, the never-ending torment.
The never-ending torment, man. Yeah, I mean, 25k high roller. We don't mind. We got some legends in the mix, three-handed, battling it out for 7-figure online score to add to their already.
Right.
You know, I mean, impressive feels like an understatement. Impressive resumes. It's Clash of the Titans, if you will.
Yeah, and you know, Makita has a big lead here, but it's still so deep. The other two with 40 bigs apiece.
And a little stab from McKee, just getting it done. Backdoor clubs enough to justify putting a blind in. Gets the queen high to fold.
Yeah, I mean, as you said earlier,
James.
still 250 blinds in play. That's how deep this one is.
Yeah, we're in trouble though. Where the coffee pot is empty. I'm not proud of drinking coffee at 3 a.m. But you know,
Oh dear.
the things that I do for you guys and girls back home.
I'm not really sure why I didn't fire off a coffee on that break edge. That was poor management from me.
I think, you know, the years you've been doing this, that you would have learned. I tell you what, the live events are the toughest. You know, you get like a 15-minute break or something, and you're like, right, we've got to run to the restaurant, run to the bar, and you get like 20 people stop you on the way. It's like, how's
wow.
it going? Like, haven't seen
What a life
you.
being Henry, guys. What a life.
Stop it.
You know,
listen, every
you
time
you can't walk
go out
through a
the booth,
poker room without
you
getting
got
the cost.
you,
That's what it's like.
you
to
got
be Henry
Ludo
Corbett.
dragging you to the bar.
That, yeah, that is true.
Ludo Feralda at an event, it's just like, oh shit.
Yeah, Ludo is a bad influence.
Oh, the good events are when they just drink. They just bring the drinks to the booth for you.
There we go.
Shout out my man Joachim. Brings like pizza slices.
Oh, can someone bring me a pizza right now?
Overbet from the Greek. Gets the job done. Jason down to 30 bigs. I don't think we're going to see Alex playing as many buttons before, as many buttons now as he was before, due to the fact that Makita can just really put him in the bin due to Jason's stack. Wow, Jason limping from the small. Makita going to go for the 3.5x, and this time I think he's going to get it stuck in his eye. And it's probably going to get snapped off. Peter. Blind versus blind, 30 bigs. 29.
We go.
Does make the call, James.
Here we go. Batikakowski looking for a hook. Jason looking to fade. 8 or 6 for the chop. Jack for the win. And a brick seals the double up for Jason Kuhn. And, well, changes things once again, Henry. The dynamic. It shifts. It's no great disaster for Makita. Still has way over half the chips. And nothing can really do that.
Mike's going to get out of the way. 6-0. This is ace-8 of clubs. Here flopping an up flush draw. Also has the best hand. Jason using a larger c-bet size.
Yeah, I guess the 6 of clubs, such a crucial card on this board, Henry. And, well, in many ways, you could take the lead. But that is one. Yeah, Henry, I think he was going to go to town with the 6 of clubs, which would, of course, would have been a disaster with the sort of hand Makita has. Nikita. Betting this turn.
The turn block wants to see a cheap river.
Right.
Bricks
Jason. All
out.
right.
Jason going to be up to 70 bigs.
Yeah, everyone's had their little run in this tournament. Perhaps it's Jason's turn to go hot.
Yeah, kind of the awful hand to barrel again on King of Diamonds river blocking some of the missed club draws that we'd want Jason to have, and also ace high winning against Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10s of the world. I know there was someone at this table other than Makita rooting for a jack.
Yeah,
all-in situation.
Colonius would have taken the 230k pay jump between second and third. Would love to have seen it. But it's Kuhn and Bazkikowski going to the flop once again. This time Kuhn on the button. Ace, Queen, Makita, 8-9 of spades in the small.
I mean, this could be an insane heads-up match if Jason knocks out Alexandros in the next level or so. 100 big blind effective heads-up match between two of the best in the world. Yeah, no diamond blockers in our hand. Be extremely out of line. It's really heck to say the swings are fun. I mean, yeah, as a viewer from an entertainment point of view, for sure. But I mean, these guys playing for 550k, not sure be able to stomach the swings. In before Jack 7-7 flop.
How about the 6-8-9? There's a card here that would cause carnage.
Oh no. Chat, I apologize. I didn't mean it. It's with the ace of clubs as well as the open ender. Offsuit 10 would be disgusting. Okay.
Well, Jack, it is definitely Jason's hour. He was struggling again. Catches a very useful piece.
Some would say that the 10 would have been Jason's hour.
Well, the 10 would be unkind. The Jack's enough of fortune. Wow. How about 2 Jacks?
I think Alex always got to just try and take a showdown with ace high here. Doesn't make much sense to do anything creative. This exact combo. It sucks that we have a 7 as well, blocking some of the bluffs, although let's get out of the way. And just like that, I mean, Alexandros was comfortably in second. I'm playing 39 bigs, Jason 78. Peter 130. Jason continuing to play close to a 100% limping strategy from the small.
Right, and has to even more so now, right, Henry, with the chip stats the way you just pointed out. Alex down to sub 40, Jason just sub 80.
Yeah, Kia with almost all of his garbage hands has just been pretty much 3xing, 3.5xing from the big. Goes small and wide. The ace-ace trait. Don't think Jason's going to go anywhere just yet with king-queen.
All right, Makita. Twisting the knife, Henry.
Yeah, I don't think Jason's going to go anywhere to 2 either. Knows McKee's going to be ISOing super wide.
Yeah.
Does make the call.
All right.
24 bigs in the middle.
Playing some poker. And that is a great river for Jason. Is a warm, fuzzy feeling. Yeah, the old just in case. So now he's up against a 9x. Someone's got some of those pocket pairs in there.
If Makita blasts here, we're going to have a new chip leader at the table. His name's Jason Kuhn. 24 bigs. Up to 90 big blinds.
Wow.
Just like that, hey? Alexandros. We'll take the walk. Oh boy. 40 bigs effective.
Boy.
Makita's been opening close to 100% of buttons. All right, Queen 7 goes in the bin this time. This could go in the middle, James.
Yeah.
This could go in the middle free.
Yeah, we're going to see a limp from Alex, the raise, of course, from Jason, and then... Whoa.
Wow. What? How is there only 2 big blinds in the middle?
And what a flop as well. Yikes. How exactly are there only 2 big blinds in this flop? Henry, explain it to me. Explain it, Henry. Explain what is going on to us. Can you explain it?
About to be a whole lot more.
Can't work this one out. Wow. This is the level we're playing at.
SPR 10 going to the turn.
In a hand, Henry, you thought it might be all in pre-flop. Small pot poker. Guys are so deep.
It's 3rd on the turn as well. James may go after this. This is one of those hands that you just look back on later on, once the tournament's over with, and you're just like, right. I avoided a car crash.
I'm not really sure how.
It's facing a trip. Got the jack of spades in our hand. I'd be very impressed if Jason gets away from this. Just honestly don't see how. Oh
Well,
man, I reckon this works. You know, I honestly reckon this works. Got king of spades in your hand as well as top pair, playing against 100% range. It gets through.
what is going on? What is going on, Henry?
I really want to ask Jason if that was a bluff or a value raise.
Uh, it was not a bluff. Alex popping up ace king the very next hand. Jason up to the 100 big blind mark, finds king queen suited in the small. Alex just a call.
Join the party. Absolutely zero incentive to 3-bet squeeze here. Alex has been playing his buttons pretty honestly.
Makita comes out on top after the flop.
Yeah, three-handed, it just hasn't really... Just nothing's really been going Alex's way. Obviously up against two world-class opponents, just feels like they've been taking it in turns to chop away at his legs. Wow. Hello, King of Diamonds on the turn. For max value. Peter beats here. It's half pot. You know what's going to happen, James? Going to go cool.
Something weird's going to happen, Henry. That's what I know is going to happen. Don't know what yet, but something weird's going to happen. All right.
Like he's going to finally win a hand. Although action is on Makita. Chat just catching up with that Jason Goon hand from earlier on. Pedro said that was sick. Yeah, it gets us outclassed. It's really so mind blown.
All right. Bet for 61 from Alex Jason. Cannot like that river. As you know, term was where he lost it, but he does make the call. Makita, of course, will get to fold. Again, I say fold, but you know, who knows? Makita may just go for the check rip because I don't know what's going on anymore.
This is what I'm thinking. Like, no, it's like, it's back up to fifth bigs, breathing room. That certainly leveled the playing field.
All right, some powerhouses, and they're going to war. King 6 suited. It's good enough for a 3-bet of Jason Kuhn from the small. Alex Bolognas on the button. Ace Jack has fought his way back into the mix, has 50 bigs.
Suited rack kings. The new ace 4s, ace 5s of the world, James.
Hey, don't tell Makita that. He's doing all right with the old ace 4. The old ace 3.
Oh, he's old. He's going way back. He's got the ace 4-0s. You know, he's just clicking the 4-bet button and the 5-bet button every now and then.
Wow,
Alex just
ace Jack. What is going on? What is going on?
Gets rewarded with the 7 Dewey.
I'm confused. And blind on blind. There'll be no blood in this one. 10-8-5. All the blues.
Alex just sneezing out. It does eventually just bow out. For any of you just joining us, 3-handed in the WPT 25K high roller. Everyone guaranteed $549,793 for their efforts so far. But strap yourselves in, boys and girls, because we might be here for a while.
Yeah, I think that's the
250 bigs in play.
Yeah, this one's still got some time to run. Henri, especially the way we're seeing these potential clashes avoided. Ace Jack, Ace King hand. We saw the King 6 Ace Jack just now.
Yeah, there's been a lot of what's it called, small bowling. Or...
Yeah, and Henry, I think just all three of these guys really believe they got an edge. And they want to keep
a little stretch there, James. You get
I'm having a little stretch. And on that note, Henry, I'm gonna dart off in a moment after this hand, perhaps, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I need to actually stretch the legs and just get some air in me because I'm an old man, like you say. No doubt, I'll leave you alone for 5 minutes. You'll probably finish the tournament.
I'll probably be the same once I hit 45 as well. It's go grab some fresh air, mate. Grab yourself a brew, and I'll catch you
I'm gonna grab a coffee. All right, I'll see you in a minute.
Good man. Chat. How we doing? Gonna get some saying Poon in the zone. When is he not? When is he not? Titan saying when Alex watches back the hand, he's gonna flip the ace king against the ace jack. Pretty sick hand, indeed. I mean, it's kind of inevitable that we were gonna have, you know, some really impressive hands tonight. Started the FT so deep. I think that ace three of spades, 5-bet jam from Makita. Been one of the highlights of the night for me personally. Top and bottom, blind versus blind. I believe Makita 3x from the small. Alex defending his king. Does not want to see the K6. Clubs on the turn. WCOM also have 540,000 for third. How much for second and first, lads? Cheers. No worries, my man. So 549,793 for third place. 779,139 for second. And a cool $1,094,460 for first. So still 550K to play for. Still a long old way to go though before we got there, unless we just hit a cold deck. W. Cutmore says, I was going to become a millionaire from this tourney. Always find that crazy. It's pretty insane, right? Like when you think of how this year started out and then everything had to shift to online and the high roller scene had to shift to online poker. And yeah, I mean, we've had our fair share of 7-figure scores during this WPT Festival and Party Poker. Lord of Force saying 5 minutes of roasting James is about to start, chat. I wish. We've got past that stage of bromance. It's kind of turned from that annoying older brother into a pretty cool older brother. Does keep me in check, to be honest. Not much gonna happen with these hands. Jason continuing to complete almost entire range from the small. To maybe case of once bitten, twice as shy. Pretty aware of how balanced Jason's been. He's been stung a few times. Old one and done gets it through. Got shot to the wheel. Nor say, feel like I've been on a long MTT grind simply for watching this. Hey man, You and me both. I feel like I need to go and see a chiropractor. I wonder if I have like back problems later on in life. If I'm gonna have a case chat, am I gonna be able to? I don't know if I should say this on stream. Am I gonna be able to like sue everyone that I've done commentary for, or is that lawsuit just gonna get thrown out? Just keep track of like all the hours of commentary that I've done over the years. I think I did something ridiculous like 2019. I did like 780 hours. I know it was like 110 streams. Every third day we were in the booth. Obviously they just turn around and be like, oh, what were you doing on the other 2 days, you absolute pigeon? Grinding 16 hours a day. I'll come back to you guys in 15 years. My back's completely butchered. You watch me get replaced on Thursday, like, oh, Henry's going to file a lawsuit against us. It's opening the button with the trays. Here defending the ace 3 suited. Pops the flush draw on the 10-5-5. So you come on saying, yeah, with it being online makes it more insane. I see people say why. I see people say why do they take those etc. But this must be so stressful, right? Yeah. I think with it coming like becoming more of a norm now that a lot of these events have transitioned to online, you know, people have probably adjusted more and become more accustomed to it, especially like this very tightly packed high roller community. The guys, you know, that are normally traveling the circuit and playing the 25Ks and the 50s and the 100 and 250Ks, the live felt. Alex again just getting really put to the test. 30 bigs, 21 in the middle, facing a check raise and 480k barrel on the turn. Peter setting up a very natural river SPR. And well, easy when you get there. King of clubs, corner pocket. Alex down to 24 bigs. Assume gonna put him all in. So going to be back to 11 million in chips after giving some of it back. Someone will start saying, Henry, your career isn't over until you've commentated with Nick Shulman. Doesn't matter how many hours you pigeon. This is true. This is true. How are you, by the way? I'm good, my man. I'm good. Enjoying the final few days of summer. The last couple of days. Went to a house/techno party on Saturday night, the middle of a forest. Never seen anything like it. It was like out in the movies. A couple of friends invited me. They're like, yeah, come on, it'll be a great time, you know. Didn't tell me that it's going to be like 14 degrees, 12 degrees at like 3 a.m. Norwegian Force are trying to cause trouble, saying James Henry said you were old twice in the same sentence. He's older than me, right? The deadheader saying LFG, Jacoon. Some Jason Kuhn fans in the chat. Who are you boys and girls back home rooting for? I mean, been three-handed for quite some time now. Again, just this turn card, giving Makita equity with his queen 4, allowing him to continue to barrel and put pressure on Alex. And it's been rough, three-handed for Alex. It's definitely been rough. Chips could go in here. Makita folds the button, 17 bigs effective, blind versus blind. Curious to see whether Alex just open rips and Jason calls off, or whether he limps, Jason rips. $230,000 on the line. Potentially a $230,000 flip if Jason clicks the call button. Definitely close. Chippy V-wise, I think it's a slam dunk call. Not sure about the ICM. It does make the call. Queen 8-5 rainbow, so far so good for Alex's deuces. Oh, wow. Deuce of diamonds on the turn. Not even a sweat. How about that? So how's your man Jason dead on the turn?
That was yeah. What could have been, Henry? I'm back just in time to see Alex win that little flip.
Casual 230k flipperooski at 4 o'clock in the morning. Why not?
Yeah, just 2:30 between friends.
Yeah, it's $250,000 between mates, right? Put in a chat saying, when we go to the beach, you owe me cocktails. I probably do. Oh boy.
Ooh.
Oh boy. Blinds have gone up, James. 50k,
Yeah.
100k.
This could be a rip right from Alex. I don't know. Maybe I mean, it's Makita 3-bet from the small. We've got king queen off. It seems like a pretty good hand to punish with, but what's ICM say? What the kids say?
Oh, it's a great spot, right? 1.1 mil out there.
I mean,
We
chip
get
wise,
it through with the king queen-o. Yeah, we're level with Jason. Does let it go.
There's too much on the line.
This really opens the door for Makita to start abusing again. I mean, Jason was almost level with him, but now Jason down to 50 after losing that flip.
Let me tell you, Henry, I took those few minutes. I went off in a search for some chocolate. I decided I just needed some chocolate, a little bit of Swedish little sugar. Walked to the shop that obviously didn't realize it's closed. There's another shop just down the road. All good, that'll be open. It's open till 2. Get there, it's closed for some reason. And just as I get there, aka the furthest point from home, it starts raining. What a delightful little scenario that was the last 10 minutes.
Wait, you just walked to the shop whilst you were away?
Yeah, I wanted to get some chocolate, man. I just needed to get some air, needed to stretch the legs, needed to get some chocolate. That was it. I had a craving.
How long were you away for? I swear you were only gone for like 5 minutes. What the hell?
Yeah, well, I live in the middle of a city, so there's plenty of shops around. Just
from James Dempsey.
Like,
All right, mate.
But
so we found out on today's streams that you've got friends and shops near you. Congratulations.
Yeah, but also the shops are closed and I'm now wet instead. Like, this is how it goes, you know. Some days things go right, sometimes they go wrong. Today's just one of the days. The day's getting me a little bit, but hey, we're here. We're watching a 25k. We're watching these guys. Well, just avoid getting it in for the most part. I don't know if you've seen obviously that flip there, Henry. We've seen couple of spots, but I think this final will be noted as just the clashes that didn't happen with hands that could have been.
Yeah, I mean that Ace King versus Ace Jack, the only real hand that comes to mind of clashes that didn't happen three-handed. Just been a lot of small ball strategy. Like Jason's been pretty much limping. In fact, not pretty much. He's limped entire range from the small blind. And Big Heat has just been playing his small blind extremely aggressively against Alex. And
Yeah,
Alex is still here. You know, 35 bigs. He's definitely been attacked by Wadziakowski. He's also been playing his buttons somewhat more passively out of the three. I'd be really interested in looking at the percentages of the aggression factor of the players. He is probably close to like 170%. Jason puts on the cape with the ace high versus the 100% range of Makita. Somewhat. I don't know. I feel like that was a. All right, Makita, let me see what you got, mate.
sometimes you just have to see the cards, you know.
Yeah, felt like one of those. Justified by the fact that he's got a straight blocker. I don't know, I play too much PLO chat. So everything's a blocker. So James, I might not be able to join you on Thursday for
This
the
doesn't sound
100k
ideal.
high roller. Yeah, whilst you're away, I was kind of went down the rabbit hole of when I, hit 40. If I've got, severe back issues, whether or not I'd be able to file a lawsuit against everyone that I've done commentary for over the last few years. And it turns out that I might have a lawsuit on my hands. Whether it gets thrown out of court or not, I don't know. But
All right, you're coming after Party Poker and WPT, huh?
no, not at all. I'm just saying. I was asking chat out of curiosity. I was like, work-wise, could you like claim for damages? And it turns out that I can. So now I may have planted that idea into their heads that in 15 years they might get a what's it called, a subpoena. You got to win at Showdown.
Yeah, the little deuce is not working this time for Konyos, but he'd rather win the last time and lose this than the other way round. Does get ace 10 now in the small. Oh, he plays it 30 deep.
Oh, roll on 4 a.m. Let's go. Don't think Alex will rip. Oh, he does.
Ah, he does.
Well, he's taken a lot of those spots more passively up until now. Maybe with the blinds going up. Time to make a move. Yeah, get some say Makita's got Kuhn's number. Well, everyone had Jason Kuhn's number. In before Makita floats.
There he goes. Here he goes. Up to no good once more and turns
There it is.
the Ginnis card.
7 of diamonds.
Choose your
Unlucky,
own
Jason.
card, eh? Yeah, Makita now check 2.
It just types in the chat box, Pio this, Jason. Smashes the 6 big blind into 4 big blind button. Alright, pot. I'm sorry. This could get dicey.
Yeah, Colonius King Deuce Diamonds will be continuing.
It's bigs in the middle.
Both with a pair. Makita, though, obviously far superior one.
Excuse me, chat.
Small bet from Makita.
Small and wide, James. Small and wide.
Yeah, and for those reasons, exactly like Alex, of course, has to call with this deuce, even though bottom pair deuces, I should say, is always going to be tough to play on the streets, especially on a one suit flop part of the turn. Checks through to him. Checks through. Queen on the end gives Makita top 2. Will he try and squeeze something out of it? I would have presumed we play this as a check call, Henry, having a blocking the top pair, as it were, get paid. But Makita's surprised me many times already this evening. And he does. Makita raising up 6-7 on the button. Jason peels 10-9 in the big. We see ace 3-4 gutter for Makita. Checks to him. And you assume that check will be followed by a c-bet. All right, Alex.
It's got to that point of the night, James, where I'm just like, okay, chips are going in.
It was going to be a 3-bet, but I don't see Alex going bananas with this ace-8, Henry. Got to be said.
Might just have one of those moments where he's like, I'm sick of this guy. It's time to make a stand.
Well, he wouldn't be the first person to say that.
Still got fold equity. Got removal. And this is the 75th time that we've been 3-bet by Makita.
Yeah.
So it's that time again.
It is, Henry. It is. We head to yet another break. Bolaños down the bottom once again. 27 blinds. Jason with 41. Makita still way out in front, Henry. But this cannot go on much longer. Surely, guys. Please don't go too far. We'll be back in a few minutes. More of this high roller final table.
Love poker? Well, Party Poker ain't messing around when they bring a tournament series, man. And there's more coming, trust me. You love poker? Join Party.
I'm Matt Savage, and you're watching The Savage Beat. This week on The Savage Beat, we feature the $10,000 World Poker Tour Party Poker main event. It had some truly incredible hands and one sick, vicious Savage Beat worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Before we get to the final table, let me take you to a hand at the start of the tournament that had to hurt Maria Ho. She figures she has Sam Greenwood and Alexander Heers in bad shape with aces, getting in 3 bets pre, only to be outflopped by Alexander's set of 9s. When the money goes in on the river, Maria's fate is sealed, and she has to pack her bags and head back to the USA. Next up, with 23 remaining in the tournament, online legend Bert Stevens pulls off a great bluff with ace high on the river versus Ben Roll's Kings, and he gets it through. Well done, Bert. In the big blind special hand of the week on the final table bubble, Artur Mitrosian decides to move all in with King 4 in the small blind, only to have his dreams crushed by Damian Salas, who has him dominated with kings. We're down to 5 at the final table when Victor Simeonato makes the wrong move at the right time, according to Ike Haxton. He bluffs with a queen high, but Blaze Zerjav rivered a wheel and left Victor super short. Still a great run for Victor, who turns a $22 satellite win into $391,000. In the savagest of all beats, Damian Salas was taken out with 3 players remaining in the championship with 2 big pair when Phil Mile hit his 2-out set of 3s on the river. I could hear the screams all the way from the streets of Argentina. Ay caramba! Once again, the last hand of the tournament and the main event championship came down as the cooler and the clincher of the week. And this one was a brutal one, as Toon Mulder looked down at aces, then saw an ace on the flop, but got blindsided on the turn by a gut shot straight. When the river fell a harmless deuce, we had a new main event champion, and his name is Philip Mile. Philip Mile now has over 1.5 million reasons to smile. Welcome to the Champions Club, the Baccarat Crystal Tournament of Champions, and of course, your name is forever engraved on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. Congratulations!
I can't quite believe it. 8 weeks later, and we are in the final week of our WPT World Online Championships. I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling a bit emotional about this, but it's fine. It's not over just yet. Yesterday we had our one-day Turbo Championship, which drew in a field size of 433, all hoping to win themselves a championship title. Lots of familiar faces took to the felts, including Faraz Jaka, Alexandra Riyad, Sylvain Loosely, and Viktor Ustamov. But none were a match for our newest winner, who turboed his way through the tables and won himself a solid $188,316, Dimitar Danchev. Tonight is day 2 of our $25,500 High Roller Championship, from $199 down to just $28. These high-stakes poker titans will be battling their way through to the final table tomorrow night. The tension certainly will be high as the likes of Mikita Badzikowski, Stephen Chidwick, Rui Ferreira, and chip leader Pascal Hartman are all vying for that championship title. Don't miss the live stream of the final table, which will be on Party Poker TV Twitch from 8 p.m. BST tomorrow night. Now on Wednesday, 7 p.m. BST, the stakes are going even higher as we have our $102,000 super high roller. Now obviously, that kind of buy-in is not for everyone's bankroll, so as always, we are providing you with extremely generous satellite offerings, and you can find those over on the Party Poker lobby. Now, with just this week left, there isn't long before the winners of our leaderboards are confirmed. Currently, Scott Mudgerson is heading up the Player of the Championship, closely followed by the WPTWOC main event champion, Philip McGill, who will win the leaderboard race and win a mighty $50,000 for this accolade. And then over in the Rising Star, Luis Antonio Silva is in top place, but Party Poker's Patrick Leonard is biting at his heels. There is $25,000 guaranteed for the top 10 places, but $10,000 of that is guaranteed for first place. Now, as always, good luck all, play smart, enjoy the remaining events, and I shall see you Friday.
At Party Poker, we think poker should be fair as well as fun. Not like some of these guys letting predators get out of control. So unfair. You don't even stand a chance. It's like us getting in the ring with a boxing heavyweight. This is a David and Goliath situation. We're all Davids now. You know what that means. It's time for us to kick some Goliath butt. Yeah, you better stop it, all right? It's on. You love fair poker? Join Party.
All right, guys, welcome back. WPT High Roller. We're still, Henry, 3 remaining. 150k, 100k. Well, something's got to give soon enough.
Yeah, absolutely no idea what's going to give, but these guys, I mean, I feel like we've been three-handed for about 3 hours now. Absolutely no idea what happened to my hair on break. I mean, it's 4 a.m. I look like I just rolled out of bed. But chat, we've been here. Me and James are in the streets. 25k WPT high roller, 1.1 mil up top. James has fallen asleep 3 times in the booth already, but can you blame him? He's getting old, chat.
Hey.
Whoa, uncle.
It's true.
Oh,
yeah, guys, 25k buy-in, exactly as Henry was saying. Seeing the 25 to a milli is a nice spin, but we had a man who was trying to do it a little bit better than that. Of course, Alexei Barkov was on the final table, was in for just $265. Was leading for a little while, 7-handed as well, but did bust out in 6th place. Picked up just under 200k, but at the same time, won his seat to tomorrow's 100k super high roller, which we were back covering on Thursday. Final table.
yeah, that's insane. Hopefully, 8-handed in that event goes on a bit longer than it did this one, so we don't get to the FT with the 400 and God knows how many big blind stacks. I think we had like 700 bigs in play, 650 bigs in play when we started the FT. Gonspec said, "Is this live?" It certainly is.
Oh yeah, we live.
Bob's on the river, 10 bigs in the middle. In before pot size bet from Makita. Get the 8 to fold.
Mr. Blaster.
I mean, his timing's been impeccable so far today. So
Alex
having a
gets
pair of sevens.
Yeah, Alex gets to win a significant one.
Yeah, pretty crucial. 30 bigs. J-Dog with the 3.5x, this time with the Ace Jacko. Just impeccable timing. 45 minutes ago, he would have doubled up Alex. He gone for the 3.5x.
Yeah, exactly that.
Gets out flopped on the King 7-5. Middle pair backdoor clubs. Decent kicker for Alex. Pretty nice turn card for him as well. Jason may decide to bet this turn for a bit of protection. Does exactly that. Half pot.
Every one of these pots, Henry, between these two, so significant.
Yeah,
They
this
really
is
are
huge.
jostling.
It's gonna call 15 bigs in the middle. I mean, essentially the difference between 550k and 780k.
Horrendous river for Jason to see. Just gives it up. Alex moves back into second place.
Does indeed. If he limps this combo. A pretty straightforward and honest button strategy so far. Breathing room now between himself and Jason. Peter's just been absolutely relentless from the small blind. I mean,
Yeah, the 9 deuce getting the treatment. Alex defending at ace 5. And, well, both missed. 6, 6, 7. Makita with some back doors. Alex with ace high. May see some action just yet, Henry.
all he needs, James. That's all he needs.
1.5 blinds. What's been clicked?
That's all he needs. Just needs a barreling card. Keeps on getting them. Picks up a gut shot. Peter Banzikowski doesn't need a second invitation.
It's a little worrying a card, though, isn't it? I mean, nothing slows this man down, but
yeah,
we're the worst of the barrel cards, right?
Yeah.
But it's Makita, so he's going to barrel. It's going
Kind
to
of
work.
sucks for Alex as well because we're blocking some of Makita's bluffs, like 5-3,
Right.
5-4, 8-5. And yeah, I mean, it's just this guy's just played an impeccable.
He really has.
Impeccable final table. Both his opponents on the ropes. 70% of the chips in play. He's been here before though, and Jason went on a spin.
Yeah. It's going to be hard for them to get back at him again, though. But hey, Henry, anything can happen. A couple of hands go awry. You're out. I saw Alexi earlier. Chip leader was 7 left. 6 left, pardon me. Finished 6th. Norwegian Forces says he's going to need a nap after this finishes. This is someone who's in New Zealand, guys. This is what we're saying. I'm with you. I might have a nap as well. Probably like a good 7-hour nap.
Imagine the cheek of it, James. Norwegian Forces in the chat, chilling at home, watching the stream. I'm going to need a nap after this finishes. Really? I'll say 9 deuce disrespect, but it was suited. All right.
It was suited. I mean, come on.
Suited. Man, 200 big blinds deep. I bloated Jack cash game, but we're seeing a turn. All right. 250k on the line, 30 bigs effective. Maybe not.
Yeah, we tighten up a little bit as people. We tighten up, squeeze up. The big money's on the line.
But you
Who's gonna be
hasn't,
our-
Peter. That's one way to do it. Certainly been a day for turn cards.
Day for turn cards. Yeah. Call it the Pat Skakowski when you hit the turn.
100k into 238. Gets paid.
Mm-hmm.
And keeping him honest at Swan Street.
Yeah, I don't see him calling this street though. That's cool.
Excuse me, chat. Apologize, I'm yawning on stream.
Things happen, Henry. These things happen. Nap. Yeah, I'm gonna have a little 7-hour nap. How long are you gonna nap for?
It's gonna be a solid 12-hour nap, mate.
Going for the full 12, huh?
Yeah. So I don't want to like have a 7-hour nap, wake up at like 12, be in bed for 2, and then be tired for Thursday's stream. Rather,
right,
just have like a 12-hour nap, wake up at 6.
Wow,
stay up all night. Yeah.
Trying to get yourself set.
Just an absolute professional, mate. Just, know that I've got a stream in 2 days' time. So just take one for the team. Yeah, sleep for 12 hours. Someone will start saying, yeah, true, I take that one back. As you should. Jason mixing in some check raises here, as well as check calls. Obviously, fold not being an option on this board.
Not an option, that's for sure. Pair, backdoor spades, backdoor straight. Jack of diamonds, though. Not a good looking card.
Pretty ugly turn for Jason. Still going to have to call the double barrel. Key to the side suit plays his check.
And that is a really grim river, given that Makita checks the turn, right? I mean, we king, queen, king 10, they're going to barrel. Queen 10's going to barrel. Of course, there are hands like, the king 7, the king 8, but there's plenty that it's harder to give Makita a king on this board than it may seem. Makita goes big, 6.5 blinds. Anyway, I think he might call this.
Yeah. I think he might. It's a great board.
Yeah,
does flick in the call.
I'm with the call. Although, Henry, that would have been the bet check bet bluff line, and it wouldn't have worked yet again. This time it was just value, so it's all good.
I don't know, James. Clearly, in the stakes that we play, the bet check bet line is never a bluff. But like once you get up to this like certain level of emboss,
Yeah, I
you
mean
know,
that
these
wasn't the purest. My bet check bet is like where the board hasn't really changed, not like one where it's come over. But I want to see a pure bet check bet bluff that works.
So you're saying it comes over and over, it doesn't count as a bluff, even if it's a bluff because of the board run out.
But I mean, like if the board takes a massive texture change, it's slightly different. But that one wasn't so much. That one was like, because I said I don't think the king's that likely. But I think you get. I feel like, did you get my point?
I think you just. I reckon it's it's 2 a.m.
No, I want it to be like
are.
ace. I want it to be like ace jack 3 flop and bet called, and then comes a 6, goes check, and river's like an 8 and checks, and you bet. It's just a bluff. Like, where are those ones?
I mean, those ones don't exist because it's not a good bluff line, I guess. I don't know.
Well,
Poker's been pretty like it's getting more and more
Whoa.
solved.
Colonia's calling the check raise with his king jack and roll.
Roll. 12 BBs in the middle.
Right,
Jason just sitting on the sidelines like 230k ladder, anyone?
Yeah, you guys go for it. I'll chill here.
Why do I feel like Alex could get himself in trouble there?
Well, I think if you call check raise on the flop, you're going to be pretty keen to call another bet here. 600k into 1.2.
Please don't dust, Alex. You've like honestly, RNG.
Okay.
Thank you. RNG wise, you've had a tough 3-handed match, and you're still in the mix. Oh boy,
Jason, is he doubling up?
don't know if he's doubling up pre. He's gonna have some raise folds off 18 bigs.
He's doubling up here, surely. And it's going to
Alex
rifle
is
this in.
Put him in.
Well, it's just so big, isn't it? Taking those chips. Putting Jason down to 16 blinds. No, okay, he does just call. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised given how conservative these two guys have played 3-handed, but I mean, I don't know. I must be wrong. I think it's a rifle in and let's get further ahead. But
yeah, Alex has played a pretty honest game.
Yeah.
Taking the lower variance route. See a lot of money up for grabs. Let's float on the Queen Jack tray. Well, baseline was good. On the flop. It's going to be good on the turn. May stick around for one more street, depending on what sizing Jason goes for. 3 of spades doesn't really change much.
Yeah, I mean, Jason's just got enough hand to show down, hasn't he? Beats with ace high. Ooh, wow. That's a grim river.
Grim. It's a grim river. Alex playing as check, 7 bigs in the middle. He's going to try and get some value from the Jack X, Queen X of the world. But as you know, the Ace of Spades is an absolute gin card for him as Alex has rivered 2 pair. Jason with the 2x pot jam.
Well, I mean, this is just one that has to get paid off, right? We have some Jack X, we have some Queen X.
It's the bet check bet line, James.
Yeah, but the board's changed. Wow. Great
Gets
fold.
away from it.
Wow.
Well, say concentration levels of these guys is impressive. Been three-handed for some time and very few mistakes being made despite the long grind. Yeah, I mean, this is feel like an area that is overlooked in the poker world. The stamina, the mental stamina. These guys
Yeah.
at the top of the food chain is heroic. Because you're playing against people that you give anything away. You start playing your B game, your C game. These guys are going to tear you apart. Yeah, fair play to them. Peter, ruthless as ever. Just hasn't taken his foot off the gas at all. Blind versus blind. I think maybe there's been like one walk that I can think of, maybe two, the last 2.5 hours.
All right. What's going on? Makita, popping gut shots.
Just
Alex.
keeps getting these boards as well.
Alex has got a little something. But surely not enough to continue when Makita fires out here. Especially not when he goes 500k. Have some of that.
Keeps getting these boards to keep attacking. Sizing up so that Alex can't float as widely. Wonder if Makita starts limping hands like these on the button now that both players are sub 30. Oh wow.
How about that? Let's just start ripping them.
Yeah. Good luck, boys.
We'll do the max
Alex, mate.
screw turning now, Henry.
Yep. It's like, who wants second place? Who wants 780k? Yeah, Jason not gonna muck around.
Nope.
Well played,
Walk.
Makita, mate. I mean, it's I know it's not over yet, but you get yourself into this spot and you just like jam range now versus
Yeah,
Alex.
Here he goes again with 6-4 in the small. Gonna raise it up again.
I guess you don't jam range small blind versus big. You jam button because Alex has to fold small due to Jason being in the big
Right.
with the shorter stack. Would make more sense with ICM. This is one of the few hands that we just give up. Well, apparently not.
There's no giving up just yet. We can always, Henry, we can always min raise.
Sorry, chat. What a spot, Peter. Yeah, Jason not mucking about with the limp. Knows he's just gonna get smacked around.
Pop it up. I mean, Alex, just again, it feels like a spot to me, Henry. Let's just rip it.
Yeah.
We've got a pair. I mean, even if we do get called, it's not a complete disaster. We're up against the shorter stack. We get a shot to knock them out. Makita. He's been dealt 2 cards, so he raises it up.
Chikun defending off 16. Yes, shorter we are, the more profitably we get to defend. Wider range. Jason down to 1.5 mil. I don't know about you. I'm just betting the ace 3.
Just gonna get owned.
How about that? 80% chips in play. $550,000 difference between third and first. Got both your opponents on the ropes. Worth noting for you boys and girls out there, Jason not jamming, but
Yeah.
8xing from the button just in case Makita and Alex get in. Get out
Though,
of the way.
just in case scenario, Henry.
Yeah. I remember when that first started became a thing, and a lot of people were like, what's he doing? Why is he doing that? And came common knowledge. Norgid Force is saying hugely impressed by Makita's play throughout. It's been I mean, it sounds like I'm the one putting on the clinic. You know, it's Makita. Would we really expect anything less from him? If it was me doing it, then yeah, I would expect you guys to be like, wow, Henry's actually playing really well. But it's Makita.
Yeah, and Makita now getting these nice little spots like that. Just an ace 9, or like reasonable hands to jam. He's found a couple of bad hands that he can't jam with. He raises, they both fold. Just going right.
It's another 6 spot for Alex. I don't know, man. I don't know.
You prefer limp or you prefer jam or?
Probably prefer a limp. Jam's an absolute punt. Oh boy. It's about to get check ripped on, and 230k spade draw for Makita. Well, that's technically a 550k or 500k if you look at ICM.
Well, Makita comes out leading.
Jason just sat on the sidelines licking his lips.
Yeah. Yeah, Makita now picks up a little something.
If he does it the dirty way in spades brick, I just don't see Alex getting away from it. 3 of hearts, 3 of clubs rolls off. It's yeah, kind of just impossible to get away from.
Fires a second shell, albeit with a pair.
And now ahead, some a6.
Backdoor diamonds complete. Makita with all of the pairs, bar the one that counts.
Does give up huge pot for Alex. I mean, I assume we always should.
Yeah,
So
it's just
it
not.
feels
It's
extremely
just not worth
thin
it, is it? Makita from the small. 8-6. He's just going to rifle it in. Alex has to throw the fours away. Jason on 15 blinds. Oh, how much fun it is to have an overwhelming lead playing shallow-ish three-handed Henry.
Yeah. And profitably be able to jam the the 8-6 there as well versus the correct calling range.
Nikita sticking with the strategy. Jam the mediocre. Min raise the junk. Hey, it's a strategy that works. Especially if he comes Jack 4 deuce. Goes for the min bet. Whoa, Jason. All right, here we go. The out of nowhere check raise on a board that Makita is obviously not supposed to hit that often. Though we know. Going to have perhaps more of this 4 deuce than you would in normal spots. Wow, Makita just drops it in on top. And Jason forced to fold. Henry. Wow. Boss move from Makita. Just this. I mean, we saw it earlier with the 4-bet from Jason. Makita just ripped the 5-bet straight on top of him. Does it again here effectively. Catches him. The one time he gets way out of line. Just gets smashed back. And now, well, Alex is just folding every hand. Just an auto fold, Henry.
Yeah. Unless, I mean, it's going to be so sick if he gets dealt like top 10% of range. He piles into him.
No, he just folds, right?
No. No, 25k buy-in. If it was like a 5k buy-in with 250k jump, then yeah, sure. But 10 buy-ins where we can't fold. I don't know. I'd have to plug it into ICM ISA, but there's still gonna be calling like ace king suited plus jacks, I would assume.
Right.
Right. Well, that's the part of the range that I'm talking about. Like this. You know, like we open and Makita jams. It's kind of like, because we have to call and Jason sat on 8.5 bigs. Which, by the way, that could happen. You know, he's got a hand that's going to have enough equity to jam here. Decides to just defend.
Alex just sees the ugly looking 9-8-4 couple of spades.
Okay, Jack in 982 said, "What a player Makita is! OMG." It's one of the best in the business, mate.
Yeah, and this turn again helping him, Henry. It's giving him the assist, but he's still the one got to smash it home. And he does. Got 17 of the 19 in play. Oh, getting the fold out of ace-8.
Always a sweat
Always a
outs
sweat.
once.
By the back door. Not to be. Makita doubling up Jason Kuhn. And yeah, Alex will feel a little sick. All right, we're going up. 61-20. Alex and Jason now down to 15 blinds.
So sick. I honestly haven't seen a final table performance like this in a very, very long time.
I have to say, if Makita had folded here, could we have seen Alex and Jason get it in? I think most likely.
Potentially, Alex going to get out of the way. Jason re-jams, I assume. Chips up to 2 mil.
Now Alex with the slender lead. Pardon me, Jason the slender lead over Alex. Jason again just going to rip from the small here. Getting even further ahead of Alex.
Yeah, I mean, 4 big blinds feels like a lot right now.
Jason dodging
It'll be
one.
Alex's turn to roll the dice soon, James.
Yeah. Can't show anything now.
Just a reminder for you boys and girls back home, 549,000 locked up. 779k per second, so a $230,000 pay jump. This could be the spot that Alex takes. Doesn't.
No. Big deuces from the small.
Yay, we get to profitably jam 740. Actually, no, sorry, I apologize.
No, yeah,
Alex is now the short stack.
Yeah, so Alex is going to call a little wider again.
Definitely going to go down as one of the FT performances of the WPT, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, this has been pretty dominant. Obviously, a little fortuitous early on against Alexi, spiking that ace on the river. But since then, has not relinquished this lead. Jason, ripping the button.
I wonder if Jason even flinches when he has to do that. Oh well. Good luck, Alex, my man.
Yeah.
He's going to jam because obviously once Alex folds, Jason has to fold almost range because of ICM. Alex not going to be folding the ace queen O and got another $230,000. I was going to say flip 55, 45, 60, 40, if you will, on our hands.
Great. And here we go. Makita looking for 10-7, some spades. Well, what breaks out, but does have plenty of back doors. And wow, wouldn't you know it, Henry? The sauciest card in the deck rolling off. And
wow.
On the end. What a sigh of relief from Alex and just a straight up sigh from Jason.
Too many outs on the turn?
The old too many out syndrome. Yeah. The most disappointed person in that pot was not Makita. It was for sure Jason. We know the happiest was Alex.
See in the
All right.
chat, boys and girls, you're gonna miss high roller action. We're back on Thursday for the super high roller $100K buy-in.
Yeah, this is
one
the
just,
Mickey Mouse warm up.
Yeah, easily 25K.
Who wants to watch this one? There's 100K coming up.
Alex just giving up the ace 10L on the button.
Yeah. I mean,
It's probably cool.
it's a hard one to make that, Henry.
so sick, man.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I'll just double up isn't worth a lot. We're so far behind Makita.
actually, yeah, sorry, 76. Yeah, I mean, chip EV wise, it's cool. Obviously, ICM, it's like,
It just has to be a fold, doesn't it?
yeah. Didn't realize we had 5 bigs more than Jason. Now we don't. Now we're just tied with Jagoon. Now we rip.
Seems like the play.
Or maybe
So-
like 8 bigs.
Right.
Whatever. Just in case Makita and Jace get, but even then I think we're still happy to roll it with Ace Queen. Absolutely spitballing here, boys and girls, by the way, when it comes to ICM. But I think we've got the gist of it.
You just fold a lot.
Yeah.
This one, interesting. This one might be a call, Henry.
No,
No,
we still got
Got Jason behind.
covered.
Yeah, Jason behind gets it again. Just about right for Makita. This one, just about right, gets it through.
Now we're the shortest, so it's like that spot earlier on with the Ace Queen.
Yeah, Makita is just gonna go for the min. He's raised some garbage min. Goes for the small one with the aces. Is Alex gonna fall for it?
Whatever happens, James, Alex has played. He's held his own.
He has gone for it, Henry. He's gone for it, and yeah, I'm with you. Alex has been phenomenal. He's had way the worst of it card distribution wise, and now needs a 3 to survive. 2 streets to play. Jason and Makita hoping for anything but. Either 3 will do it. Board is paired, and he
No
doesn't
dice.
get there, Henry. It took a long time, but Alex Polonius does eventually bust out in 3rd place. What was a
What
monster
a battle.
3-handed endeavor, picking up 549k. Final 2 now, guaranteed 779. But Henry, even the biggest optimist would suggest that 779 is heading to Jason with the 1,094,000, probably heading to Makita. It's not that big a punt to guess that.
Yeah, I mean, what we're looking at, a 10, 11 to 1 chip lead for Nikita.
Yeah.
Well, actually less. I mean, James, we've been doing this for a while.
All right, and
It's,
Henry,
WPT
do
championships.
gather a deal has been done once these two have reached heads up, which is perhaps a little bit surprising, as we're saying 17 blinds against 149. You might just run it, but I think these two are pretty close. I mean, just obviously not in chips here, but maybe they just, you know, hey, we've been doing this for 7 hours now. Let's just carve it up.
Oh, looks like they're going to carve it up. Indeed.
They are carving it up, and we're not even playing it out, Henry. We're just going straight to the finish by the looks of it. So Makita Batkowski is going to be our champion. Walking away with, well, Henry, about 20k or 30k less than the original first prize. Such was his lead over Jason Kuhn. Credit to Colonius for that epic performance, three-handed. Henry, it was a battle. We got there.
It was indeed, man, and Makita adding a online 7-figure score to his already stellar resume. Jason Kuhn, 800k in the back pocket, if you will, and yeah, back on Thursday for the 100k super high roller. I'm sure we're going to be seeing, you know, some of the greatest in the business back on our screens. Thanks for having me, James. As always, it's been a pleasure.
No, man, thanks for coming in once again. Of course, we will be back Thursday, as Henry says, same time for the 100k. We'll be sure to see these two here. And of course, Henry, I'm excited to see our man Barkov back in the mix, the satellite king of party poker. He'll be going for it once again.
Best of luck to him. I mean, what a sick spin up today. In for 265, out for 200k, and he's back in the 100k. And yeah, James, just want to say one of the best final table performances I've ever seen from Makita Batkowski today. What an absolute clinic that man put on. GG's.
Yeah, he showed us how it's done. And yeah, we'll see more of the same on Thursday, guys, for that 100k final. I'm not quite sure how long we're going for, Henry, with this outro, but before we do go,
I can go. I told you I can go for another 6 hours. We can keep going. GG's to everyone in the chat. I'd like to thank my mum, my dad, everyone that's tuned in today, and yeah, once again, congratulations to all the final tablists.
All right, well, we will end it there. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Thanks for watching. Remember, guys, if you are still up and you fancy it, head on over to the Mike Sexton Celebration of Life. But until Thursday, for myself and Henry, it's good night, and we will see you for that 100k.
Becoming a WPT champion would be incredible.
Today is really just about bringing home the title.
Feels amazing.
Incredible.
Surreal.
It's indescribable.
Can't put it into words what it means. It's amazing. Brian Altman, Alex Foxen,
Jeff Hum,
Christopher Pitts.
I am a WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
I am a WPT champion.
This message is for the real stars of poker. I'm talking about you, my people, the players. Look, you play the game for the right reasons. Tension, the wins, the beats. But the things that we play for, they've been changing. The game we love is under threat. Most poker operators are only interested in one thing. These guys see the money, but they don't feel the game like we do. They don't care about you and the little guys. See, these punks are letting some bad things into poker. Like predators, right? Using unfair tech so they know your moves before you do, and they're all anonymous. And I say no more. Because poker should be played fair. With people who care about the game, not just their rate. And party poker are those people. We're putting players first because we are players first. Party poker gives over a third of their revenue back to players. And we're innovating. That's why players are joining us every day. Like these guys. Legends. Fellow legends. If you love poker, like we love poker, it's time to join Party. Because this is poker. Oh, man. Okay. We're here. Yeah. It's a party, people.